Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
No matter what you ride, Amazons will not be polite to the invaders, let alone the invaders who dare to provoke the queen and refuse to capture them. There is no need for Hippollet's orders. The surrounding Amazons have already launched an attack on Susang. Amazons are never afraid to fight. A rain of sharp and deadly arrows poured in. Susang suddenly bent over, supporting his body with his left hand and turning it sideways, and his right hand grabbed a few arrow feathers in the air. Psst, psst, psst. Several Amazons rushing over with long spears and short swords fell to the ground. With one hit, Susang quickly rushed to his fist and used it like a tiger. Even if these Amazons are brave and strong, but facing Susang, who has replicated so many fighting abilities and experience, he is not an opponent at all. Even if he does not have superimposed power, there is no one general. In a blink of an eye, these Amazon fighters have been smashed. Down, even Hippollet, who angrily drew his sword, was knocked down by her. Backing her hands to the back and grabbing with one hand, Susang stepped on her back and picked up her sword and pressed it against her neck. Don't let me ride a horse, I can only ride a man. Don't blame me, blame the people who put me here. I reminded them not to regret it, so they brought the pain to Paradise Island and you. You will pay the price, I promise. Hippollet struggled and gritted his teeth and gritted his teeth. Who will make me pay the price, you, or Diana the god-killer, or the old thief Zeus? It can't be the god of war Eris, it's good if he doesn't destroy the Paradise Island. Susang said with a smile, You, how do you know this? Hippollet's face changed suddenly, and the god-slayer possessed the ability of the god-killer, which is the treasure used by Paradise Island to fight the god of war Eris. Everyone thought that the god-slayer was a sword, but only Hippollet knew that the so-called god-slayer was not a sword at all, but her daughter Diana. Only God can kill God. This man is powerful and knows the secrets of the god-slayer so well. In his words, he is very familiar with Zeus, and Eris is very familiar with and has no respect for him. Who is he? Queen, mother. Two shocks' roar sounded from a distance, and the two of them galloped on horseback. One of them was the general of Paradise Island, Hippollet's sister Antiope. Seeing all the warriors and the queen riding underneath, she angered Susang before she even reached her. The other person was wearing a golden strapless armor, a skirt that could fit his thighs, his hair was braided, and his facial features were delicate and heroic. At the moment, his mouth cracked, showing a look of both worry and anger. This person is the god-killer that Susang just said, Wonder Woman Diana, one of the three giants of the Justice League. The fun is coming. Susang casually swung his sword and split the bow and arrow shot by Antiope. The arrow was split in half and the arrowheads passed by him. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and the soles of Susang's feet suddenly jumped forward. Going out in midair, Susang's body crossed Antiope, who was riding a horse, and swung his sword down and shot her down. After landing, he fisted and waved at Diana, who was obviously not as fast as Antiope. Boom! The fist hits the horse's head. The horse's head couldn't bear the power of the punch and exploded instantly, and the front hoofs tilted forward and directly threw Diana out on the horse's back. The tall and slender body slid out on the beach and stopped at Hippollet's side all the way. Mother, are you okay? Who is this person Eris sent? Diana raised her mother and asked eagerly. I have no idea. Hippollet shook his head and looked and saw Antiope shooting an arrow while rushing towards Susang. Amazonian archery is more focused on strength than the Assassin Alliance. Although it is highly accurate, it is not weird and upright. The angry Antiope's arrows were swiftly cut and bounced off by Susang's sword swing, and she swung her bow when she came to the front. Psst. Susang waved his sword and cut off, but the second hair cut off the longbow directly and then kicked it. His chest armor split and Antiope fell to the ground in response. Antiope. Diana watched Antiope, who had taught her ability to fight since she was a child, fell to the ground and rushed out with a shout. Don't go. Hippollet wanted to stop but could only see Diana leaping up high, slamming into the sky and hitting Susang. Boom. The beach is sunken. Diana looked up at Susang, who had retreated and avoided, but a fist surrounded by golden light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Bang. Diana just felt the whole person fly out in an instant. After landing, she struggled to get up and finally lay down. It hurts. Dizzy, Diana had never felt like this before. She was beaten to the point that she couldn't stand up. The golden light surrounded Sheng's surroundings, and the powerful divine power flooded his body, giving him an indescribable sense of excitement. He copied Diana's ability. As a demigod, Diana was blessed by the Olympus gods at birth and strengthened all aspects of ability, and she originally had a certain divine power. Although old gods like Zeus have withdrawn from the stage one after another and replaced by new gods like Darkseid, even though Diana is only a demigod, his divine power is still extremely powerful. It's a pity that Diana hasn't faced up to her own identity yet, and she hasn't exerted her powerful strength at all. The azure blue electric light suddenly surrounds the golden divine power like thunder, and the two completely different rays of light converge back and forth to make Sheng look like a god descending from the earth. Eris. Hippollet stared blankly at Sheng and subconsciously called out a name. The thunder flickered, and the divine power was flooded. Eris, now only the god of war Eris, has such characteristics and possesses the strength to punch Diana unable to stand up. Only in this way can he explain why he suddenly appeared on Paradise Island, why he dared to take action unscrupulously, and why he knew about the Godslayer. He is here to kill Diana, because Diana is a Godslayer. Only Diana can kill Eris. No, I will never let you hurt Diana. Hippollet shouted and got up, picked up a sword from the side and rushed towards Sheng. Sheng turned his head and looked at his finger lightly. The divine power instantly hit Hippollet with the thunder, and Hippollet fell to the ground with a scream. Mother! Diana squatted up with her fists clenched in anger, leaping up and rushing towards Sheng again with a roar. At the same time, Antiope, who was shot down to the ground before, also picked up a sword and rushed from another direction. Sizzle, sizzle, the crackling sound rang in the air, becoming more and more rapid and stronger. Unlimited stacking 10 times. Lie down for me. Sheng yelled and burst out a dazzling light that made the sun dim, and the powerful divine power and thunder shook in all directions centered on him. In an instant, Antiope and Diana were directly shocked and flew out. Boom, boom. The two fell to death and passed out. The waves seemed to be pushed away and then surged away after a huge shocking wave. The cliff collapsed instantly, but the impact did not stop but swept toward the depths of the Paradise Island. Smoke covered most of the sky, collapses and screams one after another in the distance. It took a long time for the shocks to gradually stop. From a distance, 1/3 of the Paradise Island was almost razed to the ground. This feels so cool. Sheng looked down at the hands shining with divine power and light. This kind of excitement that was so violent that he wanted to destroy everything was too strong. No wonder Hippollet didn't want to tell Diana her true identity. Without firm belief, it would be easy to be caught by this. Corroded by the force, the old gods of Olympus are incomprehensible and fearful that they do things one by one. After roar sucked several times, Sheng's eyes returned to clarity and self. Looking up and looking around, looking at the flattened cliff, looking at a messy beach and the Amazonians lying on the ground, Sheng thinks that the legendary team will definitely regret their death when they come back. The time deviation of the Raptor team has not yet been resolved. As a result, a larger time deviation has come. However, what happened on the island of Paradise Island should not affect the outside, except that in the future, Steve Trevor will leave Paradise Island and defeat the god of war, Diana of the Wonder Woman. Sheng found Diana in the ruins of the beach, Antiope and Hippollet, except that Antiope was seriously injured. Their mother and daughter just passed out and died. Definitely, the armor on his body was basically shattered under the impact of divine power, and then according to the ancient, traditional warrior style of the Amazons inside the armor. It's really a paradise island. No wonder Hercules, the Hercules in the comics, will imprison them and turn them into slaves instead of killing them. Sheng muttered that his fingertips suddenly lit up with electric lights, and the electric lights turned into ropes to turn the three of them one by one. Wrapped and dragged them to the depths of the Paradise Island. When Sheng dragged the three most important people on the Paradise Island to the Amazonian residence, half of the buildings here were destroyed by the divine impact just now. Who? It's the Queen. And the General and Diana. The nearby Amazons quickly discovered Sheng and their Queen, General, and Princess. Astonishment roar sounded. Some people seemed to be shocked by the shock of the scene, while others rushed forward bravely to save the Queen and defeat the enemy. Sheng's footsteps did not stop or even change direction, but when these people rushed over, several electric currents and supernatural powers sprang up from his body. Bang, bang, bang. They fell one by one on the way Sheng was walking, stepping on their bodies and pressing them all the way. Sheng saw a group of guards rushing over from a distance. Let go of them. A female soldier standing in front of the guard shouted sharply. What's your name? Sheng paused and asked. Menelip, Deputy General of Paradise Island. Go and save your people, maybe someone will survive if you are lucky. Stop me and you will kill your queen, your general, and all your people, including Paradise Island. Susang stomped lightly, stomping, divine power poured in. From Susang's foothold a crack suddenly appeared and it seemed to spread rapidly towards them. The rumbling rang out, and Menelip, who had finally stabilized his body, frowned with a complicated expression and gritted his teeth as Susang continued to walk towards the palace. You go to save people first. The sudden disaster broke the long-term calm on Paradise Island. Anger, sadness, and confusion appeared on each face. The soldiers on the beach were brought back by the guards to treat the wounded. People helped and rescued each other, and the whole Paradise Island was filled with an atmosphere of sadness and depression. At the door of the Amazon Palace in the main hall, several guards stood. Menelip clenched the weapon and looked at Susang, who was sitting high on the throne with a green face. A low moan suddenly sounded from below the throne, and Diana woke up quietly. The armor on her body had been shattered during the battle and dragging, and her body was covered with mud and looked extremely embarrassed. Opening her eyes, Diana was slightly shocked when she saw the azure-blue electric current that bound her, and then saw his mother Menelip and General Antiope, who were also bound. Mother, Antiope. Diana angrily wanted to break free of the electric lock, but saw that the light of the electric lock suddenly brightened. The next moment, a painful and terrifying scream sounded, and Diana lay on the ground and convulsed weakly. Eris, I will definitely kill you. Diana struggled to look up at Susang, who was sitting high on the throne, and gritted her teeth and shouted. Eris. He turned out to be Eris, god of war. Menelip and others looked at Susang in shock. Almost every Amazonian knew about the entanglement between Eris and Paradise Island. Seeing Diana's angry eyes, Susang explained with Yan Yuishan. I am not the old man Eris. My name is Susang. I traveled here from time to time from the future. A group of people who called themselves the Legend Teams thought that I had changed history and sent me here, and they went to correct the so-called mistakes, put history back on its original trajectory. Legendary Team, traveling through time from the future. Diana stared blankly at the man who claimed to be Susang and couldn't react for a while. Lie, Eris is best at provoking others with lies. Menelip shouted. Susang looked at Menelip with the look of your IQ is in arrears, please renew as soon as possible. Every roar suck of all of you now stems from my kindness. Does it make sense to deceive you with lies? Menelip snorted. Even if you are not Eris, you are also the enemy of Paradise Island. So you are emphasizing our antagonistic relationship, reminding me to kill the enemy? Susang asked rhetorically with a smile. Menelip was stunned for an instant, she didn't mean that. In fact, I like Paradise Island very much. I really want to experience the local customs and appreciate the beautiful scenery here. Before the legendary squad returns to pick me up, maybe I can have a good time and have a vacation or something. It's a pity that the first request was made. It was rejected, so a series of follow-up things happened. Susang looked at Diana with a pity. I didn't kill everyone or destroy the Paradise Island. Although it is difficult for some people, if I let Antiope and your mother let them receive treatment and stop killing anyone on the island, will you forgive me? No, Diana said solemnly. I will not forgive you for the disaster you brought to Paradise Island. That's really a pity. Susang sighed regretfully, then hooked his fingers with a chuckle. The electric lock that bound Diana instantly lifted her up and made her kneel in front of her. Sorry you stood up too high, raised your head and talked to you so tired, so you can only wronged you on your knees. Since you refuse to forgive me, then I can only go further and further in the role of the enemy. I officially inform you that now you are all my slaves. If one person is disobedient and one person resists, I will kill all of you and destroy the Paradise Island. Do you understand? As Susang's question fell, a powerful divine power burst out instantly. Thunder roar screamed, divine power surging. The strong sense of oppression caused Menelip and others to retreat, and their bodies knelt down involuntarily. You don't think about. Diana, who was the first to bear the brunt, resisted unyieldingly and wanted to stand up with tight muscles and tough eyes. The divine power hidden in her burst out at this moment. The golden light instantly flooded her side, and the powerful force that emerged spontaneously caused Diana to follow her mouth with a surprised smile for a while. The feet stepped on the ground hard to support the knees and slowly stood up. In the roar of exhaustion, Diana slammed all the strength towards Susang indefinitely. Boom, the golden light was dazzling and the impact of two divine powers broke out instantly. Boom, 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 Menelip and others were all shaken out and fell to the ground. The next rumbling sound came and the palace collapsed. The falling rocks from the roof smashed over, but they were crushed into powder by the power of the two before they fell. In the ruins, Sheng grabbed Diana's fist and looked at her incredible face and smiled lightly. His arms suddenly shook, and Roar screamed away in an instant with a power that was several times stronger than her. Whoosh, Diana flew out like a cannonball. Boom, 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 her body smashed through countless walls and trees and finally fell into the sea with a bang. Watching the beaten-up Diana disappear into sight, watching Sheng rise from the throne and walk step by step in the ruins, Menelip was desperate. I originally saw Diana burst out of divine power and thought he could defeat Sheng. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I am afraid that even the god of war Eris would not be his opponent, right? An atmosphere of despair spread. The queen was defeated, the general was defeated, and even Diana, the awakening god, was defeated. Who can save the Paradise Island? Menelip took a deep breath and his eyes became firm, and he was about to die anyway. Amazons would never give in. She was about to pick up the weapon, but someone rushed out first. Artemis. This name represents the god of hunting and moon, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, and also represents the most heroic warrior in the Amazon Guard. Menelip was about to get up to fight alongside her, but suddenly saw her stop a few steps in front of Sheng. Then kneel down on one knee. Owner. Her behavior stunned Menelip, the other Amazon fighters, and Sheng. Sheng stopped and looked at the Amazon warrior with interest. He has long black hair and Amazon-style silver armor. Although not as tall as Diana, it is more spectacular. The facial features look a bit fierce and heroic at the moment, but his face was expressionless. Do you want to save them? Sheng said lightly. Do not, Artemis denied. I just want to tell the owner that I am from the lost Amazon. I am different from them. A long time ago, my tribe gave up its belief in the gods of Olympus and turned to worship the Egyptian goddess Isis. Isis protected us from external interference with permanent sandstorms. Artemis paused slightly to see Sheng didn't feel impatient before continuing. Later, we had misunderstandings and conflicts with the Amazonians on Paradise Island, and our homes were destroyed. We can only merge into Paradise Island until now. So I beg you, my master, to give me an opportunity to express loyalty to you on behalf of the lost Amazons. I will help you handle everything and make everyone in Paradise Island your most obedient slave. Said after Artemis lowered his head. Looking at Artemis, who was kneeling on the ground and waiting for the result, Sheng smiled. Will everyone in Paradise Island be my most obedient slave? Yes, I promise, Artemis replied affirmatively. This way they won't die, right? Sheng asked with squinting eyes. Artemis trembled slightly and did not speak. Go send your queen and generals for treatment. If you die, your painstaking effort will be wasted. Sheng suddenly smiled after a while. By the way, someone will bring Diana back. Yes. Artemis stood up and said to the others, what are you doing in a daze? Haven't you heard the master's instructions? You take them down, you tell the guards outside to find Diana. Quick. A loud shout awakened the still a little confused guards. Menelip looked at Artemis and finally got up and did it. Hippollet and Antiope were carried out, and several people chased in the direction where Diana had disappeared. After getting permission from Sheng, Artemis summoned the guards who obeyed her orders and gathered all the Amazons together and announced their fate as slaves. Although some people refused and resisted, they were quickly suppressed ruthlessly and harshly. Artemis hung these people one by one to be punished, and at the same time imprisoned the others in handcuffs and chains. Master, what else do you want? Artemis controlled the situation in a very short time and returned to Sheng. What you did will make you unable to stay on Paradise Island after all this is over, right? Although Artemis did this to save everyone's lives, there are many people who would rather die than surrender, let alone win the trust. It was really ruthless to act on her own. If her freedom was restored, even if these people could understand Artemis, she might not be able to stay on Paradise Island. As long as you are satisfied with me, it is enough, Artemis whispered. You remind me of a person, her name is Helena. In order to achieve her goal, she sacrificed herself just like you and didn't care about others' opinions. Sheng patted Artemis on the shoulder. I like the new and hate the old and don't stay in one place for too long. So as long as they don't die and wait for me to leave, they will be free. Different times, different places, there should be a lot of interesting things when you are willing to go with me. So I don't need a mantra lasso to verify your loyalty, don't let me down. Yes. Artemis still replied in a low voice, not knowing what he was thinking. Before long, Diana, who fell into the sea, was brought back. She still did not wake up in a coma. Go and bring the mantra lasso, let someone clean her up and send her to her room. Sheng ordered Artemis. Artemis left in response, and soon she returned with a mantra lasso. The mantra lasso is one of Diana's main weapons. Legend has it that Hephaestus, the god of fire, used the gold belt of the earth goddess Gaia as the material. Unbreakable few people can break away, those who are trapped by noose can only tell the truth. I don't know if it has any effect on God, but Diana will become weak and lose her power when she is trapped. Some are similar to the effect of kryptonite on Superman but not so strong. Sheng took the mantra lasso from Artemis and asked her with a smile, "Would you like to try, although the probability of defeating me is 0?" Artemis shook his head and said nothing. Sheng threw the mantra lasso to Artemis. "Come with me to see Diana, she is my greatest pleasure." Artemis stayed in a daze and didn't seem to expect to lasso to himself. He hesitated for a moment and hung it around his waist and then led Sheng to Diana's room. I don't know how long it took. Diana's consciousness gradually woke up quietly. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar ceiling. "This is my room." Diana stared at herself in a daze. Her body was as clean as frost and she wore her usual armor. Recalling what happened before the coma, is it just a nightmare? Standing up and sitting up, Diana subconsciously looked around. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Sheng, who was sitting not far away smiling and looking at him. This is not a dream. Diana suddenly woke up angrily and wanted to rush towards Sheng, but suddenly a rope of bright golden light flew next to her and entangled her. Mantra noose. A hot burning sensation came, and Diana instantly collapsed to the ground weakly. She turned her head angrily and saw Artemis wearing a silver armor holding a mantra lasso in her hand. "Artemis, why did you do this? I won't let you hurt my master." Artemis said coldly without expression. Diana looked at Sheng. "What have you done? Hippollet and Antiope are still alive, so I will ask again, will you forgive me?" Sheng did not answer but asked again. "I am very interested in you. After all, I am a demigod made of steel, so I really want to know what is the difference between a woman and a goddess. So if you can forgive me, maybe we can date and see. If you agree, I can help you kill Eris." Impossible. Although Diana didn't understand the special feature of steel body, she gritted her teeth and refused. "I see." Sheng nodded and got up and stretched out her hand towards Artemis. She respectfully handed over the mantra lasso. "You can go out, don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes." Artemis glanced at Diana hesitation, bowed his head and walked out and closed the door. "It's the first time I'm playing with rope. I would practice with Helena before I knew it, so if it leaves you with an unforgettable shadow of pain, you must tell me because I will be very proud." "What are you going to do?" Diana asked with a stare. "Achieve my goal with a more direct means. Since the relationship cannot be eased, let's go further and further in the hostile status." As one of the 3 giants of the Justice League in the future, the representative of women's rights for gender equality, if this can conquer her, it will definitely be a very fulfilling thing, right? With a chuckle, Sheng threw Diana onto the bed with a mantra lasso and rushed over. Diana hurriedly wanted to escape, but the mantra lasso quickly caught up with her. Although she was originally good at using ropes, she had never seen such a delicate way. Even without the mantra lasso, it would make people lose their actions. Ability, can't get out of trouble. You want to force me to have a baby with you?" Diana stared at Sheng and took off her clothes as if she finally knew his purpose. Seeing her serious appearance, Sheng was stunned and smiled. "Who said this must be for the purpose of giving birth?" Sheng asked with a smile. "Don't try to lie to me. I have read the books outside. It says that reproduction is actually the time for men to be really comfortable is very short." Diana whispered. The style of painting has changed suddenly. Sheng felt that Diana suddenly changed from a brave and determined female soldier to a female driver. This car was caught off guard. Understood. Sheng glanced at the golden mantra lasso on Diana's body, and Sheng suddenly smiled. It's the effect of the mantra lasso that makes you have to answer and you have to tell the truth. Although the style of painting has changed, it is more interesting. Diana scolded herself to kill herself, but had to answer her question about the ride experience, which was supposed to be the cruel devil torturing the goddess, but turned into an academic discussion. Although it was verified that there is no difference between a woman and a goddess, and she can do porcelain work without diamonds, Sheng is not disappointed. Sheng took the mantra lasso back with a chuckle, and Diana, who was free, got up without the slightest hesitation and started to do it. "I am going to kill you. I know, you have said it many times just now." Sheng said casually, wearing clothes slowly. "Before you start, you might as well think about whether you can kill me in this room. If you can't, think about your people. Although I don't know how long I will stay here, I give you a chance to challenge me every day. You win. If I don't, I'll let everyone on the island go. If I lose, I'll have to accompany me, continue to have children." Sheng gave birth to a child. Sheng couldn't help but smile after finishing talking. "I will challenge you now." Diana stood up unwillingly. "I'm tired, let's start tomorrow." Dressed Susang casually waved his hand, put on the mantra lasso and pushed the door out. Artemis guarded the door faithfully. Go to Hippolyte's usual room, I want to rest. Yes. Artemis responded and led the way. Hippolyte's room was not far from Diana's room and it was only a few minutes away. Not bad, Susang nodded in satisfaction. Help me get something to eat and watch out for strangers on the island by the way. Yes. Artemis nodded and asked tentatively, Diana, should you lock it up? No, please explain the matter clearly and sleep with me at night. Artemis stayed in a daze, sleeping together, like with Diana. You don't want to? Susang asked when she heard her not answering. No, my master, Artemis hurriedly said. Then go. Susang waved his hand and lay down. After Artemis came out, he was first prepared for food and sent there and then arranged to visit and pay attention to the situation on the island. After hesitation too, 9 she returned to her home after a while. There is a sword on the table in the room. The legendary sword that can kill Eris. The Excalibur was originally placed in the tower together with the mantra lasso. Artemis brought the Excalibur with the mantra lasso before. If Susang is a god, perhaps the only one who can defeat him is the Excalibur. This night is destined to be a sleepless night for Paradise Island. In the cell, the Amazons who had become slaves comforted each other and prayed that the gods on Mount Olympus could rescue them. In the corner, the aloof queens and generals also wore handcuffs and shackles to lose their noble elegance. After they woke up, they were locked in here to learn about what happened before the coma. Not long ago, Artemis came to talk a lot about the situation of the Amazons, about Diana, about Susang, and so on. The determined Hippolyte also had difficulty making a decision for a while. Anger, worried, there is even regret. I had known that a white horse would bring such pain to Diana on Paradise Island, not to mention giving up his horse, even if it was to lead a horse for him. The night breeze rustled the leaves outside, in Hippolyte's room. Susang lay on a blanket made of unknowing animal skin and pulled Artemis, who had just taken off his armor. Finally, there is a pillow of a good size. With a chuckle, Artemis pulled Artemis to his side and lay down. At the moment, Artemis, who was physically flexible, became a bit stiff, slightly closed his eyes and motionless. Even Roar couldn't help but lower his sound. Susang visited the whole picture of the airport and then hugged her to sleep. After a while, Susang's steady roar absorption sounded in the dimly lit room. Asleep, Artemis unexpectedly slowly opened his eyes and looked at Susang, actually falling asleep. In the dim, Artemis looked at Susang's face in a daze, and he didn't know how long he fell asleep like this. Good work and rest habits made her wake up early, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Susang who were close at hand holding herself as if not distinguishing each other. Artemis was stunned when she was about to get up and heard a bang. The door was pushed open vigorously. Who? Artemis wanted to get up vigilantly and saw Diana hurriedly approaching the two of them. Bright red breastplate, blue skirt, golden knee-length boots, Diana wears wrist braces in both hands, a W-shaped starlight crown on her forehead, a shield in one hand and a long sword in one hand to Susang. Shouted heroically and confidently, Susang, I want to challenge you. Susang was awakened in the sweet voice, put his arm around Artemis's shoulder and opened his eyes to look. What? Seeing Diana appearing in Wonder Woman dress in front of him, Susang smiled lightly. Are you trying to challenge me or catch the R? Are you eager to come over so early and want to have a baby with me? I will beat you, Diana gritted her teeth. Because of Excalibur, Susang got up and hooked at Artemis disapprovingly. Artemis was still in a daze before he recognized the Excalibur before he hurried over to help Susang get dressed. Diana was even more angry at this scene. Go and bring everyone out, they should be very interested in such a challenge, Susang said casually. Artemis put on his armor and hurried out. You can wear this suit to give birth to a baby with me in a while. This time I don't need to lasso the mantra, it will distract me. I hope to focus on you. Susang patted Diana on the shoulder, got up and went out. Putting aside the aura of Wonder Woman's identity, Diana was originally very attractive. However, because of the mantra lasso, most of Susang's attention yesterday was devoted to academic discussion. The Amazons were brought out one by one and gathered in the square. They were excited when they learned that Diana would challenge Susang for their freedom. Hippolyte and Antiope were a little worried at first, but when they saw Diana holding the Excalibur sword, they were slightly relieved. Although the Excalibur cannot really kill the gods, the quality and power is superior. With the Excalibur, Diana might be able to defeat Susang. Under their expectant gazes, Susang Shishuran walked into the middle of the square. Looking around, the expectant Amazonian looked at Diana, who was ready to go and confident. Susang spoke casually. Bring it on. Drink. Diana didn't muddle through and slammed into her holding a shield. It's up. Everyone became nervous and looked at them intently. Diana has received the most rigorous training since she was a child, which is several times stronger than others. Now that Awakening has the magic sword, she should be able to succeed. Boom. Sheng raised his hand to block the shield that hit him, and then saw the shield flash, and the bright gold and dark red boots came towards his lower abdomen. Sheng stretched out his hand and patted down. Diana only felt a strong force coming from her leg to fall to the ground involuntarily, and then swung the Excalibur sword. Before the sword arrived, the hand that slapped Diana's leg turned into a fist and blasted out. Diana snorted and pierced her body into the ground with a snorted long sword and kept moving backwards. "You can't beat me just by doing this, just use your full strength." Sheng chuckled lightly. "Although you can't beat me with all your strength." "Drink," Diana yelled again. Divine power roared out, and the divine killing sword lit up with a sharp and dazzling light. The Amazons stepped back in shock. The impact of divine power made them feel like 337 was in a storm and couldn't open their eyes. In the center of the storm, Diana raised the Excalibur sword and used her greatest power to stab Sheng. The light was dazzling, lightning and thunder. Hippollet stared at Excalibur with his mouth open. Must succeed, must succeed. This sword brought Diana's supernatural power, and the prayers of all Amazons came to Sheng. Unlimited stacking 10 times. Sheng gave a soft drink and raised his hand to block the Excalibur. Blocked. He actually blocked the Excalibur with his hand. This scene stunned everyone. Diana's expression of surprise flashed by, her eyes became firm, and she squeezed the Excalibur sword violently as she roared. "Even if you are a god, but killing the god's sword can kill the gods." With this conviction, Diana, who was moving forward, suddenly heard the sound of cracking. Catcha. Sheng didn't move, but the Excalibur was shortening. Excalibur broken. Diana looked at Sheng's mouth with a little smile and crushed the divine killing sword with a little smile, then grabbed her wrist and shook the hilt off the sword, bending over and hard. Diana was directly carried by Sheng. "Let's go have a baby." With long legs dangling, Diana was carried by Sheng and did not resist. "I don't know if I abide by the agreement, and worry that the resistance will cause Sheng to kill the Amazons, or he did not wake up from the shock of the destruction of the Excalibur." Sheng carried Diana and looked at them in shock. With a desperate expression, he said to Artemis with a chuckle, "Untie them all. As long as they don't resist life, it will be the same as before. I am only interested in her." Speaking, Sheng patted Diana's asterisk, humming a little song, and walked to the room to prepare for morning exercise. Without the influence of the mantra lasso, I wonder if Diana will struggle. Well, since she can't be allowed to take the initiative like Helena and Felicity, it should be fun to resist the struggle, right? After all, it's cool to be strong on Wonder Woman. Artemis gave an order to unlock the chains of Hippollet and others, and the free Amazons seemed to be at a loss. Hippollet looked at Diana, who had been carried away, and her expression couldn't help changing. "Queen, if he really came through time from the future, he won't stay too long. Diana still has time, and time to find him for revenge." Artemis could understand Hippollet's feelings, but sacrifices are always inevitable during war. Just as she sacrificed her allegiance to Sheng, Diana's sacrifice was also to protect the Paradise Island. It was worth it. Bang 437, Diana was thrown on the bed. Sheng leaned over and kissed her. Sheng only felt a pain in the corner of his mouth and got up with a snort. Wiping his finger at the corner of his mouth, leaving a trace of bright red blood, Sheng smiled at Diana, who was agitated and determined. "That's enough flavor. If you can resist without resisting, it won't be Wonder Woman. Yesterday's painting turmoil today, finally it's right." Sheng smirked and leaned over again. Diana raised her arms and wristbands and gave a violent shock. Divine power shook Sheng out of her directly. Hit the wall, shaking his shoulders, Sheng stood up and stared at Diana sharply like a beast about to hunt. No need for a mirror. Sheng knows that he should be like a complete demon at this moment. The kind of villain who will rub the protagonist on the ground at the last minute. Diana just touched the mantra lasso that Sheng had left here before, and she took the lasso and stared at Sheng with joy. The second round is on the verge. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came from outside, and the two looked at the window in amazement and saw the flames soaring into the sky as if something had exploded. Screams and panic sounds came from the outside. Diana looked startled and turned and rushed out towards the window. Boom. The window was shattered directly by Diana, and her body fell from high in the sky. Diana, who landed, was stunned for an instant. The square not far away was filled with fire and smoke. On the ground lay the corpses of several Amazons, and the remaining Amazons were killing each other. Could it be that the mother and the others are ready to fight against the people of Artemis? No, it's not right. Diana soon saw that Artemis was actually fighting with her people. They are fighting each other. Stop, stop, what are you doing? Why are you fighting each other? Diana shouted, rushing over or using her hands or using a mantra lasso to separate the people who were killing each other. Mother, huh? The long sword passed by Diana. Watching her mother continue to attack, Diana hurriedly stopped her and shouted. Hippolyte's expression changed slightly, and he was at a loss for a moment before reacting. What's going on? Could it be? It's not him. Diana shook her head calmly. There are other intruders. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The sound of clapping and applause sounded in the fire, and the flames separated to the sides. A woman. She wore only black dresses with holes all over her body, and she had short hair that looked like hairy inches. His eyeshadow and lips were dark, giving him a gothic feel. Who are you? Diana asked warily. I'm your sister, the other party said with a smile. Sisters? Diana looked around at the horror of cannibalism and looked at her coldly. I don't have such a sister. She really is your sister. Sheng's voice sounded, and he slowly walked to Diana's side and said with a chuckle. I admire the old thief Zeus who can give birth to anyone. You have more than one brother and sister. Ares, the god of war. This girl who kills Matt is called Eris. Goddess of strife? Diana asked in surprise. Yes, it was the goddess of strife who started the Trojan War with a golden apple. Sheng nodded and smiled. Your mother should have seen her. After all, many years ago, humans, the Olympian gods, and the Atlanteans once joined forces to fight the steppe wolves that invaded the earth. Diana subconsciously looked at Hippolyte next to him, and Hippolyte said in a solemn expression. She should be dead, the gods should have been killed by Ares. Shit, Eris smiled disdainfully. If the gods are dead, you won't be able to live long ago, and my jealous mother Hera will not let go of the woman who had a leg with my father Zeus. Hippolyte's face was ugly. What are you doing here on Paradise Island? Diana asked in a deep voice. Paradise Island? I thought it had become a slave island, so I came to help you, my sister. Eris smiled and shifted his gaze to Sheng. It's you, how did you get the power? Are you also my father's son? I'm your father, Sheng smiled. Eris stunned and smiled. I'm afraid my mother won't agree. It's okay, I don't mind sleeping on her. Sheng chuckled disapprovingly. Eris was stunned and looked up at the sky. Mother, did you hear that? Someone wants to sleep with you. There is no change in the sky. I don't know if Hera didn't hear it at all or did not respond. Untie your trick, otherwise, I force you to untie it. Diana shouted, ready to go. Try it. Eris raised an eyebrow and smiled. When the voice fell, Diana had already rushed towards Eris. Boom! Without seeing exactly what happened, Diana, who had just rushed past, flew out and slammed through the wall and fell into the ruins. Weak chicken. Seeing Diana getting up from the ruins and glaring at herself and rushing towards Eris again, Sheng shrugged innocently. Although Diana is strong in the future, she is the top combat power comparable to Superman in the Justice League. After killing Ares, the god of war, she replaced the other's priesthood and became the new god of war, but now she is indeed a weak chicken. Although Eris, the goddess of strife, is not the kind of powerful god, it is not easily defeated by Diana. Seeing her unyielding attack on Eris, Sheng asked Artemis, who had helped the tribe to get rid of the influence of Eris. How about the loss? Artemis whispered with a complicated expression. Your slave has lost a third master. These slaves belong to you now. Want me to take action? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Yes, Artemis said solemnly on one knee. Diana is not Eris's opponent. I beg you to avenge the dead slave. Seeing Artemis' actions and requests, nearby Antiope Menelip looked complicated. Hippolyte looked at Artemis and Sheng and looked at Diana, who was not an opponent at all, and took a deep breath, knelt down on one knee like Artemis. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was obvious. Sheng and Eris both killed many Amazons because the invaders killed many Amazons, but Sheng was able to kill people after the conflict. Unlike Eris, they used such shameless means to kill each other and were killed. She killed more people. From the senses, they are more able to accept defeat in battle rather than controlled cannibalism, and Hippolyte also learned about Sheng from Artemis. For example, he tried to get it twice. Diana's forgiveness, for example, he did not have the idea of permanently ruling the Paradise Island, but Eris was different. No one knew her thoughts. As the queen of the Amazon, Hippolyte is not as black and white as Diana. She is not afraid of death and fight, but she must consider more as a member of the family. Therefore, she has accepted Sheng's enslavement and rule. The queen is kneeling. What else do you need to say? The remaining Amazons knelt together. Boom. At the moment, Diana was knocked to the ground again, and Eris' body gradually became huge, raising her foot and stepping towards Diana. Bang, bang, bang. Although Diana did not surrender, flinch, or fear, she was powerless. Master, Artemis yelled eagerly when he saw this. Cough, cough. Sheng suddenly pretended to cough twice and said to Diana, "Do you need my help?" Boom. Eris stepped on her foot again, but Diana suddenly gritted her teeth and held her foot with her hands and suddenly released a powerful divine power. Boom. Divine power surged, Eris shook and seemed a little unstable. Diana rolled over on the spot and rushed forward and kicked Eris's other leg bravely, and Eris's huge amounts of body crashed to the ground. Dusty. Sheng waved the dust and said to Artemis, "I just asked if I need my help and she was stimulated to break out. It doesn't make sense to open the hang-up." Diana's outbreak was like driving a car caught off guard. After knocking down Eris in one blow, it seems that he wants to release all his previous anger. Bang, 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 bang. Diana's attack fell like raindrops crazily. "Do you regret it?" Sheng suddenly smiled and asked Hippollet. Hippollet shook her head, and she knew that there would be no Diana's outburst without their submission. Enough! Eris grabbed Diana with a loud shout and threw it out. Diana threw a mantra lasso around her hand to stabilize her body, but Eris suddenly disappeared. It seems to have disappeared. The next moment, Eris suddenly appeared behind Diana and punched him. Boom! Diana smashed down from the air. Eris stepped on Diana's back, reached out and took the mantra lasso around her neck and strangled her upwards. The weak Diana was directly pulled up with a painful expression on her face. "Eris cares about you very much, but it seems you are not so good." Eris coldly clenched the mantra noose tightly. Diana's roar started to become difficult to suck. "That's not good." "That's my thing," Sheng said with a smile suddenly. "Give it back to me or kill you." Eris looked at Diana and chuckled at Sheng. "It's just an Amazonian, there are so many here, it doesn't matter to kill one, right?" "It can only be one," Sheng shook his head. Diana looked at Sheng with a complicated expression. "It turned out that he want, then come and get it." Eris said coldly, "Okay." Sheng smiled and the golden supernatural power appeared instantly along with the blue thunder. Unlimited stacking 20 times. Boom. The light surrounding him instantly turned into a beam of light and rushed straight into the sky. Eris was shocked as he watched the divine power that was several times stronger than him subconsciously relax the mantra noose. How could you have such a strong divine power?" "Go ask God." Sheng suddenly came to Eris's face and punched out. The strong thunder power instantly exploded after hitting Eris. The next moment, as if the sound barrier burst, Eris was instantly pierced through the chest of a city wall hit by a cannonball. 410. She looked down in disbelief and heard a bang afterwards. Roar screamed, flying sand and rocks. Eris exploded. The body turned into countless fragments and flew out in all directions, then crackled and scattered on the ground. Sheng caught the mantra lasso and said quietly, "I said there is only one, how can I use it when it gets dirty?" Died. Just now, even if Diana broke out, the goddess of strife Eris, who was not an opponent, actually was beaten to death by Sheng like this, and was beaten to pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded to see this scene in a daze. Then what is that? Will she be resurrected? Artemis suddenly pointed to the golden light spot that appeared in the sky and shouted in surprise. The golden light spots floated up, shining like fireflies in the dark, exuding an indescribable unique atmosphere. "This is the source." Hippollet whispered to himself in surprise. "Source?" Artemis asked, looking at the dazzling golden light. "What is the source?" "I only heard that Yuan is a symbol of a similar priesthood." Having Yuan has the priesthood as well as the powerful ability conferred by the priesthood. Hippollet has forgotten when he heard about Yuan, and he thought it was just a legend. After all, she has not seen what it is like when God is dead, nor has she seen Yuan. The source comes from the wall of origin. Sheng's voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Sheng put away the mantra lasso and helped Diana up with a complicated look. If Diana's look was complicated before because Sheng said that she had only one, then it is purely because she found out that she thinks too much, and only one is not. She is a mantra lasso. What is the wall of origin? Hippollet asked curiously when he heard this name for the first time. Not only Hippollet, everyone is curious to know. However, Sheng didn't mean to explain and pointed at the source floating in the air. "I kill Eris to get these sources and become the god of new strife, but I am not interested in being a god who can be killed by me with a single punch. Not interested in being a god. This is a god, they can all see the performance of Eris just now. It is an invincible, unmatched, powerful strength. But after another thought, there seemed to be no problem. After all, Eris, the goddess of strife, was very powerful for them, but hadn't it been blown out by Sheng, who would look at strengths weaker than themselves? "Artemis, master," Artemis replied. Sheng smiled and said, "This source belongs to you. Me." Artemis pointed to himself in surprise, and when he got the source, he would be able to obtain the priesthood and become the new goddess of strife. This opportunity. Belongs to me. She subconsciously looked at Diana beside Susang. Why not give it to Diana? Do not want? No, I just. What about the swiftness of your allegiance to me? What about the decisiveness of handing the Excalibur sword to Diana? If you don't hold on to the source, you will return to the wall of origin. Sheng suddenly turned to look at Diana with a chuckle. Diana stunned slightly and then saw Sheng suddenly carrying herself. Our business is not over yet. Sheng laughed and carried Diana to the room again, but this time Hippollet and others' eyes were not the same angry and unwilling as before, but a very complicated expression. Even the carried Diana herself hesitated for a moment and then didn't struggle. Came to the room again and was thrown on the bed again. Sheng rushed over again. This time Diana didn't bite Sheng nor did she move her hands. Instead, she pushed him with both hands and said seriously, "You can no longer force me. I still can't forgive the harm you caused to Paradise Island, nor can you forgive your forcing me, but you saved Paradise Island today, as long as you don't destroy Paradise Island and liberate my people. Although I won't forgive you, I won't hate you again. That is to say, what I did before was completely wiped out, including the thing that I used the mantra lasso to force you." Sheng paused and asked. "Yes," Diana said, "I don't agree." Sheng smiled brightly. "You don't agree?" Diana looked at him blankly. "Why? Look at it. First of all, my status as a slave owner is gone, although I don't care, I obviously suffer. Secondly, you only said that you no longer hate me, but you didn't say that I can continue to follow you. Anyway, you won't forgive me. I can't stop me. Why should I give up the pleasure of getting your hands because you said you no longer hate me?" Sheng chuckled and held Diana's hands. The most painful thing for people is not what they want but not getting, rather than not knowing what they want. I know very well that what I want is you now, so why should I bear the pain? Not to mention the willingness to bet and lose, since if the challenge fails, you have to accompany me to have a baby. What is the dignified Amazon father treachery? This is what Hippollet taught you. So please continue to hate me. No, you cannot. Diana yelled and struggled, but failed to stop Sheng's resolute and rude behavior. She was forced again. For a long time, Diana pushed away Sheng and pointed at him and shouted with disgust and anger. "I hate you, I swear in the name of the Amazon princess, I will never give up if you don't let you pay. So does the promise of challenge continue?" Sheng rolled over and lay down relaxed, looking at the angry Diana and asked with a chuckle. Throughout the process, Diana was resisting and struggling, but it was precisely this feeling that made Sheng want to stop. No wonder some people like to use strong, because no matter whether it is resistance or obedience, there will be a different sense of conquest. "I hate you." Diana swore fiercely and turned and went out. "Is this avoiding problems?" Sheng grinned and muttered. After Diana came out angrily, he stopped shortly. In the crowd, Artemis was sitting on the ground and surrounded by a little golden light. "That's the source." "Has Artemis got the source to become the new goddess of strife?" Diana asked curiously to her mother, who was walking over. Hippollet nodded. "It should be, but she still needs time to get used to this ability." "Diana, are you okay?" Diana shook her head. Hippollet sighed and did not ask any more. She wants to talk to Sheng. Regarding Eris, regarding the gods, regarding the wall of origin, she had a hunch that Paradise Island might not be as peaceful as before. Hippollet would definitely not go to Sheng right after her daughter came out, not to mention that she had to pay attention to the situation of Artemis. After all, this might be the birth of the first god on Paradise Island. However, Artemis seemed to have no signs of waking up for a short time after sitting, so when Sheng came to see Artemis at noon, when Hippollet took the initiative to act as a tour guide and showed him around. "I have to say that Paradise Island is indeed beautiful. Many places that are famous for their pristine scenery are probably not as good as this place. Sheng thinks Felicity will definitely like this place. So, would you like to snatch the legendary team's wave rider?" "Why hasn't the legendary team come back? It's so slow to be able to travel through time, so I really treat myself as a policeman." Sheng mumbled and looked at Hippollet. "After holding back for so long, just say whatever you want to say." Hippollet pondered for a moment and asked, "You really came from the future. What will happen to Paradise Island in the future?" Sheng curled his lips and said boringly, "I guess you will ask this. When Diana leaves Paradise Island and kills Eris to become a Wonder Woman, Paradise Island will become a symbol. I don't know the others, but Steppenwolf will make a comeback and will come to Paradise Island to take back the East-West that you have kept." Steppenwolf. Hippollet looked startled and thought of the battle long ago, when humans, gods, Atlanteans, and even people from outer space helped drive away Steppenwolves. If Steppenwolves make a comeback, Paradise Island. How to resist? This is the difference between the new god and the old god. A Steppenwolf is already difficult for you to deal with. Steppenwolf comes from Apocalypse and obeys Darkseid, the god of Apocalypse, although Darkseid is his nephew, but who made his brother-in-law Yuga Khan obsessed with the Wall of Origin and got stuck on it. That's why Zeus would die, so the gods would die because he couldn't be beaten. If he didn't want to die if he was beaten, he had to. I clipped my tail and hid. Sheng suddenly laughed and thought of an interesting inference. Would Zeus know that the new god will replace the old god? So if he doesn't have enough strength, he will come up with the number. How many more cubs will be given birth and one group will fight if one fails? What if it goes wrong? For example, Wonder Woman. What on earth is the Wall of Origins? This is the second time Sheng mentioned the Wall of Origins. A Steppenwolf can only repel the power of the gods and even the power of alien friends. What about the stronger Darkseid? Where is Dak's father Yuga Khan? Hippollet suddenly felt that the future was dim, the source of everything. If Sheng remembers correctly, the Wall of Origin is the boundary of the known universe. Outside the wall is the source, all answers, the source of all existence, and the source created the gods and Superman class. The origin of the life of the first lantern beasts of the Seven Lantern Legion. The spirit of existence also comes from the existence outside the Wall of Origin. The Wall of Origin has a special nature. Anything in the universe will be stuck to the wall as long as it touches it. Living beings will be unconsciously fixed there like vegetative people, such as the Father Yuga Khan, who makes Dax feared, and the supreme little Superman in the comics, etc. The only one who can rely on himself from the wall, only Yuga Khan, the god of origin, went up and down. But this guy died by himself and stuck back. It is not without benefits to be stuck on the Wall of Origin, at least it will not be affected by the restart of the universe. After all, scams like the Flash will restart when the mess can't be solved. Who makes people run fast? Speaking of running fast, the Legend Squad is really slow. The source of everything, then, Hippollet still asks Sheng but interrupted with some impatientness. Okay, I'm not 100,000 Y, even if it is, 100,000 Y is a bedtime reading, it's almost the same for your daughter to ask. Hippollet's expression was stiff, so can you understand it like this in bedtime reading? Sheng was very upset about the slow behavior of the Legend Squad and simply turned around and went back. They heard a lively applause as soon as they came back and then saw Artemis fighting with Diana. Regardless of the original fighting skills, one is a demigod who has just awakening supernatural power and a new goddess of strife who has just gained a source. The two are almost half-hearted. Mother, owner. The noise suddenly stopped and the two fierce fighting stopped, seeing Sheng and Hippollet. How is it? Sheng asked Artemis casually. Artemis said excitedly, it's great, as if there are endless powerful forces and I'm not too proficient, I can become stronger. Master, can I try to challenge you? Artemis asked excitedly. Sheng smiled and raised his hand. Boom! Artemis instantly felt a pain in his head and hit the ground directly. Blinded, although she was unprepared, she didn't even see Sheng's movements clearly and this power. A seemingly understatement made her scalp spin. You can pretend to be forceful with them, pretend to me and kill you. Sheng said lightly, she sure and left under the dumb and shocked eyes of everyone. This is the Teaching to Behave series. Even if Eris was hit by Sheng, let alone Artemis, a rookie who just got his source, Diana helped Artemis up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Artemis shook his head, still a little dizzy now. There are intruders. A startled roar's sudden sound shocked everyone. Another intruder, roar's whistling sound came from the air and a battleship slowly fell from the air and the wind blowing people couldn't open their eyes. Boom, the battleship landed and the hatch slowly opened. The legendary squad captain Lip Hunter in a trench coat took Sarah White Canary, Captain Cold Leonard Steiner and Heatwave McRaleigh down. Hello everyone in Paradise Island, please don't get excited, take the liberty to disturb you, we are here to find Sheng. Lip Hunter looked at the uncomfortable Amazonians around him and hurriedly explained. Are you a legendary team? Diana asked. Rip Hunter was stunned and nodded. How did they know? Did Sheng tell them? Damn, what did Sheng do? Rip Hunt was thinking about it, but Diana suddenly rushed over. Don't do it, we are not malicious, we are here to help you solve the trouble. It's the trouble you brought to Paradise Island. With a cold snort, Diana rushed over and knocked Rip Hunter down. Captain Cold Leonard Steiner and Heatwave McRaleigh were about to take action but were brought down by Artemis, who rushed over together. Sarah White Canary looked at the surrounding Amazon warriors and raised her hand with interest. Grab all of me to see the master. Artemis snorted coldly. Can you ask who is your master? Sheng. Oh my god, what did Sheng do? The fleeting years are unfavorable and it is estimated that few are more unlucky than the legendary squad. As soon as she debuted, White Canary Sarah Lance almost left the team because her sister had an extra boyfriend. Fortunately, she successfully sent the culprit to the Paradise Island ruled by the future Wonder Woman Diana and countless Amazon warriors. I thought it would be so. The time deviation can be corrected, but what about the result? Although Sarah Rance stayed, the Raptor team was born. The only difference is that the Raptor team without Sheng is low-key. No one knows that she is still alive. So she still betrayed the Assassin Alliance and wanted to protect her family. She was still killed and resurrected, and then joined the legendary team. It can be said that there is no correction at all except for her history. That's all. After all, she solved the crisis of leaving the team. She wanted to kill Vandal Savage and picked Sheng back. But the nickname of the garbage dump team is not for nothing, but Savage is still alive and well. Hung up and finally got out of danger, but the time bounty hunter Chrono sent by Rip Hunt's former boss, Lord of Time, chased him down like a mad dog. How to do? After all, let's send Sheng back first, and the result verified that sentence. As long as you work hard, nothing can't be screwed up. Have a future Wonder Woman, and the Paradise Island of countless brave Amazons have been enslaved by Sheng, and these people didn't mean to resist. Do you dare to believe it? This is as ridiculous as they couldn't kill Vandal Savage suddenly drinking water and choking to death. It's not that they don't understand, it's that the world is changing too fast. Seeing the Amazon warriors all around, watching Sheng lead people into the Wave Rider, Lip Hunt's intestines are almost regretful. On board the Wave, Artemis, Diana, and Hippollet looked curiously at this spaceship full of futuristic technology. This boat can really travel through time. Diana asked curiously. Sheng waved his hand and did not answer. He was busy watching the situation of the Raptor team and Helena. After Sheng's disappearance, Felicity took the initiative to find Laurel and Catwoman and began to organize a search. One in order to find his boyfriend, one in order to know the real culprit who killed his sister, and the other in order to obtain software to wash off the criminal record. In the process of searching for Sheng, he solved some criminals in the city by the way, and the Raptor team gradually took shape. On the other side, the evidence was lost. Sheng and Helena, who had evaporated from the world, were not idle. You want to find Sheng? What a coincidence, me too. Helena went directly to the Raptor team to briefly explain the matter and then gave them two choices. Either hand over Sheng or hand over the deleted evidence. Want Sheng? We are also looking for it. Want evidence? Deleted, just like this on both sides. Recollecting evidence is too difficult, so Helena decides to do it herself in the name of a huntress. Although Catwoman stayed out of the matter, Laurel, who was targeting lawyers, and the kind and justice Felicity stopped doing it. Lyingzy got deeper and deeper. Although it was not to the point of death, it was still incompatible. The Raptor squad stopped the Huntress several times. Killing Frank, the Huntress, also caused a lot of trouble to the Raptor squad. The Huntresses who worked alone suffered a bit, but in general they had each other's wins and losses. Although it was different from what Sheng thought, the Raptor team and the Huntress were torn each other, and no one had time to think about giving themselves a hat. The goal was achieved. They came to pick you up, will you go with them? Diana asked when she came to Sheng. Artemis and Hippolytus looked over at once, reluctant to leave. Sheng smiled and stretched out his hands to put Diana's shoulders. Diana snorted coldly and pushed Sheng's hand away. No matter where you are, I will defeat you and make you pay. Then you will never forget me in your life. Sheng chuckles disapprovingly. Artemis, bring them here. Yes. It didn't take long for Artemis to answer and bring someone to the legendary squad. Sheng looked at the deadly legendary team and smiled. The embankment is higher than the shore and the waves will destroy it. You are so waves. Now you regret it. The operation is as fierce as a tiger. When the result is 205, it is you. The Paradise Island was destroyed and they became my slaves. Even Wonder Woman, I was forced to do it. What can you say about the consequences of this time deviation? What if Wonder Woman hates men for not joining the Justice League in the future, but the world will retaliate against men? Do you feel that success is not enough? Do you think that? Don't despair. Sheng smiled brilliantly. Because at least your judgment is correct. We will send you back and then make up for this time deviation. Lip Hunter turned his head and said seriously to the three of Hippollet. I promise that we will redeem all of this and that what he did has never happened. Has he? Sheng's words fell and Sheng laughed. The more he laughed, the louder he laughed. His fingers on the legendary squad one by one and finally pointed to the three of Hippollet, some arrogant taunts. There is 50 fun, do you know what? Even if you have this opportunity, even if I don't stop you, they will definitely not agree. Are you crazy? Hawkgirl Kendra Sanders couldn't help shouting. He was a lunatic and it is not unusual to speak madly. White Canary Sarah Lance followed. Sometimes if you don't work hard, you don't know what despair is. Susang smiled and asked Hippolyte, as the queen of the Amazon who became my slave, tell them, do you want them to change what happened? Change what happened. Then who will stop Eris, the goddess of strife? No, Hippolyte said solemnly. How could this be? Hawkgirl cried out inexplicably. You sacrificed your own Artemis to save the tribe. Are you willing to change everything that happened? Susang asked again. My master, whoever wants to change all this is my enemy. Artemis said with a sharp look at the legendary team. She is now the goddess of strife. Silence. The legendary team can't understand why this is happening. Seeing Susang looking at Diana, they couldn't help raising their hopes. Diana, who was superseded, would definitely hope that this never happened, right? Seeing the expectation of the legendary team, Susang said to Diana with a chuckle. It's you, Wonder Woman, who was forced to have a baby with me. Tell them that you want this to never happen. Diana hesitation. She would definitely be willing that this had never happened, but what would happen if there was no Susang? I can't stop Eris by myself. The people of the tribe will die more. Artemis will not become the new goddess of strife, and no one knows what Paradise Island will become. Taking a deep breath, Diana shook her head firmly. This may be the best result. I will defeat him and make him pay, wash away my shame and regain my glory, I swear in the name of the Amazon princess. The legendary team is desperate. Even Wonder Woman is unwilling to change all of this. Why on earth? What the hell did you do? White Canary Sarah Lance asked Susang in disbelief. I only did what I wanted to do, nothing more. Susang shrugged and said relaxedly, for example, I want to take the wave now. Impossible. Lip Hunt yelled eagerly, the Wave Rider is mine. It's mine now, Susang said to Hippolyte with a chuckle. Congratulations, you are liberated and free. With the wave number in hand, Susang is about to leave. The liberation from slavery did not make Hippolyte too excited. She asked steadily, do we need to do something, for example, kill them? Diana was a little hesitation at first but soon became firm. Mother, although they caused this series of things, the sin is not dying. Hippolyte did not speak and looked at Susang. Susang chuckled and said, there is no need for this. They originally came from the future timeline. Kill the present and they are still alive in the past. Not to mention who will kill the Vandal Savage, who will rule the world in the future. I'm not interested in going to 2166 to make a special trip to save the world. So you don't have to do anything as long as I'm enthusiastic when I come next time. Don't refuse me to ride a horse. I will choose the best white horse, Hippolyte answered. I'm going to change place to wave, you can go down. Susang smiled and waved. Hippolyte nodded and led the Amazon warriors to leave the Wave Rider. Artemis's hesitation was blocked by Hippolyte. There will be a greater crisis in Paradise Island. You are now the goddess of strife and we need you. Can't. I know what you are worried about. Believe me, no clansman will blame you for the decision you made before. You saved them. Artemis looked at Hippolyte and then at Susang and finally left the Wave Rider in silence. Diana. In front of the cabin door, Hippolyte suddenly called Diana. Mother. Diana looked at her mother suspiciously. You stay with him, Hippolyte said. Why? Diana looked at her mother in surprise. Why let me follow him? Didn't you say that Paradise Island will encounter a greater crisis? Then I should stay. If you are worried that they will change what happened, all this should let Artemis stay. Well, why me? Child, don't you always want to see the outside world? Follow him, you can see more, learn more, so that you have the opportunity to defeat him, and then you will have the strength to protect the Paradise Island. Hippolyte caressed Diana's cheek, pushed her away reluctantly and left after a long while. Mother. In Diana's dismissive gaze, the hatch slowly closed. Why? Artemis wondered why the queen forced Diana to stay. I did it for her good, Hippolyte replied in his heart. As the Godslayer, Diana's destiny is to fight with Eris, the god of war, but with the current strength of Diana, it is impossible to be Eris's opponent, especially when the gods are not dead and the jealous Queen Hera is in Eris. In the event that she might be in trouble after death, Hippolyte felt that it was safest for her to follow Susang. As for fighting the god of war Eris, Hippolyte planned to help Diana find a replacement when she was a child, but later dispelled the idea. But the candidate has been receiving the same training as Diana and can be used as an ordinary Amazon warrior if he doesn't need it, but now. Maybe it can work. I hope Diana can grow up with him as soon as possible. After all, even if you stay and defeat Eris, you won't be able to face the invasion of the steppe wolves in the future. Hippolyte sighed secretly as he watched the takeoff by Wave, on board the Wave. Susang stretched out his hand and slid unconsciously on the console, and the information at each point in time flashed quickly. It all looks boring. Do you have any interesting time points to recommend? Susang asked casually as he looked up at the legendary team lying on the ground. It's not easy to own the Wave Rider. It's not easy to drive Sheng manually. Autopilot requires the cooperation of artificial intelligence Gideon, but he does not have this permission. Even if he does, he will be denied by Rip Hunter, who has the highest permission, so Sheng use a very simple and direct method to make Rip Hunt obedient. Child is not obedient, just a beat. When they felt that the Amazon fighters had a chance to take down Sheng to correct the deviation after they left, Sheng beat them first. Seeing the resentful and angry faces of the Legend Squad, Sheng chuckled lightly. Don't do this, in fact, you should thank me for knocking you down because lying down is very comfortable. Then why don't you lie down? Rip Hunter responded to Sheng's sarcasm in an angry manner. I haven't met someone who can knock me down yet. Sheng said with a grin, I don't think so. White Canary Sarah Lance said quietly and looked behind Sheng. Sheng turned his head slightly and was shocked. Diana, do you really want to have a baby with me? Diana, who was a bit sad about parting, heard these words and hit Sheng with her fist. I thought about it. Sheng yelled and grabbed Diana's fist and smiled like an uncle. I thought of a new candidate for the pillow. The new pillow, candidate. Diana broke away from Sheng's hand for a moment and didn't react for a moment. Some people's bad habits. White Canary Sarah Lance slowly stood up and looked at Diana and said in a mocking tone, Don't understand. It's just to sleep with a woman as a pillow and maybe do nothing, it's a scum. That's better than someone who can only grind tofu. Sheng casually slapped her without asking how she knew her habit, turning around and tapping on the console. A moment later, the information at a point in time tilde emerged. 1871, Redemption Town in Dakota, what's there? Sarah Rance asked suspiciously, looking at the information that Sheng called up. The candidate for the new pillow, it's a pity that I can only find her name slowly. Sheng mumbled and looked at Lip Hunt, who reluctantly told Gideon to travel through time. The Wave Rider crossed again. This time Sheng didn't feel uncomfortable. Although Diana was a little nervous, she looked okay. After all, she was a demigod. In 1871, Redemption outside the town. The Wave Rider landed and entered the stealth mode, Sheng said with a smile. The tofu grinder, follow me, you are free to move around. Rip Hunt hurriedly asked, What the hell are you doing here? How long will you stay? Looking for a new pillow, how long will you stay? So long as you find it. Sheng hooked Sarah Lance and got off the Wave Rider. Diana frowned and could only keep up. After getting off the wave ride, Sarah Lance patted Sheng's hand and asked dissatisfiedly, Why bring me hostage? Sheng Lisuo definitely said, What if they ran away on the Wave Rider? I'm asking why it's me, Sarah Lance said irritably. You have big breasts. Sheng lowered his head and cast a glance. Although Sarah Lance is not as delicate and beautiful as her sister, her airport is really big. If you can't find a new pillow, you can replace it. Don't you have a Wonder Woman? Sarah Lance looked at Diana, who followed. Can I still sleep holding her? What do you mean? Sarah Lance was stunned. You can't sleep holding her, you can sleep holding me. Are you saying I'm ugly? You know your face is perfect if it covers 2 places. Sheng said seriously, is it perfect to cover 2 places? Sarah Lance asked curiously, which 2 places? The left half of the face and the right half of the face. Sarah Lance took a deep breath to restrain the urge to do it. You simply said that I blocked my face. The town of Salvation is not big, a bit desolate and backward. Rows of wooden small buildings with horses tied to the front door. Everyone dressed like a Western cowboy looked at the 3 people who entered the town in strange costumes in surprise and vigilance. Sheng is okay. Sarah Lance wore a white canary uniform and Diana even wore Wonder Woman's armor. In this era, I won't say a lot of exposure, but it's definitely an alternative. Hi, excuse me. Sheng hooked the man on the side of the road and the man hesitation walked over vigilantly. Don't worry, I just want to ask, do you know where the brothel is? Brothel? Sarah Lance stared at Sheng with wide eyes. The man was also stunned. Maybe he didn't expect Sheng to go to the brothel with 2 such beautiful women. He secretly looked at Diana and Sarah Lance with envy and pointed at the 2nd-story corridor in the distance. It's there, but I shouldn't find anything more beautiful than the 2 you brought with you. There will always be surprises in life. Sheng smiled and walked straight to the 2nd-story building. When you opened the door, you saw a hall where several men and women were drinking. After the door was pushed open, everyone looked over subconsciously and saw that Sheng took Sarah Lance and Diana's 2 extreme, especially everyone in Diana was shocked. Who is responsible here? Sheng looked around and raised his voice. A woman who looked like her mother Sang came over and Sheng smiled brightly. Call out all the girls and let me choose. The woman looked suspiciously at Sheng and nodded hesitantly. After a while, chickens and dogs jumped. All the girls were called out. Unprofessional at all, stand up and stand in a row. Sheng looked at the loose girls and couldn't help but command, Are all here? It's all here. Sheng nodded and waited for the girls to stand before they looked carefully one by one. No, no. Nor, Sheng looked at them one by one, waved their hands one by one, and turned her head to look at her mother Sang after the last one. Are you sure there are no other girls? What, didn't you take a fancy to these? Mother Sang hesitation for a moment. There is another one just delivered, but money is not a problem, Sheng interrupted. Call me out to see. All right. Not long after she turned and left, she brought a woman who was obviously still unclean. Sheng's eyes lit up. It's her. Mother Sang didn't seem to expect that the customer who was so picky just now would see her so simply. She was stunned and nodded and pushed the woman over. She is yours now. Thank you. Sheng smiled and took the woman's shoulders and walked away. Wait, the room is upstairs. Mother Sang hurriedly called, and you said that money is not a problem, so it's best to pay first. Yes, money is not a problem. Sheng nodded and smiled at his mother Sang can. The problem is that there is no money. No money. Mother Sang was stunned for an instant. Money is not the problem, but the problem is that there is no money. You play me? Do you dare to play me? Do you know where this is? As soon as Mother Sang's roar fell, several big men jumped out from the side and rushed towards Sheng. Sheng didn't move, just glanced at Sarah Lance. Sarah Lance greeted him with a wry smile. Bang, bang, bang. Sarah Lance, who was born in the Assassin Alliance, made a quick move and easily put a few big guys to the ground under the horrified eyes of everyone. The surroundings became quiet for an instant. Mother Sang, who was still roaring just now, looked at Sarah in horror and hurriedly closed her mouth. What's your name? Sheng asked softly, holding the woman's shoulders. Lily, she replied in a trembling voice. Now you are mine. Sheng looked at his mother Sang with a chuckle. Is there a problem? Mother Sang shook her head quickly. Do you want more money? Sheng asked again. Mother Sang shook her head again. Sheng smiled and went upstairs with her arms around Lily. Upstairs. Wait, don't you go? Sarah Lance asked in a daze. Why do you want to leave if you don't need money? Sheng asked definitely and went straight upstairs. Fact. Sarah Lance couldn't help but cursed. What the hell is this B******* D doing? If you rob someone in a brothel, stay here if you don't leave. Is this treating her as a thug and bodyguard? Sarah Lance said to Diana, unhappy. If there is a chance, I will not let him go. Diana nodded silently. Unhappy and unhappy, Sarah Lance really didn't dare to let it go, otherwise who knew what this guy who even dared to enslave Paradise Island would do in this era. The second floor. In a certain room. Sheng let go of Layli and looked at the room casually. Layli lowered her head nervously and did not dare to move or speak. Sarah Lance and Diana followed. Didn't you find the pillow? What are you doing here? Sarah Lance asked uncomfortably and subconsciously looked at Lily. I have to admit that Lily is very beautiful, although not well dressed. The long legs, slender waist, and big waves, the wheat-colored skin, and the exquisite facial features reveal the charm of youthfulness. And the turquoise eyes with fear and tension make people feel pity. It is a superb. Sarah Lance suddenly felt that she was snatched away by Sheng as a pillow, at least better than staying here and betraying her body. What's the rush? Anyway, you are hiding here while running. Sheng turned around and said to Layli, my clothes are taken off. Huh? Layli was stunned. Diana, who was concealed just now, couldn't help but said, you can't humiliate women like this. Either she takes it off or you take it off. You choose yourself. Sheng smiled and watched Diana took out the mantra lasso. Diana frowned and said nothing. Take off. Sheng looked at Layli again. Lily lowered her head and took off one by one. Humph. Diana snorted and turned and went out, and Sarah Lance could only follow it out. After all, it is not only Sheng that will cause time deviations in this era, but also the Amazon Princess Diana. Not bad. Sheng looked at Layli with satisfaction and walked to the closet aside. There were many styles of clothes hanging in it. Sheng picked out a few of them and handed them to Layli. Replace it. Lily took it and put it on. After a while, Sheng's expression of satisfaction grew stronger. Seeing Layli was wearing black boots, suspenders similar to stockings on her legs, a tuxedo-style white gauze dress. Her black waistband was slightly open at the airport, her hands wearing black silk hollowed gloves, her head was pretty shawl and fall. Sheng looked around and suddenly tore off the dovetail, and Layli shuddered in shock. It's so pleasing to the eye. Me, what am I going to do? Lily asked with a tentative trembling. Sheng walked to the bed and sat down, looking at the timid Lily, and asked, did you come voluntarily or were you sold here? I was sold here. This is a chaotic era, but I like it. Sheng beckoned with a chuckle, and Layli approached and stroked her leg with a smile. Do you want revenge, for example? Burn this brothel? Huh? Layli was stunned again, but after a long while she said firmly, yes, then do it. Sheng smiled. Lily walked to the side of the oil lamp firmly, as if she really planned to burn the brothel. Boom. At the moment, a loud noise suddenly came and the whole building shook violently. There was panic and screams one after another outside. The door of the brothel was directly shattered and the fire spread. In the hallway, panicked men and women ran out of the room. Sarah, Lance, and Diana pushed in and shouted eagerly, "Something went wrong, we were found." "Who discovered it?" Sheng asked casually. "Time bounty hunter Kronos," Sarah Lance said solemnly. Because Rip Hunt's betrayal annoyed the Lord of Time, he found a time bounty hunter to hunt them down. The legendary team had planned to send Sheng back to avoid the mad dog Kronos before, but he didn't expect him to chase here again so quickly, and he obviously rushed to Sarah Lance. "It looks like someone has done it for you." Sheng smiled and patted Laylee, who was standing still. Sarah Lance and Diana realized that Lily had changed her clothes, making her look more beautiful than before. "Do you want to know who Kronos is?" Sheng asked Sarah Lance. Sarah Lance said, "I just want to know what happened to the Wave Rider. Kronos should have gone to find the Wave Rider first, but now he is here. What happened to the Wave Rider? Just look at it." Sheng hugged Laylee and threw a fist against the wall facing the window. A big hole appeared in the wall instantly. Holding the shocked Laylee, Sheng jumped out, landing easily. Sheng lifted his foot and stomped lightly, and the brothel at the back instantly collapsed, rumbling. "The sound is loud and dusty." Diana walked out of the ruins guarding Sarah Lance. "We are still inside." 5-1 Sarah Lance roared at Sheng. Whoosh! Just after the voice fell, a laser beam struck over. Diana waved her arm away and looked at Kronos, who was wearing an armor, a mask, and a laser gun not far away. In Greek mythology, Kronos is the god of time, but Kronos in front of him is just a bounty hunter cultivated by the Lord of Time. The status are very different. The only thing in common is time, and his true identity is even more interesting. He is Heatwave Mikrali. That's right, it's the Heatwave in the legendary team Mikrali, but this one comes from another timeline. Boom, boom, boom. Kronos' laser gun fired wildly at Sarah Lance. Diana blocked her in front of her and waved her arms, and the Guardian's silver bracelet bounced the laser lightly and flew around. "Is it irritating?" Sheng asked with a chuckle at the frightened Laylee. Laylee opened her sexy lips and nodded blankly. Whether it was Sheng punching through the wall or the armored Kronos in front of her eyes, it was far beyond her cognition, let alone being able to play. Diana, Wonder Woman, who turned on the laser and looked heroic. "You. Who are you?" Lily asked subconsciously. "Who?" Sheng thought for a while and said with a smile, "They don't matter. As for me, my name is Sheng, which should be regarded as your master. Aren't you going to help?" Sarah Lance yelled dissatisfiedly when seeing Sheng standing by and flirting with Lily. "I am more interested in it." Sheng pointed to a black spaceship not far away, which was Kronos' ship. Since he is a time bounty hunter, his ship can naturally travel through time. Although it does not seem to be as big and luxurious as the Ride Wave, it should not have the artificial intelligence of Gideon. In other words, this is a time ship that can be used by grabbing it. The premise of definitely is to know how to do it. Seeing Sheng holding Lily towards his spaceship, Kronos hurriedly turned his gun. At this time, Sarah Lance finally stopped hiding behind Diana. With a raised hand, the dagger directly hit Kronos' laser gun and knocked it to the ground. The next moment, he rushed directly over. Sarah Lance jumped up high with her scissor legs, clamped Kronos' neck and threw him out and hit him on the ground. Kronos snorted just as she was about to get up, but Sarah Lance pressed his knees against him. The dagger rested on his neck. "Say, how about the Wave Rider?" On the black spaceship, Sheng took the eyes of Not Enough, and Lily, whose brain had been turned off, visited. This ship can be said that although the Sparrow is small and has all the internal organs, it can be said that it has everything except artificial intelligence, and even the weaponry is more powerful than the Wave Riding. From now on, this ship will be called the Disciple. "I'm optimistic about our boat. I'll go out and have a look," Sheng said to Laylee and turned and went down. Kronos' helmet has been taken off, revealing the vicissitudes of Heatwave Mikrali's vicissitudes and sturdy face. Sarah Lance and Diana, standing aside, were a little shocked. Especially Sarah Lance didn't expect to chase him from the beginning. Kronos, who killed them, would heat up Mikrali. Heatwave Mikralim is clearly with them. "Why is this?" Sarah Lance hurriedly asked when Sheng came over. "It's from another timeline," Sheng said casually and looked at Heatwave Mikrali. "Is there an operation manual?" "This is the boat the Lord of Time gave me you." Boom! Heatwave Mikrali hadn't finished saying, Sheng directly broke his leg and the pain caused him to bounce instantly and yelled in pain. "Yes or no?" Number, yes. Oh. Looking at the painful cold sweat and the direct heat wave of Mikrali, Sheng's hand flickered with thunder and directly smashed it down. Boom! In the azure blue light, the heat wave Mikrali directly turned into coke. "What are you doing?" Sarah Lance did not expect that Susang would kill Mikrali Heatwave directly. After all, this is Mikrali Heatwave, even if he came from another timeline, even if he became Kronos chased them down, but it was her teammate after all. Are you going to let him meet the current Heatwave Mikrali to play a double body? Or do you plan to let him go and let him continue to chase you? Anyway, Heatwave Mikrali didn't really die. If you miss this one in the future, he still has a chance to become Kronos and will continue to chase you down. It sounds like it has become an infinite loop of time paradox. Sheng curled his lips and said in a tone that is worthless for you, "Tell Rip Hunter that I have new toys and you can continue to save the world." "Will you drive?" Sarah Lance asked in a daze. "I can't learn it." Sheng waved his hand disapprovingly and turned to the boat. Diana glanced at Sarah Lance and followed. Sheng studied on the disciple with enthusiasm. Although it is not the same as driving a car, it shouldn't be difficult to learn. When Diana and Layli visited the spacecraft to get to know each other, Sheng had already fought and started the spacecraft. The disciple slowly lifted off with a little wobbly, and then rushed out with a swoosh like a rocket. Sarah Lance stared blankly at the spaceship leaving, suddenly felt a very ridiculous feeling. He just left. Obviously, she was used as a hostage by the robbing and occupying ship, but it turned out to be too quick to dismiss it so quickly. 2 flowers bloom and 1 branch each, not to mention Sarah Lance, who is about to return to the Wave Rider, and Sheng is driving the disciple in the air. Although most of the functions have not been figured out yet, at least it is okay to drive as an airplane. I don't know how long it took to fly, but the disciple landed slowly in a desert. The hatch opened. Sheng, Layli and Diana walked down slowly. Looking at the endless desert, Diana and Lily looked surprised. This was the first time they saw the desert. "What are we doing here?" Diana asked curiously. "Watch the sunset." Sheng sat on the edge of the cabin door looking at the distant horizon and said with a chuckle, "The setting sun shines on the golden desert with a rare beauty." Layli and Diana couldn't help but sit down beside Sheng, watching the sunset quietly. After a long time, Sheng suddenly opened his arms around the shoulders of the two and asked with a smile, "Okay, Luo has finished watching that day, let's go in." "I didn't challenge you today," Diana avoided subconsciously and said. "But you are still on my boat with me now, shouldn't you pay something?" Sheng said as expected. "You grabbed this. The ship I grabbed by my ability is definitely mine, you can grab it if you have the ability. I'm not as shameless as you." Diana snorted and jumped out of the boat in an unacceptable look. Sheng curled his lips and hugged Layli and got up and went in. For Lily, today is an unimaginable day. She doesn't know who Sheng is or what the future holds, but she knows that her destiny has completely changed. She knows that the man in front of her is her master, and she knows that she should please him to please him and let her own future. Live better. Looking at Sheng lying on the bed, Layli slowly took off her clothes, one by one, falling to the ground. Lily walked slowly to the bed and lay down on him and kissed him, jerky but active, as if the budding flowers were gradually releasing her charm. Seeing her pleasing herself without a teacher, Sheng wanted to see what she could do with great interest. Lily is smart, or should this be a woman's ability? She will observe Sheng's reaction and analyze what he likes, dislikes, and what he expects. So she did it thoroughly, so thoroughly that Sheng could not actively participate in it while watching. Each flower has its own unique charm and each wave has a different stimulation. Surfing, Sheng is serious. For a long time, Sheng hugged Layli lying in his arms and said with a smile, "You will change your name to Dahai, 590, the sea?" "Why?" Layli looked at Sheng lazily, her turquoise eyes revealing curious gazes. "Because the sea." "You are all water," Sheng chuckles. Lily's face blushed slightly and changed the subject. "Diana, is she your pillow too? If she is, when I think of you, all you have experienced are the skills left to me." Sheng smiled and changed a comfortable position to hug her into a deep sleep. No words for a night. Sheng and Layli came out of the room the next morning. As soon as they came out, they saw Diana sitting in a chair as if she hadn't slept all night. Seeing Sheng coming out, Diana rushed to him in an instant. "I want to talk to you." "What are you talking about?" Sheng asked casually. "I heard some sounds last night," Diana hesitation said. Lily's face flushed instantly. "I'll go and see if there is anything to eat." After speaking, Lily ran away. Sheng shrugged. "You just want to say this." "It seems that the sound insulation of the disciples is not very good." "No," Diana frowned and shook her head. "I'm not talking about you, I heard Athena's voice." "You are Wonder Woman, not a Saint Seiya." "What saint?" Diana was shocked. "I really heard Athena's voice. She told me that the disaster that destroyed the gods was born and asked me to go to Eris." Didn't you hear?" Sheng also has supernatural powers, so Diana would ask this question. Sheng thought about it seriously and shook his head. Maybe the signal is bad, Diana snorted dissatisfiedly. I think the disaster Athena said refers to Eris and I want to go to Eris. Okay, when I study and understand how to travel through time, I will take you to Eris. Sheng didn't really matter anyway, as long as it was exciting and interesting, it would be the same in any wave. He sat in the driving position and studied them one by one. After several attempts, he really found the function of traveling through time in the operating system. Haha, I found it, in 1917, disciple set out. Sheng yelled with excitement, ignoring Diana and Layli who were stumbling and letting the disciple jump in time. Whoosh, the sky lit up and the disciple disappeared. In 1917. The First World War is drawing to a close, and the Allied powers have negotiated and signed an armistice agreement. Non-theater. The gloomy sky suddenly lit up, and the disciple slowly landed on the clearing not far away. Surrounded by an endless wilderness, the disciple enters invisible mode. Arrive. Sheng turned around and saw Diana holding onto the wall, and Layli lay on the ground in uncomfortable panic and shouted that she could not see. The side effect of traveling through time, just a few more visits. Sheng said to Layli casually. Through time, Layli was shocked. Where is Eris? Diana asked Sheng. Sheng chuckles. Don't worry, I'll take you to Eris later. The side effects of traveling through time did not last long on Layli, and 2 hours later Sheng took Diana and Layli to the city. There was a lot of traffic and the crowd was surging. For Diana and Lily, everything around is so fresh. People in Redemption Town rarely stay for a long time, so it's only now that Diana has come to the human world for the first time. As for Lily, not long ago she was still in 1871, but now 46 years later she doesn't know how to describe this feeling. The trio attracted a lot of attention along the way and Diana suddenly stopped groaning and pressing her head as she walked. Your side effects are too late, right? Sheng was stunned and jokingly asked. It's Athena. Diana whispered. She heard Athena's voice again. This time the voice seems clearer than last time, as if it was a certain way to directly transmit the voice into her mind. Diana tried to communicate, but it didn't work. She could only listen to Athena's voice over and over again. Repeating that sentence back and forth in my mind. The disaster that destroyed the gods was born. Go to Eris. Is she okay? Layli looked at Diana with concern and asked Sheng in a low voice. Can't die. Sheng smiled and said suddenly. I'm going to buy some oranges, you just stand here and don't walk around. Huh? Ah. Layli watched him turn away and approached Diana nervously, waiting nervously for Sheng to return. Athena's voice gradually disappeared from her mind and Diana asked Lily, where did he go? He said to buy some oranges and let us stand here and don't walk around. Diana nodded, frowning. About 20 minutes or so, Sheng Shishuren came back from a distance. This is an orange. Seeing Sheng holding 2 felt black coats, Diana and Layli were a little confused. Although they didn't know what an orange was, they knew it was clothes. One person passed it one by one and asked them to put it on. Sheng smiled and said, I just discovered something interesting. What's interesting? Diana didn't say a word, but Lily consciously entered the popular role. I saw Wonder Woman. Diana heard Sheng, and the legendary team said many times that he would become Wonder Woman in the future, so he said that Diana's first reaction after seeing Wonder Woman was to point to himself. Me, I've always been here. You are a Wonder Woman, but Wonder Woman is not necessarily you. That's why I find it interesting. I saw other Wonder Woman here. Who is she? Where did she come from? I can't wait to know her. I've got my identity. Sheng's mouth raised slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Where did you see it? Diana Tilda also wanted to figure it out. Sheng shook his head. It's already far away, but since she is here, it is not difficult to find her. Let's find a good place to watch the theater. Perhaps she came to deal with Eris too, Diana guessed. Who knows? Originally planned to stroll around and go directly to Eris, but now Sheng has changed his mind. A room was opened on the top floor of the tallest hotel in the city, and Sheng took Diana and Layli directly to the room under the envy of the waiter. The vision is not bad. Sheng stood by the window and nodded in satisfaction. From here, most of the city could be seen. If the Wonder Woman had come to trouble Eris, he should be able to find out quickly once the fight started. Turning around, she dragged the curiosity Layli onto the bed, took off her coat and untied her waist. Sheng laid her pillow on her lap and untied the rope on her clothes, and the clothes that had lost their restraint were instantly unraveled a bird's eye view. Sheng played casually, chuckles toward Diana who walked to the window and looked outside. This Wonder Woman must be related to Paradise Island. I wonder if your mother found one of you after leaving you by my side. A substitute to become a Wonder Woman for you to complete the mission. If she can defeat Eris the best, even if not at least you are safe, you still have a chance to complete the mission. But I've never heard my mother mention it. Diana turned her head when she heard the words. She saw the absurd scene on the bed as soon as she turned her head, and she saw Layli actively caress Sheng when she was about to speak. Don't go too far. Diana frowned and snorted. Excessive. Sheng raised his head and asked Layli. Layli smiled sweetly. Definitely no. Sheng smiled triumphantly. I allow you to be uncomfortable, but don't force it otherwise. I don't mind doing too much to you, although I have done a lot. The mantra lasso with golden light came out directly. Diana turned her head in silence and looked out the window. I just like the way you can't understand me and can't help me. Sheng smiled lightly and simply turned over and lay down and glanced at Layli, who took the initiative to ride on him with a sense of heart. Voice of the devil. This is the voice of the devil. Diana felt that this was more painful than Athena's repeated voices in her mind. She wanted to turn around and leave several times, but she was afraid that Sheng would think of something torturing herself, so she could only stare at the almost unchanging sight outside the window. Fortunately, she doesn't understand human society, so she won't feel boring in a short time. But Sheng is a devil. He seems to have guessed that Diana's mind deliberately wants to tell the winner. See if you can't help turning your head, or I can't help handing in the gun first. Life is so boring, I always have to find some fun for myself from time to time. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. Sheng and Diana are the winners, but Layli is almost broken. Enough! Diana finally couldn't help turning her head and shouting. Sheng seemed to have entered the sage time as soon as her voice fell. I won. Sheng smiled triumphantly. Naive, Diana replied coldly. Sheng shrugged and she got up and walked to the bathroom. Only Diana, who was full of anger, faced Layli, who was lying on the gun with big eyes to small eyes. After a while, Sheng hummed a little tune that he didn't understand after taking a shower. Glancing at Layli, who had fallen asleep, Sheng walked over to lie down and said to Diana, Would you like to leave a place for you? Diana said coldly. I don't know why my mother thinks it is better for me to follow you, but if I have to endure this, I have the opportunity to become stronger. I would rather give up. I will find Eris and defeat her or be defeated by him. Diana looked resolutely opened the door and left the room. I am a child who is obedient. I will not change until death, but I only obey myself. Sheng said to himself with a chuckle. So there is no need to pretend to be a good person and do what you want to do. With a chuckle, Sheng lay down with her arms around Layli. As for Diana, leave her alone. As night fell gradually, the silent night suddenly burst into the sky with a faint explosion. The two people in their sleep were awakened by the sound and got up. In the dim room, you can clearly see the dazzling light shining in the distance outside the window, as if to illuminate the night. Where is Diana? Lily found out in a daze that Diana was not in the room. Let's go. Sheng replied casually and got up and went to the window. One of Diana's abilities was a super perception ability bestowed by Artemis, goddess of the hunt, which can greatly enhance vision, hearing, smell, and taste. In the sense of touch, let her have super eyesight, can see far and help her better lock the target and improve the accuracy of strikes. She can bounce bullets and lasers also thanks to this ability. Therefore, even though the fire is far away, Sheng can still see it, especially after being superimposed several times. He can see clearly as if he is right in front of him, as if he had opened a high-powered telescope. In the fire, Sheng saw Wonder Woman and an old man fighting fiercely. This old man is the god of war Eris. This Wonder Woman really came for Eris, the god of war. Sheng mumbled and looked at it with interest. From the equipment point of view, she is more similar to Diana. The weapon is actually a silver lasso of the same style as the mantra lasso, 1 gold and 1 silver. To say that Wonder Woman has no letter fetish, no one believes it, but is it not weak? It seems that there are very few people from Amazon who have the strength to replace Diana as Wonder Woman, so it is. Donna Troy, if you don't have any followers these days, the family and the like are embarrassed to say that you are a superhero. What? Superman family, Bat family, Lightning family, Wonder Woman family, these are the standard features of popular heroes. When you go out, Roar will embrace you. If you are not familiar with it, you can't tell who is who. Even the Green Arrow man who copied the Master Bat has mixed up with the Green Arrow family, Red Arrows, Kyushu, and the Arsenal. Can you believe it? Donna Troy belongs to the Wonder Woman family, which is more famous besides Diana. Her origin story can write a book of little tadpoles finding mother. In the DC world, she restarts, small restarts, soft restarts, and hard restarts. The origin story of S*X has been revised again and again, making it impossible to find. Sheng could not guess where she came from before contacting it, so this is why people are popular. Sheng reached out and hugged Layli in her arms and put her chin on her shoulders. Looking into the distance, it was a fierce battle between Donna Troy's Wonder Woman and Eris, the god of war. Donna Troy's most famous origin story is the magical girl on Paradise Island. Created by a warlock copying Diana with a magic mirror created Donna Troy. As a replica of Donna Troy 10, it has her own personality. In her childhood, she was abducted by the Dark Angel to become Diana and placed in a cycle of infinite tragic fate. In the reincarnation, many years later, Wonder Woman Diana, Hippollet, and the Flash teamed up to rescue her. Because she owns most of the ability of Wonder Woman Diana, she calls herself Wonder Woman and owns a set of the same equipment as Wonder Woman. She is a disciple of the Justice League and one of the founders of the Teen Titans formed by her followers. Anna briefly served as the title of Wonder Woman during her seclusion. In the post-Justice League period when the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach, Batman's assistant Robin later renamed himself Nightwing. D***K Grayson, one of the founders of the Teen Titans, invited her to join the Justice League. She defeated one person overturned Prometheus of the Green Arrow family. Although they are all play copies, the Green Arrow man is obviously not good. How can a man say no? For example, now Layli has obviously forgotten the fear of being almost broken. Because she can't see the distant situation without supervision, her attention is naturally placed on Sheng behind her, and her small hand shakes instantly to add counts. Sheng has a powerful sensory effect. When Layli saw that Sheng reacted so strongly, she felt even more energetic. She didn't know why Diana had left what happened in the distance, she only knew that she was satisfied with Sheng. Far away. Eris's fingers swayed in the skyrocketing firelight, and the ground trembled instantly, and the next moment she saw something beneath the ground, which lifted the ground up and went straight to the other party. She dodges quickly, not knowing whether it is Wonder Woman or Wonder Girl. However, there was a huge difference in strength, and she fell to the ground after a few ups and downs, and the iron plate that I didn't know where it came from directly slammed on her body and locked her quickly, directly trapping her on the ground. You are from Paradise Island, but you are not Diana. Who are you? Eris, the god of war, who seemed to be able to become a werewolf at any time, asked in a deep voice. Donna Troy, the one who will defeat you. She gritted her teeth and tried to break free, but to no avail. Since you are not my sister then. Eris raised his hand, and the car in the distance smashed towards Donna Troy in an instant. Donna Troy closed her eyes subconsciously and heard a loud bang, and the heat waves spread instantly. What? Donna Troy, who didn't feel hit, opened her eyes and saw a tall, brave, Amazon-style armor with the same figure as her, and a woman holding a shield standing in front of her. Are you Diana? Donna Troy was surprised. Diana turned to look at Donna Troy, bending down and slamming her shield directly. Boom, the iron plate shattered and Donna Troy stood up. What's your name? Diana looked at Eris and asked towards Donna Troy. Donna Troy, I am ordered by Queen Hippollet to kill Eris, the god of war. Donna Troy said, does it really have anything to do with my mother? Diana paused slightly when thinking of Sheng's analysis and looked at Eris solemnly. Eris, I want to defeat your peaceful and good-hearted mankind again and avoid the birth of the crisis of destroying the gods. Diana said solemnly. Eris looked at Diana, who was holding the shield, and at Donna Troy, who was holding the silver lasso, sneered. War is the result of humans' own decisions. I just whispered in their ears to make them create stronger weapons with a flash of inspiration, but I never let them use it. They chose to start the war. It was humans who destroyed the originally natural, peaceful, and beautiful Earth. Diana, my sister, join me, take back the Earth from humans and make it as natural and beautiful as before. Eris looked forward to, Diana stretched out her hand. You can't succeed. Diana shook her head firmly. Eris chuckled, his laughter gradually becoming ferocious and indifferent. Only you? Yes. Donna Troy yelled the silver 337 lasso suddenly and threw it at Eris. At the same time, Diana waved the shield and rushed towards Eris with a vigorous heart. Snapped. The silver rope entangled Eris's hand, and Diana had already rushed to him. A sneer flashed from the corner of Eris' mouth and his foot stomped hard, and the ground instantly lifted and directly blasted Diana out, and with the same hand he slammed the silver lasso. Boom. Donna Troy, who was thrown out, collided directly with Diana in the air, and they snorted and both got up and rushed over again. However, your uncle is still your uncle. The god of war Eris let Diana and Donna Troy understand what the difference in strength is. It's bloody abuse. Diana flew out for a while, Donna Troy flew out for a while, and the two of them flew out. There is nothing to fight back. It's so intense. Sheng, who had been observing the whole process, trembled with excitement. She didn't even look at Layli, who was sitting, unrecognizable, leaning against the window, and turned around to find the clothes to put on, and jumped out directly along the window. Eris, the king of God, born of Zeus and Hera, one of the 12 gods of Olympus and the half-brother of Diana of Wonder Woman. He often confuses in the human world to instigate wars. The more his power, the stronger. He was also one of the gods who participated in the war when Steppenwolf invaded the Earth last time. It is not only human nature to start fighting in the nest after the foreign enemies are resolved, but also the gods. Eris started clamoring with his old son Zeus. After he poisoned mankind and killed the gods, his old son Zeus sacrificed himself to defeat Eris with all his strength and left a weapon capable of killing Eris in the Amazon, Excalibur. After being trapped on the Earth, Eris spent centuries planning wars and conserving power. During the First World War, he manipulated the two sides into conflict with the intention of destroying mankind and plunged the Earth into endless wars. Kill all the gods and kill Zeus. The record sounds brilliant, but there is too much water. The sudden appearance of Eris, the goddess of strife, proved that the gods were obviously not dead, and although the old thief Zeus wasted, but the real death and fake death are not necessarily true. It is very likely that they are trying to fake death through the hands of Eris. Avoid things such as the rise of new gods, such as the true crisis of destroying the gods. But anyway, for Diana and Donna Troy, Eris, the god of war, is no different than powerful. Under the night, the flexible and agile figure quickly shuttled across the roof of the house 763, and it was not long before it had arrived near the battlefield. Diana and Donna Troy stood up again unyieldingly, glanced at their embarrassed appearances, and prepared to continue fighting, just at the moment a figure fell from the sky. Sheng, looking at Sheng standing between them and Eris, Diana frowned. He is Sheng. The Sheng who enslaved Paradise Island and took you away. Donna Troy heard Hippollet's words about Sheng, and she was delighted when she saw it. With his help we can defeat Eris. He is not a good person. Diana said in a low voice with a complicated expression and then raised her voice to Sheng. What are you doing? This is my battle. This can also be my battle. Sheng chuckled lightly. Diana hummed, you don't need to take care of my business. So, I'm here to help him. Sheng pointed at Eris. Diana, Donna Troy, and Eris were shocked. You, come and help me. Eris pointed to himself absurdly, and suddenly the cars around the steel instantly floated and rushed towards him. In the process, these objects changed and recombined as if they were attached to armor. Eris's body, after a long while. It was as if Eris, who was wearing the saint clothing of the Saint Seiya, was wearing armor and holding a giant axe, and the eyes in the helmet seemed to exude a hideous light. I need your help, kid. Need, Sheng affirmed solemnly. Really? Then tell me, when they are not my opponents at all, why would I need you, a trash human who can pinch to death at any time, to help me? Eris looked at Sheng coldly. Because. Sheng spoke slowly, and the grim smile on his face gradually rushed towards him. There should be few human beings that can reach your speed, but in my eyes. It's too slow. You can't hurt me because you don't even have my armor. Eris said proudly and sarcastically. After finishing his eyes, he suddenly stared as if he was about to jump out. The next moment his body leaned back, the armor on his chest was hit by a fist. Shattered. How can it be? Feeling the power in his fist that seemed to be able to penetrate him, Eris looked at Sheng in disbelief and flew back fiercely. The moment he flew out, one hand grabbed his face and slammed it down. Boom. Eris, who had not yet reacted, was instantly smashed to the ground, and the ground was sunken. The impact caused the heat wave to shook away instantly. Diana and Donna Troy instantly stepped back to resist the shocking scene in disbelief. Because. I can only kill you if I don't help you. Sheng bent over and squeezed Eris's face. The cheeks of the helmet had been cracked and pressed into his face, making it difficult for Roar to suck. The armor on his body was completely broken into pieces with a bang. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Eris could not speak, but his eyes were filled with shock and confusion for, why? By the way, I didn't hear what you said just now. My speed is too slow. Even your armor. How? Sheng suddenly smiled and lifted him with one arm. Wow, fragments of the armor snapped to the ground. How can the speed be too fast for you to see clearly? How did I beat you? Sheng squinted his eyes and took Eris, turned and smiled, and looked at the stunned Diana and Donna Troy with a smile. If the things I'm interested in start to become boring, I don't mind giving up halfway. So I want to make this thing more exciting. If I don't help you, I can only kill you and end it. Now, Sheng took Eris to his eyes and asked each word, do you need me to help you? Can you say no? Although Eris could not understand how a human possesses such a powerful force, he felt very strong that if he refused, he would kill himself and really kill himself. Even if he is a god, need. Eris reluctantly let out a voice. That's right. Susang smiled brightly and let go of him, and Eris fell to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing, Eris reluctantly took off his helmet, and the terrifying wound on his face slowly healed. Yes, it's you. Ignoring Eris, Susang pointed at Donna Troy and said with a smile, "From now on, your opponent is me. Are you planning to fight me seriously, or do you want to paddle? Now, what's the situation?" Donna Troy looked at Diana blankly. Diana shook her head. She didn't expect Susang to use this method to kick in, but it was like what he would do. After all, he could enslave the Paradise Island because he wanted to ride a horse, or because he was afraid of messing up the mantra. Suo killed Eris, the goddess of dispute, then it was not incomprehensible to help him after crushing Eris. The atmosphere at the scene became a bit fascinating. It was supposed to be the scene of Diana and Donna Troy fighting Eris, or turning around or being taught by Eris, but because of Susang's strong appearance, both sides were a little confused. First you beat Eris and then you want to fight Donna Troy. Which side are you on? No one knows what he wants to do. You. Be careful, I will solve Eris as soon as possible and then help you. Diana's hesitation reminded Donna Troy and then looked at Eris, although she just joined forces with Donna Troy. Not an opponent of Eris, but now I must defeat him as soon as possible. With a strong kick on the ground with her long legs, Diana rushed towards Eris. Eris, who was inexplicably abused, was upset. It made him even more angry to see Diana boasting that he would solve him as soon as possible, and the two directly fought together. I don't know if it is because Eris hasn't recovered to cause the decline in strength, or because Susang's existence caused Diana to explode. As a result, although the two are not equal, they have exchanges that are completely different from before Tilda. Donna Troy looked a little bit dumbfounded. Hey. The slender fingers swayed in front of her eyes, and Donna Troy was startled and instinctively backed away only to realize that Sheng had already arrived in front of her. He doesn't seem to mean to do it. What's your name? Sheng looked at Donna Troy with a smile. From the outside, she should be only 16 or 17 years old. She is shorter than Diana. Although the armor styles are somewhat similar, Donna Troy has black hair. This black hair not only distinguishes her from Diana, but also proves her identity. If Sheng remembers correctly, Wonder Girl also has two generations. One is Donna Troy, and the second is Cassie Sundermark. Cassie is Diana's niece. During the period when Donna Troy changed her name from Wonder Girl to Dark Star, Cassie adored Donna Troy, so she bought herself a set of equipment and joined the Teen Titans in the name of the second-generation Wonder Girl. But Cassie is blonde, so Donna Troy. Donna Troy hesitated. Sure enough, it's you. Sheng smiled deeper and asked cordially, "Come on, tell me where you are from. Why haven't you seen you on Paradise Island before?" Kindness is a weapon, especially after he had just beaten Eris, so Donna Troy only hesitated to answer. "I have been training in the outside world before. I was taken to Paradise Island only after you and Princess Diana left half a year ago." Half a year ago. Maybe you didn't pay much attention to the time when crossing. The age is the same, but the months are different, so for Donna Troy and the people on Paradise Island, they have been away for more than half a year. Then, do you know your life experience? Donna Troy's origin, this is what makes Sheng curious. Donna Troy paused and asked, "What's wrong with my life experience?" Queen Hippollet said that I was an orphan she saved in a fire. Because she was afraid of being inconvenient on Paradise Island, she fostered me outside and cultivated my ability since I was a child. When I grow up, take it back to Paradise Island. Orphan? Sheng raised his mouth and smiled and suddenly punched him. Donna Troy, who was caught off guard, was instantly hit in the abdomen, bent over and knelt on the ground. Donna Troy. Diana, who was fighting in the distance, had been paying attention to the situation here and hurriedly shouted when she saw it, but was beaten out by Eris because of her distraction. Donna Troy struggled to stand up and fisted in anger, but Sheng escaped easily. Sheng copied her ability at the moment of dodging. Sure enough, she has the same divine power and ability as Diana, but it's weaker. Sheng chuckles and grabs her fist again and twists her back and directly presses her on the ground, while taking out a mantra lasso to entangle her. With the hands behind her, Donna Troy was unable to resist for a moment and could only lie softly on the ground. "This thing is really easy to use." Sheng grinned and sat on Donna Troy's back and asked about the characteristics of her equipment. Convince the lasso that anyone trapped by the lasso will act according to her requirements as long as the willpower is not as good as her. The yielding bracelet can defend against ordinary bullets, missiles, and laser attacks. Trollia uniform, according to Hippollet, this is the equipment bestowed by the Titan Protos. As for the shield, it was just ordinary Amazon equipment, and there was also a combat stick left where she left because it was inconvenient to carry. Donna Troy can never be an ordinary human orphan. In her life, Hippollet certainly didn't tell the truth. She would not find an ordinary human to replace Diana to deal with Eris. Although the mantra lasso must tell the truth, I don't even know that it is obviously impossible to answer, so the next time I go to Paradise Island and see Hippollet, I can ask it more clearly. Sheng was a little bit regretful and chatted with Donna Troy on one and the other. 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 more minutes. After chatting for a while, Sheng suddenly yelled a little boringly. Diana, if you can't beat Eris in 10 minutes, I will let you watch this girl who completed your mission be killed by my sword first and then sword again. Well, does that sound scary enough? Sheng paused and lowered his head to ask Donna Troy. Scary. Donna Troy said her true thoughts despite her reluctance. Diana turned angrily and looked at Sheng. Eris, if she is still alive in 10 minutes, I will squeeze your dog's head by myself. Eris looked at Sheng with an ugly expression. Don't doubt what I said. For me, there are only two kinds of people in this world, one that can bring me interest and the other that can't. Diana looked at Eris full of anger. Yes, it was not Sheng but Eris. Because she knew that Sheng did what she said, she knew that her chances of defeating Sheng to save Donna Troy were slim, so she had to defeat Eris. This is not for mission but for saving people. Did you see? He is the real bad guy because he doesn't care at all. Sister, let's join hands and defeat him, and then we are going to decide the winner. Eris, the god of war, offered Diana a concession. She has some heartfelt proposals. Join forces to fight Sheng, a stronger and more terrifying big devil. For a moment, Diana's heart moved. But only for a moment. Think of Eris, the goddess of strife, and think of Eris, the god of war who was beaten just now. Even if she joins forces with Eris, it is impossible to defeat Sheng. What's more, although Diana hated him for forcing herself and hated his act of humiliating women for not caring about anything, he saved the Paradise Island after all. After all, he made Artemis the new goddess of strife. After all, it was her mother who asked her to follow Sheng, so even if she left angrily before, she had never thought of killing Sheng by all means. Her feelings for Sheng are complicated. On the other hand, god of war Eris, Diana has heard her mother talk about the evil of Eris countless times since she was a child, not to mention the reminder of Athena in her mind. So her mind to kill Eris is stronger than that of killing Sheng. Let's take a step back and say that if you really join forces to kill Sheng, can you defeat Eris? If so, why not beat him now? If not, who will stop Eris? Sheng's evil comes from his freewheeling, extreme self. But the evil of Eris is to destroy mankind and punish the gods. I refuse. Diana looked at Eris's expectation and shook her head slowly. Why, didn't you hear what he was going to do? Eris stunned and asked with a growl. I heard it, and I still believe that he will do that once the time is up, so I must defeat you within 10 minutes. If I fail, I will either die in your hands or die in his hands, endless death. Diana's tone was firm. She forgot Donna Troy and Sheng. Her mind was filled with only one thought. Even if you die, you must defeat Eris. Diana changed, became more focused, more desperate, which made Eris, who was so angry that he could not wait to jump, had to fight her again. Boom, boom, boom. Resisting Eris's attack, Diana's expression did not change at all, and the light in her eyes was exactly the same as that of a beast waiting for an opportunity. This look, this state, coupled with Sheng's sense of urgency on the side, made Eris gradually irritable. Although his every attack hit Diana, it made him even more panicked. Weak, fierce, brave, Diana gets more and more frustrated. Did you see it? Sheng suddenly asked Donna Troy. See, what? Glory. Sheng stared at Diana and said slowly. Now she is like a goddess exuding glory. Although she focuses on fighting, she inadvertently exudes a stronger charm, as dazzling as the light in the dark, so full of attraction. Donna Troy was shocked. She was a little confused. It was obvious that Sheng was still threatening Diana before. Why does it sound like he is? Admiring Diana, Sheng looked down at Donna Troy and suddenly chuckled. I kind of want to kill Diana now. Why? Donna Troy asked in shock. You still admired you just now. Are you going to kill her now? What kind of logic is this? Do you know, I slept with her twice. The first time I was controlled by the mantra lasso like you are now, and the second time I forced her. I want to sleep over her, conquer her, I will get me on her the kind of interest I want, until she can't provide me with any fun. I can go to the next one. But I suddenly found that I was a little attracted by her current beauty. And I'm afraid I'll fall in love with her. Is this bad? Donna Troy asked in a daze. Not good. It's not good for me. Sheng explained very seriously. There is no one in my heart so I can be arrogant. If I fall in love with her, I won't be me. There are many things I can't do, and I can't enjoy a lot of fun, so I really want to kill her now to avoid future troubles. You are too cold, love is beautiful, why should you resist? Donna Troy persuaded, you don't understand. Sheng shook his head. Now I can sleep whoever I want to sleep, chase her, bubble her, deceive her, force her. I can get the body and feelings of any woman if I am not interested, change one and taste one by one. For example, you, I can now I'm on you. But once I fall in love with her, many things are not controlled by my subjective thoughts. I don't like this feeling of being restrained. It's not free. When I came to this world, I want to be a free man. Sheng's eyes were fixed on Diana. Eris was already forced to use the power of thunder, but her attacks made Diana more frustrated and courageous. The dazzling light made her more charming, and the more charming she was, Sheng's idea of killing her is stronger. It's a dog, and when I slept with her, I didn't think she was so attractive to me. This kind of heart-stirring feeling is the most annoying, completely out of control. Sheng muttered angrily and slowly wanted to get up. Don't be obsessed with it, sister. Throwing Diana into the air again, Eris couldn't help but yelled hissingly. God's senses are very keen, and he can feel the killing intent radiated by Sheng in the distance getting stronger and stronger. Diana took a deep breath and moved forward again. This is what you forced me. Eris yelled, and the dazzling thunder surged wildly, roar screamed and struck Diana. The dim sky seemed to have turned into azure blue, very dazzling. Boom! Diana crossed her arms to resist, her feet stepped on the ground and couldn't help pushing back. There were 2 long traces on the ground. What? When the attack stopped, Diana was shocked when she saw the thunder surrounding her arms, followed by the corners of her mouth raising an unconsciously charming smile. Boom. Diana leaped high towards Eris, staring at his arms and slamming against each other. The thunder flickered and roared out, directly piercing Eris' chest, and suddenly exploded right behind him as if the hot flames burned the sky. Snapped. Diana crashed to the ground. Eris looked at her chest in disbelief, watching a little light float from her body, and then he exploded. The blazing firelight shone brightly with the source of light. Diana turned to look at Sheng and raised her mouth. 1. A 1. Diana slowly leaned forward with a relieved smile, and then fainted directly to the ground with a bang. At the moment when she fainted, the source of the god of war floating around seemed to flood into her body as quickly as she felt, causing her to slowly float up. Looking from a distance, it was slowly rising like the rising sun. Rise. When the goddess of strife Eris died, it was the source that Artemis took the initiative to absorb. But now the source of Eris, the god of war, took the initiative to find Diana. And it didn't take as long as Artemis, but the light disappeared in a few minutes and Diana also fell. Can it still be done like this? Tusk, is this an appointment in advance? Sheng shook his head and got up and put away the mantra lasso, and Donna Troy, who had recovered his supernatural power, struggled to stand up and looked at Diana in surprise. I have seen Artemis. She became the new goddess of conflict after obtaining the source of the goddess of dispute Eris, so now Diana has become the new god of war. Take her and follow me. Listening to the noise in the distance, Sheng said with a chuckle. Where? Donna Troy asked subconsciously. Sheng didn't answer but turned and left. 10. Donna Troy hurriedly picked up the shield and hugged Diana to follow Sheng. The two quickly shuttled on the roof and quickly returned to the hotel. With the window open, Sheng jumped in and followed Donna Troy, holding Diana with difficulty, and jumped in. Snapped, light is on. The dim room suddenly lit up, and Donna Troy saw a very beautiful and well-built woman turn on the light. This woman is innocent. What happened to Diana? The addition of a stranger surprised Lily, but she soon saw Diana in a coma, throw on the bed. Sheng said towards Donna Troy. Donna Troy hesitation put Diana on the bed. Take her off. What? Donna Troy was shocked. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Sheng walked over and stripped off Diana's clothes. Looking at the sleepy Diana, Sheng couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure enough, the beautiful skins are the same, and the interesting souls are 1 in a million. If you look at it this way, you don't seem to feel the same, so I am actually only attracted by her bright moments. Are you planning to stay and sleep with us or go? Sheng turned to Donna Troy. Donna Troy was shocked again. How long have I known Sheng so many times? I just sleep on the ground, Donna Troy said hesitation. Whatever you want. Sheng waved his hand indifferently and turned off the light. The sudden darkness made Donna Troy a little uncomfortable. She heard the sparse undressing sound, and under the moonlight she vaguely saw Sheng lying down with her arms around Layli. OMG, Diana should be crazy when she wakes up, but what did he just say? It seems to be. I don't want to kill Diana anymore. Anyway, Eris is dead. In the silent room, Donna Troy slowly sat down and fell asleep against the wall. The night passed quietly. Last night, the place where Eris fought with Diana and Donna Troy has been under martial law. It is not easy to investigate the truth in this age without surveillance. Not to mention that although it is a non-war zone, anything can happen, so no matter what in fact, neither the high-level people nor the people were greatly affected. In particular, Eris had a special identity in the world, so this incident was ultimately defined as a larger-scale assassination. The warm light shining on her body made Diana snorted comfortably, stretched out her arms lazily, and she opened her eyes and woke up. Diana was startled as soon as she opened her eyes. She unexpectedly lay in Sheng's arms with Layli without an inch. Diana was stunned and her memory quickly emerged. He defeated Ares, the god of war, and then fainted, so he brought me back. He did that to me again? Wait, where's Donna Troy? Diana whispered and then remembered. I'm here, I'm okay, he just took off your clothes, no, didn't do anything to you. Donna Troy's voice came from the corner across the bed. Diana slightly got up and saw sitting Donna Troy on the ground. Embarrassment, Diana didn't know what to say for a while. Pop. The crisp slap suddenly broke the calm. Diana grunted and grabbed Sheng's hand and threw it aside, glaring at him. Get up when you wake up, don't bother me. Sheng turned around and hugged Layli and muttered. I knew I would not sleep well when I asked you as a pillow. You, Diana was angrily speechless. It was obvious that you took off my clothes and slept with you, so you still despise me. Looking at Sheng holding Lily to sleep, Diana turned over and found the clothes to put on and made a look with Donna Troy. The two opened the door and went out. In the corridor, 943, Diana asked Donna Troy about her identity and about Paradise Island. She was really shocked to learn that she had been away for half a year. Paradise Island didn't have a detailed concept of time, and she didn't ask it carefully when she first arrived in human society, so Diana really didn't know that it had been so long for them. Knowing that his mother, Artemis and others are all well, Diana is relieved a lot. Do you have any plans to go back to Paradise Island? Diana asked Donna Troy. Yes, how about you? Donna Troy asked rhetorically. Diana was about to answer but suddenly felt a tingling pain followed by Athena's voice again. What? This is impossible. Number, not Ares. Diana's face was ugly and her expression changed in shock. Donna Troy helped her not know what happened. After a while, Diana pushed Donna Troy away slightly and said solemnly, Wrong, we found the wrong one. The disaster that destroyed the gods was not caused by Ares, but boom, the roar of roars howling sounded from outside the corridor window and interrupted Diana. She turned around and saw a spaceship parked outside the window, Wave Rider, in the hotel room. Sheng put on his clothes slowly and sat on the edge of the bed watching Sarah Lance, who came in with Diana and Donna Troy. Let me stroke it. The first time I met you took me to Paradise Island and changed a lot of history. For example, this amazing girl Donna Troy shouldn't show up at this time. The second time I met you lost. I was kidnapped by the Eagle Man, and then I got the disciple and let you go. The third time I met, that is now, you tell me Adam Ray Palmer, Heatwave Mick Raleigh, and one half of the Firestorm Martin Stein. It was captured by the Soviets during the Cold War in 1986. I asked seriously, are you really a legendary team or a squad? Sheng looked at Sarah Lance seriously. Sarah Lance said solemnly, I can call everyone together and listen to your ridicule honestly, but you have to help us save people first. Why? Sheng asked rhetorically. If Martin Stein is not rescued, the Soviets will get the formula for making Firestorm and win the Cold War, and the future will fall. 667, Sarah Lance described the consequences in a deep voice. If it were not for no other reason, she would not come to Sheng. Her teammates are now locked in the Gulag camp. This camp was built in the 18th century, a prison that no one can escape from since its birth. As the saying goes, there is a cause, there must be an effect. After the formation of the legendary team, the first task was to stop Vandal Savage from selling a nuclear bomb in 1975. However, Vandal Savage saw the existence of Firestorm and never forgot it. Firestorm was created in the next time. After the legendary team separated from Sheng in Redemption Town, it was not that they did not want to correct the time deviation on Paradise Island in the past, but the reality has been fixed. If they modify it again, it may cause time rebound and cause more trouble. So what to do? Continue to deal with Vandal Savage. After all, this is the primary enemy. And then they discovered in 1986 that Vandal Savage was secretly funding a Soviet female science called Valentina Vostok to conduct a project called SWA Plan of Operation Logger. Svalog is the god of fire in Slavic mythology, and Vandal Savage wants to make the Soviet version of Firestorm. In order to prevent the birth of Firestorm in the Soviet Union, the legendary squad naively decided to tell the female science Valentina to fund you. But you are a great devil and villain. The result? The result was that 3 members of the team were arrested. Instead of preventing this plan, it was possible to speed up its success because of Martin Stein. Want to save people. Look at the remaining members of the legendary team. Although Rip Hunter is the captain, he doesn't have any abilities other than tweeting with a small gun. Hawkgirl Kendra has cast a shadow on Vandal Savage after the death of the Hawkman. He can hardly exert much strength and top combat power. Firestorm, because Martin Stein was caught and the remaining Jefferson can't change, so Captain Cold Leonard Steiner and Sarah Rance can still play a role. It's a pity that an assassin, a thief, wants to save someone. It's the Arabian Nights. When she was helpless, Sarah Lance thought of Susang. Don't think he caused a lot of trouble. Don't think he hijacked the wave multiplier, but at least he had a good contact with each other, and he has the ability to save people, so Shaw Lawrence will be here. Actually, I really want to see the scene you said. After Sarah Lance explained, Sheng said with a chuckle, "Anyway, even if Firestorm is flying all over the sky, it won't affect me. Isn't it said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? You have this ability to save the world and save the Star City that will be attacked by Firestorm in the future. Why would you not help? Maybe your strength has no effect, but what about my sister? What about Felicity?" Sarah Lance said with emotion and reason. Do you believe this kind of words that are specially used to deceive children? Do you know how miserable it is for a kid who believed this? The adoptive father died, and his girlfriend almost ran away with someone. He was so tired to die every day, and finally he really died. I don't know if he can be resurrected. Sheng, quit your lips. If you have ability to save the world, you have to do it. I still have the ability to destroy the world. Do I have to destroy it too? If the Soviet Union Firestorm is really born to dominate the world in the future, there may be a lot of people who interest you in losing their lives. Sarah Lance said suddenly. Sheng smiled. So I just said that I wanted to see that scene, and I didn't say that I could not help. It shouldn't be too late. Let's set off now. Sarah Lance breathed a sigh of relief. The big ups and downs made her little heart a little unbearable. Tell me the time and place. Sheng said. Sarah Lance quickly talked about the time and place, and after an appointment she left and returned to the Wave Rider. Are you going? Sheng asked Diana and Donna Troy. Diana was silent for a while and shook her head. I'm not going anymore. I just received news from Athena. It was not Eris that caused the demise of the gods, but the newborn. The first child of Zeus and Hera. I remember that on the day he was born, he predicted that in the future he would step on the corpses of the gods and sit on his father's throne. So Zeus threw him in the wilderness and wanted him to live on his own. Exterminate, but they succeeded in survival in the wilderness but returned to Mount Olympus, and then Zeus beat him into the depths of the earth, right? Sheng said casually. Do you remember? Diana looked at Sheng in surprise. That's not important. The important thing is that you will be able to see other gods soon. Since there is something to do, I won't take you with you. Let's see you next time. Sheng cast a glance at Layli and left with her directly to the hotel. Diana hesitated to speak but finally did not speak. He will come back to find you, Donna Troy said suddenly. Diana looked over suspiciously and saw Donna Troy suddenly chuckle. Maybe after he fell in love with you, maybe after he didn't love you. Falling in love with you, he can't control the miss. If he doesn't love you, he will come to you for fun with confidence. Love or not love him will come, but sooner or later. Diana didn't understand why Donna Troy said that, but now she has no time to think about it. On the disciple number, Sheng set the time and place but did not rush to set off. Lily, who is experienced and smart, sat in a chair and fastened her seat belt early this time, but after waiting for a long time she didn't see the spacecraft start. Master, Lily yelled tentatively. Sheng turned his chair to face Layli and said with a smile. In fact, it's not a big deal to help the legendary team save people. By the way, you can also look at Vandal Savage. Although this guy has no special skills but has the regenerative healing factor, he can only kill him in a specific way, otherwise he will start from a single cell. Restore life and resurrect again. Regenerative healing factor, resurrection, wouldn't it be impossible to win at all? Lily asked in surprise. The regenerative healing factor is nothing. The captain of Sarah Rance is a member of an organization called the Lord of Time. He called the legendary team to travel through time and wanted to defeat Vandal Savage, but didn't know that the Lord of Time was always there, helping him behind his back, so in this case they can succeed in the end. It's no wonder that such a waste will be called a legend. Sheng chuckles. But apart from killing Vandal Savage to see how he is resurrected, and taking a look at the Soviet woman Firestorm by the way, it doesn't seem to be much fun, so I'm wondering if I can do something. Do what to do. Since the Soviet Union may create Firestorm to win the Cold War, then the United States can't remain indifferent. Sheng seemed to think of something interesting, and the corners of his mouth raised and adjusted the set time forward for a year. In 1985, the United States. The disciple slowly landed on the roof of a tall building. Sheng took Layli out, and the disciple disappeared. This is the United States in 1985. More than 60 years have passed since the time we were just now. Sheng explained to Layli with a chuckle and jumped directly from the roof with her in his arms. Boom, crashed to the ground. Sheng let go of Layli and walked away under the horrified gaze of passers-by on the street. The architectural style of this era is not very attractive to Sheng, but it is fresh and futuristic for Layli, who came from 100 years ago, and there are many things that make her feel incredible. There are many reports on current affairs in the newsstands on the street, and occasionally pedestrians chatting about the Cold War in 2s and 3s. Sheng flipped through the newspaper in front of the newsstand but did not find the news he wanted, ignoring the boss's uncomfortable shout, and turned and left. "Master, what are we going to do?" Lily asked inexplicably. "Find someone." Sheng paused and didn't know if he was explaining or talking to himself. There should be a lot of his news in such a famous newspaper. Is it not there, or some deviation has occurred? "Yes, are you looking for a pillow?" Layli hesitation asked in a low voice. "Hold a pillow, hug your sister." Sheng subconsciously slapped Layli with a chill and anger. "Looking for Lan Daheng as a pillow? My Nima is crazy, right? Even if I'm crazy, my orientation is normal." Lily was stunned by the scolding. "Isn't she a pillow? That's good. Lan Daheng, the official name is Dr. Manhattan, and the real name is Jonathan Osterman, the only guy in the Watchmen team with super ability. If Sheng is said to be a lunatic, then he is a pervert. The perversion is not only because his strength ranks in the forefront of the entire DC world, but also because he injured his prostate when pulling his teeth and swaying his blue body to show others the elephant's nose without wearing clothes every day. Is it abnormal? As the only Superman of this era, Dr. Manhattan did not hide his identity after the birth, but helped the United States government to deter the Soviet Union and hope to make the world peaceful. For this great goal, he even left the Earth without hesitation. But even if he has left the Earth at this point in time, there should be related reports, but Sheng just found nothing, as if it didn't exist at all. Perhaps he is not in this world but other parallel worlds. Sheng frowned disappointedly and muttered that he planned to go to the Soviet Union altogether. Although it was a year in advance, he destroyed the Gulag camp and solved the possibility of creating Firestorm, a Soviet female scientist. "Lentina's legendary team will not go, and if you don't go, you won't be caught. Go." Sheng was about to recruit Roar Layli back to the disciple, but as soon as he turned around, he saw a person on the corner of the street in the distance. "Go. There are surprises wherever you go." Sheng turned around and pointed with interest to the woman in the windbreaker in the distance. "Have you seen that woman?" Lily followed her gaze, and a tall woman in a trench coat and hat was walking towards this side. "Is she the one the master is looking for? Maybe she can help me find the person I am looking for." Sheng walked towards the woman head-on. 3 steps and 2 steps are already close at hand. Sheng blocked her. The woman was stunned and wanted to pass by but was blocked by Sheng again. "Sir, please get out of here," she said displeasedly. Sheng smiled and shook his head. "What do you want?" She frowned and wondered if she had encountered a gangster. "I want to talk to you." Sheng smiled. "I want to talk to you." This opening remark is easy to misunderstand. So is it a hooligan? How long has it been since I met the hooligans? She looked at Sheng coldly. "Get out of the way or you will regret it. I want to see Dr. Manhattan." "Man." Her expression suddenly changed excitedly and grabbed Sheng by the neck. "Who are you and how do you know Dr. Manhattan? It seems that you really know each other." Sheng's eyes lit up and she showed a bright smile without caring about her savage behavior. "Then we can talk slowly." Bang! Sheng suddenly hit her lower abdomen with a punch. With a muffled snort, she directly fainted and fell into Sheng's arms. Sheng bent over and stretched out his hand to directly carry her up, turned around under the surprised gaze of Layli and the surroundings and ran away. "Depend on, kidnap people in the street. Do you want to be so arrogant?" The people around instantly reacted and chased after him with outrageous shouts. "Lily is blinded." "Master, you just ran away. What should I do?" "Just grab it and run. It's really exciting." Seeing a group of people yelling, screaming and chasing after him, Sheng carried the people with a smile and jumped directly from the police car that had heard the news. The police in the car came down in a hurry and wanted to continue the hunt, but Sheng had already got into the alley that he had come out before. Then, the body vacated and jumped straight up. Although he still can't fly, this height is really nothing after copying Diana's ability. A group of people panting and chasing into the alley dumbfounded. This is a dead end. Where did people go? You look at me, I look at you with big eyes and small eyes. With the crowd catching up with Lily, she quietly walked aside and went up to the roof from the building, where she hurriedly ran to the disciple to hide. Although it looked empty, Lily touched the disciple. With a long sigh of relief, the hatch slowly opened and Lily hurried up. I'm home. Sheng used a mantra lasso to tie the woman to the chair and Lily asked, Master you? Lily didn't know what to say. Occasionally running helps to keep your body healthy and in shape. Sheng said with a grin, Too fat, I don't want you anymore. I see. Lily nodded and said yes for a moment. Because she didn't know if Sheng really didn't want her, would he send her back to the original era to continue her original destiny, or would he kill her altogether? After all, no one likes to use their private things for others, even if they don't want them. A grunt sounded from the unconscious woman's mouth. She opened her eyes first and then shouted with excitement. Let go of me, you be *****D. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person, Sheng said to her with a smile. This means that if there is no soundtrack, she will definitely yell to Sheng, Don't lie to me, the background music changes when you talk. What's your name? Sheng asked softly. Laura just Zach you, what did you do to me, why did I? Lauren looked at the golden light rope in horror, the burning sensation that made me want to answer. She couldn't control what she was saying. Second generation of Silk Soul? Sheng asked again. Yes, how did you know? Laura felt like schizophrenia, answering and questioning. It seems that the wrong person was not found. Sheng smiled. The Watchmen is a superhero team composed of Dr. Manhattan, Rorschach, Pharaoh, Comedian, Night Owl, and Silk Soul. As the only woman, Laura inherited her mother's code name, Silk Soul, and became a little red among the green bushes. Where is Dr. Manhattan? Since the wrong person was not found, Sheng naturally asked the question that he most wanted to know the answer. He left the Earth, no one knows where he is, Laura said uncontrollably. When did you leave? Why didn't I see any reports about him? After he became a Manhattan doctor, he has the ability to predict the future, knowing that one day in the future someone will come to him and will use his ability to cause disaster to the world, so he left early. This person is you, right? Laura was sweating profusely, almost stumbling through her teeth before she said complete. Sheng frowned. In Dr. Manhattan's long ability list, there is indeed an item of predicting the future. This is not unusual. Gideon on the multiplier can predict future results, not to mention the organization of the Lord of Time. However, they only know what effect the deviation will have on the future after the deviation has occurred. Dr. Manhattan's predictive ability is even stronger, foreseeing the deviation before it occurs. It is equivalent to always one step ahead. Riding on the excitement and returning in defeat, Dr. Manhattan left the Earth early because of himself. No wonder there is no news about him. Originally, Sheng wanted Dr. Manhattan to go to the Soviet Firestorm for a while to see if he could blow up Firestorm with a snap of his fingers. After all, his wish was for world peace, but now it seems to be out of play. The ghost knows where he went after he left the Earth. Go to Mars like a movie, he can leave the moon early and he can leave Mars early. Sheng uninterestedly took back the mantra lasso on Laura and waved his hand. You go. Laura was so hot-tempered, and after regaining her freedom she kicked Sheng in the past. If you let me go, I will go. Let's not talk about the kidnapping. He may have something to do with Dr. Manhattan and Laura could not just leave like this. Snapped. The black high heels hit Sheng in the arm, and Sheng grabbed her and threw her out. Boom! Laura slammed heavily on the ground and snorted, staring at Sheng, who was a few meters away from her with an indifferent expression. This person has a lot of strength, who the hell are you? She got up and asked in a vigilant manner. Ask, what do you ask? You don't even know me. You can't do everything you hope to do, so you should do everything you can do. Sheng was impatient, said. What do you mean? Laura was a little confused. You can't beat me, get out, Sheng translated. Laura unbuttoned angrily and took off her coat directly. Sheng squinted. What? I want shirtless to do it with me. Shirtless, follow me. The sound of high 00 heels kicking on the ground, Laura rushed to Sheng instantly. Laura was trained by her mother to fight with bare hands since she was a child. After adding the Watchman, she participated in many missions, so she asked herself whether she was weaker than anyone. But she hasn't met anyone who can sit down and block all her attacks with one hand, especially this person looks careless and boring. Boom. Another blow came back in vain. Laura took a few steps back and stared at Sheng angrily. Do you know what life is? Sheng suddenly asked Laura, but before Laura could speak he answered by himself. Life is slap after slap and then wake people up. Are you awake? Laura was indeed awakened by the slap in the face of reality, and she realized that the man in front of her was definitely not something she could deal with alone. She needs help. Turning around and picking up her coat, Laura tentatively walked over to the doorway. Send her out. Sheng said to Lily. Lily took Laura out. Laura was very surprised along the way because she found that she seemed to be in a boat, and what was even more shocking was that when she got off the boat to identify the surrounding environment, the boat was missing. Laura touched it subconsciously. Obviously there is nothing, and the scenery is exactly the same as the surroundings, but she can run into this boat. She stood by and was silent for a while before turning to leave, since Dr. Manhattan is not there, Sheng is not interested in learning about the other members of the Watcher. Although this Laura is also a standard wave with a big waist, hips, and long legs, it is not as good as Lily. He has no idea of changing the pillow for the time being. Seeing Lily coming back, Sheng operated the disciple to lift off slowly. It didn't matter what Sheng left, it made Laura, who wanted to ask the rest of the Watcher to help Laura. It took a long time to see him again. Moscow Bolshoi Theater. 10. A well-known ballet company happened to be performing here tonight. In the exclusive box, Soviet female scientist Valentina is sitting on a leather sofa drinking red wine and waiting for the opening. He wore a long red one-piece dress, long hair curled up, and delicate makeup, but his eyes were filled with helplessness and anxiety. It failed again. The research on the firestorm matrix failed again. She felt that she had touched the threshold and was only one step away from entering the door, but it was precisely this step that made her only step outside the door. What the hell is missing? She shook her head and drank the red wine, preparing to concentrate on watching the show. Bang, 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 come in. Valentina replied casually when she heard a knock on the door. The door opened. A man with a standard Asian face smiled in, carrying a person in his hand. Valentina recognized it. It was her driver. You? Valentina hurriedly got up and saw the other party throwing her driver aside and followed with a beautiful girl who came in. Hello, Miss Valentina. Sheng sat down on the other end of the sofa with a smile, glanced at the red wine on the table and smiled. It's so boring to drink alone, am I with you? Valentina hesitated and laughed for a second or two. Okay. Just as Sheng was about to stretch out her hand, Lily on the side walked over with a wink and poured 2 glasses for them. Cheers, cheers. The two smashed their cups and took a sip. Sheng smiled and said, I admire your courage and calmness, so I decided to make your life more pleasant tonight. Should I say thank you? It should be. Sheng said modestly. Have you heard of time travel? Valentina stunned slightly. You know what you look like. Did Vandal Savage tell you? It's better to keep it for you than to waste saliva to explain. Sheng chuckled. Valentina frowned and said, your flirting level is not very good. Maybe I'm more straightforward at ordinary times. Let's just say it. I'm a little interested in the Firestorm Matrix, so I want to learn from you the system. In return, I will help you become Firestorm and give you a one-way ticket for time travel. In the future, anytime you want. Valentina. Why should I believe you? You already believed it, didn't you? Sheng motioned to Lily to pour the wine, holding the wine glass in one hand and holding Lily in his arms to enjoy the ballet performance that had already begun. The performance began, but Valentina didn't look at all, watching the strange man who was drinking with his arms around the woman, thinking about the proposal he had just made. The main purpose of her research on this project is to help the country win the United States. If he is really a time traveler, if he can really help himself to become a firestorm, then he might as well give it a try. As for whether he lied to herself, Valentina was confident to be able to figure it out. Valentina toasted and smiled at the thought of this. Hugging another woman in front of a woman is not something a gentleman should do. It doesn't matter, I have done even worse things. Sheng smiled lightly and clinked his cup to watch the ballet performance intently. 1 cup, 1 sentence. The two of them talked like familiar friends from the beginning of ballet. At first, Valentina was just talking, but gradually she became a little unconsciously forgetting her purpose. It was not that she was not alert or how big Sheng was. The charm of Sheng, but she thinks that what Sheng said may be true. He is really a time traveler. You said this will become one of the top 10 theaters in the world, Valentina giggled. So I should go to the theater to rent this box for a longer period of time. It's better to buy it directly. Why not just buy the theater? Sheng asked casually. Valentina was stunned and smiled. You are right, maybe I should do this. The 2-hour performance ended successfully. Valentina got up and walked to the wall to take off her jacket and put it on and said to Sheng, I accepted your proposal. When will you come to me? Why not now? Anyway, I don't have a place to live in this era. I think you shouldn't mind. Valentina bent over and took out the key in pocket 347 of the driver's clothes that had not yet woken up and looked at Sheng. Can you drive? Happy to help, beautiful lady. Sheng pretended to be a gentleman. Valentina smiled and took his arm. After coming out of the theater to find Valentina's car, Sheng drove and Lily got into the co-pilot a little nervously. Valentina sat in the back and said the address. The car started slowly and drove away. Sheng is not considered to be a schoolmaster. It is not the type of learning how to make progress every day. Finding Valentina to learn the knowledge of the firestorm matrix can only be regarded as an interest to find a general from a dwarf. After all, Firestorm's ability is still good. It is possible to change or transform objects with different atomic properties and structures, such as converting lead into gold of the same quality. With this ability, it is equivalent to having a money printing machine, so you don't have to worry about money. Although he has never worried about money, at night it's as dark as ink. There were bursts of high-pitched voices in the room of Valentina's mansion, and the unbridled voice made it impossible to sleep at all. Valentina clutched the bed sheet tightly with her hands. Her face was flushed with whites. This is what you said to make me happy tonight? This is the biggest humiliation to me. Valentina gritted her teeth and stared forward. There was no one in front of her, only a wall. The sound came from behind this wall. Yes, Sheng was not in her room at all. Valentina thought that something was going to happen when Sheng flirted with herself and went home with herself. Although she would not easily let the other party succeed before she figured out Sheng's identity, Sheng took the woman back directly. The behavior of the room made Valentina very angry. This is a humiliation to her charm. As Sheng's pillow, Lily is the best so far. She can satisfy Sheng before going to bed and fall asleep peacefully. Now she has another wake-up function. Sheng, who was woken up in a daze by a special way, even felt like he was trapped and unable to get up. After fighting for more than an hour, he finally got off the bed. After finding the bathroom and taking a shower, Sheng got dressed and then came to the living room. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I saw Valentina with an ugly face and a man with a big beard and a savage face. Vonda Savage. Sheng called roar at him without apparent surprise and then looked at Valentina. My dear, can I trouble you to pour me a glass of milk? I think I should make up for it. Although Valentina was unhappy, she got up and left. Don't you want to say something? Vandal Savage looked at Sheng, who was sitting down, and asked with a smile. In no mood. The plan for a day lies in the morning, and Sheng, who just finished the morning exercise, really doesn't want to talk. I think you should say something. Vandal Savage's face gradually became cold, his voice threatening. Sheng looked at Vandal Savage and seemed to have compromised hesitation a few times before tentatively said, Morning, good morning. It seems that you should be a liar. If you are a time traveler, then you should know who I am and the fate of playing me. Vandal Savage shook his coat slowly like a magic hand. A dagger appeared on it. I'll give you another chance. How long does it take for you to be resurrected? Sheng asked suddenly. Vandal Savage stiffened. Is 10 minutes enough? I might be interested in small talk in 10 minutes, so you die 10 minutes first. I don't think you have this ability. Vandal Savage threw the dagger at Sheng abruptly. High speed. In this distance of no more than 1 meter, Vandal Savage is confident that he will be faster than a bullet. The voice fell and the dagger stabbed Sheng. Vandal Savage's conceited expression froze and the dagger was caught. See you in 10 minutes, Sheng said lazily and pointed his finger weakly at Vandal Savage. Boom! A flash of electric light hit Vandal Savage in an instant. Although the electric current was not big, it was very powerful. The heart of Vandal Savage was directly pierced, and even the sofa had an extra hole, and the floor behind it could be seen faintly. Patter. The sound of the cup cracking sounded. Sheng turned her head and saw Valentina standing not far away in shock, with a cracked cup at her feet and milk spilled all over the floor. What are you panicking? Don't you know that he can be resurrected? Sheng frowned and pointed at her feet. Is this milk for me? Yes, yes. Although Valentina knew that Vandal Savage would be resurrected, she had never seen it with her own eyes after all, and it was too sudden. She knew that Vandal Savage was very good, and she didn't know that they might do it if they were unhappy, but she never expected it to be like this. Vandal Savage actually died, and what was the flash of light just now? Is it his ability? It's shameful to waste. Sheng looked at the milk on the floor and sighed Valentina and said, This cup is given to you, don't waste it. Send me, it's all spilled on the ground. Valentina said subconsciously, Yeah, that's why I let you, don't waste it. Sheng looked at Valentina and said with a heavy smile. Valentina's face turned ugly in an instant. How to drink it sprinkled on the ground. Although Valentina does not own cats or dogs, she knows how they drink. I can pour you another glass. Valentina said with a stiff face. Are you sure you want to do this? Sheng slowly raised his hand and the electric light shuttled through his fingertips. You don't have to do this, Valentina said strugglingly. It's shameful to waste. The electric light grew stronger and there was a feeling that roar wanted to come out. Valentina watched Sheng slowly squatted down. Master, what is she doing? After taking a shower, Lai Li put on her clothes and saw Valentina's appearance. When she came to Sheng's side, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. A small punishment, I will have some fun for 10 minutes of waiting. Sheng chuckled lightly. Look in the kitchen and pour me a glass of milk. Okay. Lily turned to look for the kitchen. That's all right, Valentina asked Sheng angrily after a while. Sheng smiled as he was about to speak when he heard a roar next to him, turned his head and saw that Vandal Savage didn't know when he was already alive and his chest injury had healed. So fast. It's not 10 minutes and I haven't seen how you resurrected, so die a little longer. Looking at the angry Vandal Savage, Sheng raised his hand as a flash of lightning. Vandal Savage fell again. This time Sheng kept staring at Vandal Savage's corpse. Ability was copied when Vandal Savage did his hand just now, so Sheng wanted to know if one day he overturned the boat. How to resurrect. Regenerative healing factor resurrection. This kind of ability would be extremely exciting if anyone had it, but Sheng was not surprised. Regenerative healing factor is not very attractive to him at all. There are not many people who can kill him anyway, so for him ability is only interesting. Or boring, Vandal Savage is resurrected again. This time Sheng saw clearly how he was resurrected, similar to a feeling of body reversing or restoring, recovering instantly after the process is over. Judging from the time of the two deaths and resurrection, this process seems to be the same. In other words, whether it is cut to death or blown into powder, the time required for resurrection is the same. Vandal Savage, who was resurrected again, instantly jumped away from Sheng and looked at Sheng vigilantly. Talk. Sheng looked at Vandal Savage with a smile. His face couldn't help changing, and after a long while he suddenly sat back with a smile. You did it deliberately. What you don't want to say, what you didn't see how I was resurrected, this is a means of negotiation. You just use this way to take the initiative in the conversation between you and me. I believe you are a time traveler, yes, as long as you can help me I don't mind giving you the highest respect. Forget it, don't make your own brain, I just didn't bother to talk, I am better than you, which means I don't care about your thoughts. You should be very clear about this. Sheng said lightly. Vandal Savage did not know but Valentina knew very well. Because Sheng is strong, Sheng didn't pay attention to his own thoughts at all. And I won't show my hands again, for fear that you will misunderstand that you are the number one in the world. Sheng stabbed the ugly-faced Vandal Savage again. I have already negotiated the conditions with Vandal Savage. You don't need to do anything, you don't need to change, just wait for things to happen step by step. Any question? What's your name? Vandal Savage asked after a pause. Sheng, he will leave it to you. Vandal Savage turned to look at Valentina, then stood up and smiled towards Sheng. I'm waiting for your good news. Go slow, don't send it. Vandal Savage is gone, but Valentina is a little embarrassed. It might be nothing if there is no shameful waste, but now she does face Sheng as if everything has happened. People want face and dignity, especially Valentina's excellent people. But Sheng didn't take what happened just now as if it had never happened. Still smiling and chatting with Valentina, sometimes a gentleman said my dear, sometimes very polite and would say please, which made Valentina gradually forget what had happened and couldn't understand Sheng. After drinking milk, had breakfast. Sheng started from scratch with Valentina and began to study physics systematically. After all, physics is the foundation of all this research. Sheng didn't research the idea of firestorm ability by himself. After all, it was too simple for him to obtain ability. There are two reasons for learning. One is to figure out the principles of firestorm and to create firestorm at will. Second, to pave the way for more interesting things in the future. For example, he really wants to get a steel battle suit. If someone wears a steel battle suit to attack him, he can copy all the abilities of the battle suit but cannot make a battle suit out of thin air. Although there is no difference in essence. But with battle suit and without battle suit, the degree of coolness is completely different. Anyway, I don't need a new pillow for the time being and I didn't think of the place where the waves are. It's better to be a diligent and studious. Sheng remembers that the disciple's ability is embodied in infinite replication and infinite superposition, but in fact it seems to be related to the spirit of thinking. There is no harm in learning more. Taking a step back, it would be too frustrating if you copied an interesting ability but couldn't think of an interesting application. So Sheng started learning very seriously. Learn all kinds of basic knowledge with Valentina every day, and the rapid progress makes Valentina become raw genius. Sheng just studied with Valentina during the day and fought with Layli at night. Time flies quickly, 3 months passed without knowing it. It's incredible. On the bed in the bedroom, Sheng put down the book and said to Layli, who was leaning over, "What?" Lily raised her head and didn't react for a moment. "I didn't expect my enthusiasm for learning to last for so long, 3 months, right? With my disgusting personality, even the most interesting things should feel boring," Sheng said with emotion. After 3 months of getting along, Layli also had a certain understanding of Sheng. She hesitation asked for a while. "Then what about me?" "You," Sheng said with a light smile, "your shelf life is already long, but now it's not as fresh as before. At least I couldn't do 2 things at once before I can concentrate on studying at this time." Sheng shook the book in his hand. Lily couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Don't be too sad, you will get tired of eating delicious food every day." Sheng comforted. "It's just that this kind of comfort has no effect at all for Lily, but it will be counterproductive. I have to say that Lily should have been the most comfortable in the past 3 months. She goes out shopping every day or she just waits on Sheng, full of body and mind, has integrated into this era. Now Lily has a sense of crisis, she must do something, must be able to retain the value. She also thought about what she should do. So in the next period of time, Riley had more contact with Valentina. Although she didn't know what the same equations as the Sky Book represented, she knew that Firestorm was 2 people, and Valentina herself could not be Firestorm. So she tried to let herself learn these unintelligible books. At the same time, she used Valentina's relationship to help Sheng find Dr. Manhattan. Although she heard that Laura said that Dr. Manhattan is no longer on the Earth, she must do something. The person you are looking for has news. Valentina came back from the outside and took off her coat and looked at Lily. "Now you can tell me why you are looking for her. Do you want to be Firestorm?" Lily asked in a deep voice. "You know?" Valentina was stunned. Lily said, "You help me now and I will help you when the time comes." "What do you mean by that?" Valentina looked at Lily with a frown, but Lily didn't explain but just stared at her. Lily is not stupid. Even though they seemed to get along well during this time, Valentina did not really relax or trust them. Although Vandal Savage has never been here, he must be aware of what happens every day here. Layli is to prove the value of staying with Sheng, not to sell Sheng. If you tell Valentina that Firestorm needs 2 people, what is the difference with selling Sheng? "I will hand it over to you in 3 days, Valentina said after thinking about it. "Don't let the master know," Lily reminded. 3 days later in the afternoon, while Sheng was concentrating on studying, Valentina took Layli to the warehouse in the distance of the villa yard. There is a basement with excellent soundproofing under the warehouse. Lily saw Laura wearing a yellow and black dress. At the moment, she was fixed to the cross-mug on the wall in a big font. Her hands and feet were fixed by iron rings. Her head hanging down seemed to faint. It was a little trouble when catching her. She has a group of partners who wear fancy clothes like her, and it was discovered by the CIA of the United States, so whatever you want to do, it's best to hurry up, Lentina reminded. Lily nodded. Valentina turned and went out, and just a few steps away she heard Laura's voice. As the night got deeper, Layli came back to the room helplessly and a little tired. "Laura is more difficult than she thought. You've changed." Sheng put down the book and looked at Layli, who came in with a chuckle. "Huh." Layli was stunned and nervous. "You have turned bad. Why do women bother women? I can hear the screams so far away, and Laura can be considered bloody." Sheng said with a chuckle. "Puff." Lily knelt down with a puff. "Master, I'm sorry. I shouldn't hide it from you. Get up. What are you doing? I didn't blame you." Sheng chuckled and waved his hand quickly. "I'm still very satisfied with your motivated thinking, but the method of interrogation is a bit weak, although rude but inefficient. I don't know what to do," Lily explained in a low voice in a daze. "Learn more with Valentina or go to the Gulag camp to see how they treat the prisoners. Maybe you can turn from a pillow to my assistant," Sheng chuckled. "I will try my best not to let the master down," Lily said with joy. But after finishing speaking, Lily seemed to think of something hesitation and said, "But master, I still seem to be in trouble." Valentina was found when she caught her. There are her partners and people from the United States Central Intelligence Agency. "If you let her go now, will she not pursue it? Will they not pursue it?" Sheng asked. Lily shook her head. "Since it is irreversible, you should try your best to achieve your goals. Moreover, you are my pillow. You will have nothing to do until I lose interest in you. and Sheng paused and smiled brilliantly. Congratulations, you have saved your life. I now look forward to what kind of surprises you will bring to me. Lily was completely relieved and at the same time thankful that she did it right. In Sheng, if it remains unchanged, it will be eliminated. Lily keeps this in mind. The next day, Lily asked Valentina to take herself to the Gulag camp. Sheng went to the basement of warehouse. Hi, long time no see. Sheng smiled and called out. Roar looked at Laura. Tut, it's so miserable. Lily did change. The previous living environment, my own experience, plus the influence of getting along with Valentina during this period of time made Lily a bit of a female villain. See how ruthless Laura was hit. What do you want? Laura glared weakly at Sheng and shouted. If I said that I had forgotten you, it was my own pillow that caught you. Do you believe it? Sheng moved the chair to her and sat down in front of her and asked casually. Do you think I will believe it? Laura snorted coldly. Sheng spreads his hands. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I thought about it last night. If Dr. Manhattan predicted the future and was scared to leave the Earth, that means he should know everything I did to find him. But he ran away. Do you know what it means? It means that he will not appear when I do anything, unless I become stronger in the future and master more ability to be able to find him. The interesting thing is that he should know this too, but he can't stop it. He can only run. Because once he shows up, as soon as he wants to stop me, I succeeded. He can only run, try to make the failure day later arrive. Look, as strong as Dr. Manhattan, I can only run and cannot change the outcome of failure. What are you fighting for? Sheng slowly got up and untied her hands and feet under Laura's dazed gaze. Freed, Laura staggered and looked at Sheng suspiciously. It's really not that you want to catch me. Sheng shrugged and looked up and down Laura without speaking. Laura has changed her uniform and has a lot of charm. I have to say that equality between men and women is a joke. Men wearing tights with exposed legs are considered abnormal, but women wearing them like this can add extra points to their charm. Laura was silent for a moment and asked, Where is this? Can I go now? You are free to come and go, but here is the territory of the Soviet Union. I am afraid it will be difficult to return to the United States if you dress like this, and after returning to the United States with your 1/6 character, I am afraid that nothing has happened. Will investigate me. Sheng walked to the table aside with a chuckle and swept the contents to the ground, then moved the table and placed it in front of Laura. What are you going to do? Laura asked warily. I can have someone send you back, but before that I have to find something for you, for example. Sheng suddenly grabbed Laura and pressed it on the table, tweeting his hands and tearing his uniform. Laura was shocked instantly. She tried to break free, but suddenly felt an electric current from Sheng's hand, causing her to tremble and lose her strength. When your mother was a superhero back then, she wore a uniform like this, was pressed on the table, and then humiliation, anger. Laura felt a sense of powerlessness. From the moment she put on her uniform and wanted to become a hero, she had never been so powerless before, and she had never expected such an encounter. She could only shed tears uncontrollably while letting the demon behind her be unscrupulous. It took a long time for the numb Laura to feel that the devil had finally left. She sat down slowly along the table, numbly watching Sheng moving the chair in front of her. It's painful. Your mother was just like you back then. But you are luckier than her. Do you know why? Because you think I'm a bad person, it seems reasonable for me to do this, but the person who treated your mother the same way back then, superhero, even your mother's partner, teammate. She is more painful and desperate than you, don't you? Do not want revenge? Who is it? Laura suddenly raised her head and asked. The comedian may also be called the laughter. Sheng chuckled lightly. 10. It's him. After personal experience, Laura can better understand the pain of her mother back then, and she is even more angry. Believe me, it's nothing. Sheng said again like a devil that made Laura even more shocked. Do you know who your biological father is? That's right, it's him. This is impossible, Laura exclaimed excitedly. From the time that happened to your mother, being pregnant with you is indeed unlikely, but that's the truth. Your mother actually got involved with him again after experiencing that kind of thing. Superhero, ha ha ha. Sheng got up and walked out. Boom, the door closed slowly and Laura collapsed completely on her stomach. Sheng didn't care about Laura after returning to the villa. He picked up the book and started learning by himself. He had switched from biology to electronic engineering. He wanted to try if he could make a battle like Iron Man. Suit. Sheng, who was obsessed with learning unknowingly, realized that it was late, and when he walked out of the room, Valentina and Lily didn't seem to be back. Seeing a woman in Soviet military uniform leaving at the door, Sheng shouted and asked casually, Go and ask when they will be back. The lady hesitated slightly and then walked towards the phone in the living room. step by step. As she passed by Su Sheng's side, she seemed to accidentally trip over the carpet because of being too nervous and rushed towards Su Sheng. Boom! The female soldier fell directly to the ground. She raised her head and looked at Su Sheng, who retreated in disbelief. Shouldn't you hold me under normal circumstances? Seeing her surprised expression, Su Sheng smiled slightly. Are you okay? No, it's okay. So why don't you get up and call? The female soldier lowered her head and slowly got up. At the moment she stood up, her left arm suddenly turned like a rock and attacked Su Sheng. His face is getting closer. Just when the rock-like fist was about to hit Su Sheng, the female soldier was shocked to find that his face had changed. The original skin instantly turned into a rock and it felt like the change in my left arm. Boom! When the female soldier was stunned, her fist had already hit the opponent and a heavy impact sounded instantly. Two hard stones collided with each other. Su Sheng stayed there, but the female soldier stepped back a few steps. Nice ability. Su Sheng returned his face to normal, his hands turned into rocks and looked at it with interest and said, if you come earlier, maybe Laura will be even worse. You. How? The female soldier was stunned and subconsciously transformed her body elements. Her body gradually grew taller. At the moment it was only a few meters tall. At the moment it was over 2 meters and the hat came off. With long purple hair, the left side of the upper body turned into a rock, and the right side was a golden substance like magma. The right leg of the lower body was slightly purple, which seemed normal, but the left side was like a dead tree trunk. At first glance it looks like a patchwork of different objects. It can change color, control density, and also control element and body file size. I see it can also generate heat and control ice and water. Your ability has a lot of tricks, Su Sheng said with interest. I didn't expect to get a new ability so suddenly. You are not from the Watchmen, so you are from the CIA of the United States. Are you here for the Silk Soul, Laura? Do they know you have such an ability? How can you have my ability? The female soldier looked at Su Sheng in shock. Could this person steal someone else's ability? No, it's not right. It should be a copy. Did he copy my ability? Don't ask why, I just know how to use it. Do I still need to tell you more? Su Sheng shook his head and chuckled. It's you, what's your name? Humph, even if you stole my ability, you're not my opponent. The female soldier recovered quickly after being shocked. It took her a long time to master the application of ability. It was impossible for him to copy his ability just now, so proficient, so it must be me who wins, must fight quickly. The female soldier rushed to Su Sheng again 743 times. It seems we can't have a good chat. Su Sheng also moved. Unlimited stacking 5 times. He didn't do so many tricks like the other party, just the whole body was rocky. The floor suddenly collapsed. Su Sheng rushed out in an instant, punching, fist to fist, boom. With a loud noise, the body of the female soldier flew out directly through the wall and flew into the courtyard. The female soldier who landed was about to get up, but suddenly found that Su Sheng had come in front of her. Handling me is the worst decision you have ever made in your life, because what I am best at is crushing you with your ability. Su Sheng smiled brightly and his rocky fists banged directly down. Boom, a muffled sound sounded. Su Sheng raised her fist and saw that she had fainted and her body gradually returned to normal. Out, what happened? The guard's panic questioning sounded. Ask Valentina when they will come back. Su Sheng said casually, pulling the fainted female soldier to the basement again. Creak, boom. Su Sheng put the female soldier on the table far away from Laura and then turned around and went out. What happened? Laura was dumbfounded for a while before she slowly got up and wanted to walk towards the female soldier. As a result, she immediately retracted when she heard the sound when she got up, like a frightened bird. The door opened, and Su Sheng glanced at Laura with the mantra lasso and searched the female soldier for himself before he tied her up and threw her to the ground. This military uniform should have been prepared deliberately, very cautiously, leaving nothing to prove his identity. Ha. The female soldier was thrown on the ground and woke up faintly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the embarrassed Laura. Are you Silk Soul, Laura? Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Laura said nothing. Help me? How can you save me when you are like this? Speaking of which, why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? The door is unlocked. Su Sheng asked Laura curiously. Laura was silent. Even if she is lucky enough to leave here and return to the United States, how will she face her mother? How will she face the comedian? What he did to his mother made Laura want to kill him, but he turned out to be his biological father. This complicated and ambivalent emotion made her unable to make a decision at all, so she evaded. So she didn't leave. Su Sheng just asked casually and quickly transferred his interest to the female soldier. The poor female soldier wanted to use ability to break away from the rope, but it's okay to transform, want to break free. It's hard. Mantra lasso is not so easy to break free. Speaking of which, Diana has become the new god of war, so the influence of the mantra lasso on her should be ignored, right? Sheng shook his head slightly. It seemed that the previous worries were unnecessary, otherwise he would not think of her for the first time in such a long time. What's your name? Sheng asked the female soldier with a smile. Emily Song. She answered the question with horror and resistance. Identity, code element woman, which belongs to the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. Element woman, do they know your ability? How did your ability come from? Sheng asked again. Emily Song slowly spoke reluctantly. She was originally just an ordinary CIA agent, and later participated in the secret experiment of the government agency, M Project, and acquired ability, and then continued to perform some more special and dangerous tasks in the CIA. This kind of government secret experiment is not uncommon in Marvel DC world. What makes Sheng interested is that the birth of this experimental project is actually related to the Justice Society. The Justice Society was born during the Second World War. It was composed of Shizia, Steel Commander, Obsidian, Stargirl, Midnight Doctor, and Vixen. In 1956, most of the members were killed in a mission, which led to the dissolution of the Justice Society. But the fact is that Vixen joined the legendary squad of the Second Camp, and other members were sent to different times in order to protect the fragments of the Gun of Destiny. Although the Justice Society was disbanded, related research began. How can ordinary people gain super ability? Although the success rate of this experiment is very low according to Element Woman, it is barely a success. Emily Song watched Sheng stunnedly as she untied the weird rope that bound her and didn't react for a moment. Are you here to save her? Take her away, Sheng said casually. Emily Song looked at Sheng suspiciously, so let them go. Seeing Sheng's non-fake expression, she turned to Laura and said, let's go. Laura didn't move. Emily Song thought she was injured or weak, so she reached out to help her, but she actually avoided it. Emily looked at Laura inexplicably. Laura shook her head slightly. Thank you for taking the risk to save me, but I don't want to leave yet. Are you crazy? Do you stay here and be tortured by him if you don't leave? Emily Song shouted in surprise. Laura was silent for a while and still shook her head. I need to stay and think about it and figure out some things. Are you really not leaving? Laura shook her head. Good. Emily Song turned to look at Sheng. She won't go. Can I go? Definitely. Sheng pointed to the door. Emily Song left without hesitation. Coming out of the basement, seeing that Sheng really didn't stop her, Emily Song left the villa cautiously. She wanted to go back as soon as possible and report Sheng's situation to her boss. Someone could copy other people's ability and there was no need at all. The time mastered can even exert a stronger power. Such people are too dangerous. It must be figured out how his ability works, and it must be controlled. Emily Song left the Soviet Union as quickly as possible and returned to the United States. She saw the CIA's boss report the incident, but instead of waiting for an order that she paid attention to, she went to jail instead. The reason is very simple. Some people suspect that she has not completed the mission to send false information at all, and it is very likely that she has betrayed. Sounds ridiculous, right? But some people don't believe that Laura will refuse to leave after being kidnapped and experience torture, nor that there will be a special ability like Sheng, who can copy the opponent's ability instantly, even stronger than the original ability. Is this possible? If there is such an ability, it is impossible to have no clues, right? What's more, what else can he shine? The rope that can tell the truth? It sounds like a fantasy. The most important thing is that Emily Song couldn't explain why Sheng didn't kill her or shut her down, but just let her go. Now is the critical moment of the Cold War. Emily Song is unable to explain or prove, and her identity is very sensitive, so it is logical to be locked up for review. Emily Song was wronged. Under normal circumstances, even if she didn't kill her, she would not be able to let her go so easily in order to keep her secret, but Sheng did just that. Sheng really didn't deliberately cheat her, because he didn't care about confidentiality at all. What happens even if someone knows it? At best, it's just to copy a few more abilities. The bright moonlight swayed the earth, Gulag camp. The power grid is towering high. Searchlights with almost no dead ends and Soviet soldiers patrolling back and forth make this place tightly guarded and difficult to fly. In a room on the top floor of the building, Sheng stood at the window and looked at the open space below. A month ago, they moved in the day after Element Woman Emily Song left. Anyway, the big hole on the wall of the villa could not be repaired in a short time, and the day when the legendary team was arrested is getting closer and closer. Moved here directly. Although it is known as a hell-level prison with no access to it, for Sheng and the others, it is no different from living in a villa. There are arrangements for what you want to eat, and what books you want to read. The Firestorm Project's laboratory is here, and Valentina stays there to conduct various studies almost every day. Layli is even more focused on the study of interrogation skills. There are ready-made prisoners for her to experiment, and it can be said that she is making rapid progress. Sheng saw it several times when he was bored, and the brutal and cold-blooded Queen fan became stronger and stronger. They are very engaged, but Sheng is a little boring. Although the storytelling has its own golden house and Yan Ruyu in the book, after learning the basics of physics and electronic engineering, Sheng lost his previous enthusiasm for learning. Boom, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Sheng turned around 470 in response. Two soldiers came in pressing down on Laura. Go down. Sheng waved his hand and the two soldiers turned around and closed the door by the way. Since they all moved to the Gulag camp, Laura, who had not left with Emily Song but had nowhere to go, was naturally brought over. Sheng asked Valentina to arrange a single cell for her. Then again, if Lai Li had her official holiday and mentioned Laura today, Sheng would have forgotten her. Laura was wearing a clean prison uniform, and her face was relatively clean, but she didn't have the confidence and heroism that she had when we first met, and she felt very numb and mournful. A good superhero seems to be tortured very miserably. Sheng smiled and turned and walked towards Laura. Laura's subconscious retreat looked terrified and resisted. Don't move, Sheng whispered. Laura stopped and begged, what do you want to do? What do you mean? Sheng grabbed Laura's hand and pulled directly onto the bed, screaming for mercy quickly rang. Duh. The sound of high heels sounded in the corridor, and Valentina, whose face was full of excitement, walked quickly to Sheng's room. Before getting close to her, she heard the screams inside and her pace slowed down for a moment. Lily? No, this is not Lily's voice. Could it be other female prisoners? It's impossible. After all, he didn't even touch him. How could he go looking for the tortured and improper female prisoners? Oh, it's her, Valentina remembered. Standing at the door, Valentina hesitated for a moment or pushed the door in. After all, other things can be waited for. This matter can't be waited. Something. Sheng frowned and asked Valentina. Valentina nodded. As you said, the legendary team really came. I caught Martin Stein, Heatwave Micrali, and Adam Ray Palmer. It's finally here, Sheng said with a smile. You will entertain them first and I will go there later. Hurry up. Valentina glanced at the tearful Laura and she didn't understand. She knew that something like this would happen before she refused to leave. Does the United States superhero have problems with her head? This can't be fast. Vonda Savage is here too. Valentina said and turned and went out. The screams continued to sound. It passed after an hour of swaying. Sheng put on his clothes and glanced at the numb and embarrassed Laura with a chuckle and said, I'm about to leave here. Do you think about following me? Laura didn't speak, but her sluggish eyes rolled slightly. Boom! With the sound of closing doors, Sheng casually found someone to lead the way to see the legendary team after he came out. Trial room. Sheng pushed the door in. Adam and Heatwave were hung up to be subjected to electric shocks, and Vandal Savage and Valentina were persuading Martin Stein to surrender the firestorm equation. It's so lively, am I not late? Sheng smiled and waved to Roar. Sheng, why are you here? Great, are you here to save us? The three of the legendary team were shocked when Sheng suddenly appeared. They were desperate and hoped instantly. Although it was a bit unpleasant before, after all, she had dealt with him, not to mention that Sarah's relationship with him is not ordinary. It must be Sarah who asked him for help, so he will show up here right. After all, Sheng's strength is so strong, is it not easy to save them out? Before the joy of the rest of his life had time to spread, it seemed that Vandal Savage and Valentina weren't surprised, and even there was no surprise roar outside. You came just right. Vandal Savage smiled at Sheng. This stubborn old man is handed over to you. Okay. Sheng responded with a smile. What's the situation? The three of the legendary team were blinded. What? How does it sound like they are in the same group? Sheng, you? Adam just wanted to ask angrily when Sheng pointed at him casually. Sizzle, the electric current, which is stronger than before, hits Adam instantly. These two are useless, let them go. Sheng said casually. Let it go, are you sure? Vandal Savage asked hesitation. Without them, this old man would not easily cooperate. He will. Sheng smiled brightly and looked at Martin Stein. Do you agree? Martin Stein looked at Sheng suspiciously, wondering whether he should believe him or not. Maybe he has any plan to save people. Regardless, at least let the two of them leave. Thinking of this, he nodded. As you said, if you let them go, I will cooperate with you. Look how easy it is. Sheng smiled and clapped his hands. Vandal Savage didn't know whether he should believe Sheng. He looked at Valentina and he nodded slightly. Let them go. Vandal Savage gave a whisper, and soon Adam and Heatwave were untied and taken out directly out of the Gulag camp. After Adam and Heatwave were taken out, Sheng dragged the blackboard not far away in front of Martin Stein. Firestorm's equation, write it down. Martin Stein was stunned. Really want to write? Sheng patted his shoulder and chuckled. Write it, let you go when you finish writing. You should know the consequences if they get the Firestorm formula. Martin Stein said solemnly. Sheng nodded. You should know that I am more terrible than him. Is Vandal Savage scary? Horrible. But Sheng was not only scary, it was even more desperate, especially after he got the time ship. Martin Stein's expression couldn't help changing and finally desperately picked up the pen and wrote on the blackboard. This is it. Watching Martin Stein finish writing Valentina excitedly. I have never seen such a short but perfect equation, but it seems that something is missing. Martin Stein was a little guilty and didn't speak. It's really amazing. Sheng sighed and nodded. With his current knowledge, it would take at least 10 years to complete this equation by himself. You are indeed a genius. No, there's still something missing. Valentina felt wrong as she looked at her, frowning, and said in a deep voice, You send her out and then go to the laboratory to wait for me. Sheng said to Valentina. Valentina was stunned. Do you know what is missing? Definitely. Good. Valentina nodded in response. No. Vandal Savage snorted, looking at Sheng. What do you do if you let them all go without telling me the last link of the equation? He wants to stay and wait until Firestorm is successfully produced before letting him go. You won't give me face. Sheng squinted at Vandal Savage. Vandal Savage said coldly, I have given you enough face, but not this time. Then you are going to die. Sheng said just do it, and the electric current flicked out instantly. Boom. The electric current hit Vandal Savage, but Vandal Savage was unscathed. What do you think I have been doing during this time? Vandal Savage opened the windbreaker triumphantly and actually wore a special discharge suit inside. This is something I specially prepared for you, Tilda. Even if the electric current is several times larger than before, it will keep me safe. Sheng looked at Vandal Savage softly and said with some entanglement, You make it difficult for me to handle it. No, it's not difficult at all. As long as you succeed in creating Firestorm for me, I will let this old man go. Vandal Savage shook his head triumphantly. Sheng thought for a while and slowly raised his hands. Which side do you choose? What do you mean? Vandal Savage asked in a daze. Choose one. Sheng asked without explanation. What tricks are you playing? Vandal Savage looked at Sheng suspiciously and said casually, Left. Is it on the left? Okay. Sheng put down his right hand and pointed his left hand to Vandal Savage. 10,000 volts. Boom, the electric giant python jumped out instantly and swallowed Vandal Savage directly. In the electric light in the belly of the snake, you can clearly see that Vandal Savage's discharge suit exploded in an instant, and after a few more seconds he slowly fell to the ground, his body exuding a thick smell of burnt coke. How much bigger? I have no upper limit for electric current. Sheng shook his head and wiped the Firestorm matrix on the blackboard, turned his head to the dumbfounded Valentina and Martin Stein and said, What are you doing in a daze? Let's go. Valentina hesitation took Martin Stein out for a moment. Leaving the interrogation room and returning to the room, Lily was packing her things and Laura stood silently on the side. Master, things will be packed soon. Lily turned her head. Sheng chuckled, You are more and more satisfied with me now. I didn't say that you know what to do. The disciple is on the roof. Pack up and wait for me on the roof. Are you going to help Valentina become Firestorm? Lily said hesitation. Firestorm needs 2 people to succeed, right? The other one. What, do you have an idea? Sheng looked at Lily with a smile. Lily nodded courageously. Lily and Valentina. The female version of Firestorm seems to be good too, but I don't know whose body is used as the main body, or can I change it? Go to the laboratory to find me after sending things. Sheng said and turned and left. Yeah. Lily shouted excitedly at the numb Laura. What are you still doing? Help me get things. Valentina took Martin Stein out of the camp and hurried to the laboratory to readjust the equation and set up the reactor. Valentina looked at Sheng, who was walking by, and asked, Tell me what else is missing. Partner. Sheng smiled lightly. Partner? Valentina was stunned and suddenly reacted. It turned out to be like this: 2 people. Firestorm is 2 people. Only in this way can the energy be stabilized. Do you want to fit me? Sheng shook his head slightly and looked at Lily, who trot over. Your partner is here. Lily, no wonder, it was her, Valentina suddenly realized. As soon as Lily came over, Valentina couldn't wait to pull her into the experimental furnace where the reactor was placed. The power was adjusted to the maximum, and the fiery red reactor in the reactor lit up. The two of them stroked the reactor while touching each other. Boom. The scorching fire wave instantly flooded the reactor. The door opened slowly, seeing Valentina walking out in flames. The female version of Firestorm. It's a success. It's great, this power is really great, Valentina said excitedly. Okay, look back and find a place to refresh you, now it's time to go. Sheng said casually, 3-5 go, no I won't go, I want to help my country defeat the United States. Valentina finished speaking and arrogantly fired a ball of flames at Sheng. Boom, the flame hit Sheng and instantly burned, seeming to engulf Sheng. Do not, she suddenly yelled and the fire was instantly extinguished. The next moment Firestorm became Valentina and Lily again. Owner. As Lily shouted and was about to run over, the flame on Sheng suddenly changed. The flames gradually converged, and among his hands and head, his eyes were red like demons crawling out of hell. The scorching sensation approached, but Valentina didn't seem to feel it at all, looking at Sheng who became Firestorm in shock. Impossible, the equation is correct. One person cannot bear the energy of the reactor, you cannot be a Firestorm alone. Don't understand, then don't understand. Anyway, there are too many things you don't understand. Sheng looked at Lily after speaking. Lily walked to Valentina and touched it lightly, and in an instant the two became Firestorm again. This time it was Lily who became the subject. Gone. Sheng smiled and waved his hands down, soaring into the air directly through the roof. Lily followed closely. In this way, the two penetrated the wall layer by layer, came to the roof and entered the disciple. Laura was shocked when she saw Sheng and Lily, who were full of fire. Sheng withdrew from the state of Firestorm, and Lily and Valentina were also relieved. Do not. Valentina seemed to know what was going to happen and hurriedly wanted to leave, but the disciple had already started up slowly. Under the night sky, Vandal Savage was yelling at the disciple in the clearing of the camp. Goodbye. Sheng pressed lightly on the console and he heard a swish. A missile was launched directly from the disciple. After a while there was a loud bang, and the Gulag camp was instantly plunged into a sea of flames. Poor Vandal Savage died just after he was resurrected. The legendary squad was saved, and the future Firestorm crisis was lifted. Sheng piloted the disciple to disappear from the night sky. Time flows, a long river of dark green time. This long river represents all points in time. Sheng stopped the disciple here, turned around and got up from the chair. In addition to Lily's preparation, Laura and Valentina experienced the side effects of traveling through time for the first time. Clean up by yourself in a while. Sheng glanced at what she found from Lily's package and went inside. He intends to make a collection room on the disciple. Whether it's a book or something interesting from all generations, after all, we are also considered cultural people now, right? After a while, Lily came over. Do you feel empty? Feeling Lily coming over, Sheng said casually, looking at the collection room with only a few lonely books. If the master wants, it will fill up soon. Lily thought for a while and said, when I was in the Gulag camp, I found that many people like to collect their own trophies. Maybe the owner can do the same. Boots, I'm not interested. Sheng shook his head and glanced at Lily with a chuckle. But you reminded me that maybe I can hang a picture of a woman who has slept here. In case there is no new pillow, I can pick which one to replace. Isn't this bad, Lily said in a daze. What's wrong? This is my ship, my collection room. Who would dare to come in without my permission? Who can come in? Sheng asked casually. Lily shook her head and said, no one. That's incredible. The heart is worse than the action. Since Sheng is interested, he will do what he says. Before long, a shooting spot appeared in the corner of the collection room. Lily changed back to her original dress, holding a handcard in her hands and changing postures for Sheng to shoot. The handcard not only has the name, the code, and even the serial number, which is similar to taking file photos of prisoners when they are in jail. It feels that in the end, the same pose was taken with a more detailed content. Name, Lily. Codename, one of Firestorm number 4 from the era, 1871 location, Redemption Town, Dakota. With these, it will be much more convenient when you need substitutes. Sheng nodded with satisfaction, looking at the picture framed and hung on the wall after washing out. The pictures are in standard dress. As for the more detailed pictures, I leave them on the camera, is used for secondary screening. Go and bring Laura over. In addition, I remember that there are equipment for making clothes on the spacecraft, so she can get her own uniform to put on. Yes. Lily turned and left and soon took Laura over and took a picture. Name, Laura Juspixak. Code name, Silk Soul II number 5. From the era, 1985 location. The United States. Seeing Laura's photo hanging behind her, and there are still a few spaces left in front, Lily understands the meaning of the number. It should be arranged according to the time when she became a Sheng woman, right? In other words, there are only 3 in front of you. This made Lily feel very incredible. She thought that the master's character should be many. Finish. Now you can think about where to go next. Sheng smiled and put away the camera, but the disciple suddenly shook violently. What happened? Did Valentina do something? Boom, there was a loud noise and the disciple shook again. It should have been attacked. Sheng turned and went out. Sure enough, Valentina was a little panicked while leaning on the chair, and the situation of the disciple was displayed on the console. Several spaceships were attacking outside, and the defensive barrier of the spaceship was about to be broken. Depend on. Sheng just wanted to go to the pilot's seat to prepare for a counterattack, but there was a loud noise from the spaceship again. The defensive barrier was broken. No artificial intelligence is trouble. It seems that I have to get one when I look back. Sheng muttered, the disciple number has fallen from the flow of time. Unknown time, unknown location. Boom, there was a loud noise from the bumpy disciple, and the violent vibration caused Valentina, Lily, and Laura to fall to the ground. Unknown travel is always full of surprises. Let's see where this is. Sheng chuckled and said to the 3 people who got up embarrassedly, then turned and walked towards the hatch. The hatch slowly opened. The disciple seemed to have landed at a port, and the bow of the ship was slightly damaged when it reached the pier. From the perspective of the architectural style, it seems to be modern. Sheng looked around and looked at the environment but suddenly heard a roar shout. Sheng, the voice is a bit familiar. Sheng followed the voice and saw 2 groups of people standing on the pier of the port. One of them had an acquaintance of his own. Wonder Woman, Diana. I'm going, shouldn't it be such a coincidence? Sheng said unclearly, and Valentina, Lily, and Laura had already followed behind him. Diana, Lily shouted in surprise. It's number 3. Sheng jumped directly onto the pier. It seems that Diana is in trouble. Lily turned to Laura. You stay on the boat, Valentina, we will go over and help. Why, where is this? I want to go back to the Soviet Union, back to my time. Valentina shouted. I can't help you. When Lily finished speaking, she shot Valentina directly. Valentina turned into Firestorm with Lily before she could escape. The flame suddenly appeared and Firestorm rose up to Sheng's side. Lily, why did you become like this? Diana, an acquaintance, was surprised to see Lily's body burning, let alone other people. Psst. Sheng smiled suddenly. This smile attracted everyone's eyes. Are you going to have a family gathering? Sheng pointed to the 2 men and 1 woman on Diana's side. The man with a crude appearance also holds a baby in his hands. The 2 women look very casual in jeans, a t-shirt and a plaid shirt, and the other with blonde hair in a pink tube-top dress with a pretty ladylike temperament. The demigod Lennox is called by this name, right? And you, what is your name? I really don't remember. I was cheated by the old thief of Zeus 590, right? He gave birth to a son named Zeok, just him the baby I was holding. Sheng pointed at the rough man and the girl in shirt and then looked at the lady. Tusk, here's the point. One of the 12 gods of Olympus, Hera, the queen of heaven, should be the highest standing in your circle. I seem to have told Eris that you want to sleep in night clothes, remember? Hera's face changed slightly. Sheng turned his head and looked to the other side, a man and a woman. The man is at least 2 meters tall, burly, shirtless and wearing primitive armor and cloak, holding a sword in his hand and having numerous injuries on his body. There is nothing special about women wearing a hooded coat, but the neck seems to be made of metal. Newborn, the first child of Zeus and Hera, there is a prophecy that you will sit on the throne of Zeus on the corpses of the gods. As for the one next to you, Cassandra, who originally had the ability of the word spirit as a result, the adopted brother Lennox tore off his throat and lost ability, so he had to use a mechanical throat to survive. Sheng understood their identities and origins like a few treasures, then turned to Diana and said, why did you get involved with them? Where's Donna? Donna she. Diana looked at Hera subconsciously and said in a deep voice, after I separated from you, Donna went back to Paradise Island. As a result, all the Amazons and Donna were turned into snakes by her, and my mother too, become a statue. Then why don't you kill her? Sheng said casually. No, Diana shook her head and said, the sun god Apollo sat on the throne of Zeus and demoted Hera to immortal. I need her to help my family return. Can you? Diana suddenly thought of something and looked at Sheng expectantly. Sheng pointed to the disciple on the dock and didn't speak. Diana's expression couldn't help but darken. Enough, give me my lovely brother. Cassandra shouted in a deep voice. Don't think about it. Diana said firmly. Then fight, starting from him. I will kill you one by one and regain the position that should belong to me. The newborn voice walked towards Lennox with a hoarse voice. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lennox returned the child to the girl in the shirt, squeezed a few fingers and fisted towards the newborn. Boom, newborn's fist hit Lennox's face first and Lennox shook back slightly. Just as he wanted to continue, he saw a cold light flashing and the newborn's sword ran across his neck. Click, Lennox's head fell to the ground and his body and head gradually changed, becoming like stones. Lennox. Diana didn't expect to kill the demigod Lennox when he was born. Although he didn't have any powerful ability, his body was harder than a rock, but he didn't expect. Diana's two-handed wristbands suddenly lit up, and two swords appeared and they rushed directly to the newborn like a cannonball. Jingle bells, fight together fiercely. Is this equipment upgrade, a masterpiece of the Vulcan Hephaestus? Sheng mumbled a little unexpectedly and came to Hera's side. How does it feel to become a human being from the Queen of God? Not very good, Hera snorted. You asked for it, the girl in the shirt sneered. Humble little b****ch, what are you talking about? Hera glared. You are a b****ch. The two yelled at each other, and if it weren't for the wrong time, I'm afraid both of them would be able to fight. This newborn is so strong, don't you need to help Diana? Layli asked eagerly. Helping Diana is one aspect, and wanting to try your own ability is also one aspect. If you are not afraid of death, go and chant. This newborn should be the strongest among the old gods. Almost no gods of Olympus are better than him, including Zeus. Even ordinary new gods may have to kneel when they meet him. After all, it's a resentment of 7,000 years, step by step from the depths of the earth's heart, climbing for 7,000 years. How terrible is this resentment? The nameless god, the destroyer of the soul, this is the real godslayer. Sheng sighed. Lily was silent, but in her mind she explained to Valentina some things she knew. How do you know this? Hera asked Sheng in surprise. I also know that if there is no accident, you will recover your divine power. Sheng said casually. What's the accident? Hera asked nervously. My mood. Your mood. Hera stared at Sheng. Seeing that Sheng didn't mean to speak, she suppressed her thoughts and changed the subject. Aren't you going to help Diana? After all, she is your woman. If I let Diana take pictures, she will agree. Sheng asked Layli. Layli was stunned and hesitated. I'm afraid with her character, I'm afraid she won't agree. Then wait. Sheng said casually. Bang bang bang, Diana fought fiercely with newborn on the not-so-wide pier. She is not an opponent at all. Although her equipment seems to have been upgraded, although she is now a new god of war, from the original demigod to a true god with a clergy or a powerful clergy, she is still not a newborn opponent. Newborn is like a tank on the road. No matter what class of luxury car you are, it will be easily crushed by him. I can't bear to look straight. Sheng glanced at it for a while and slightly tilted his head and said to Diana, Promise me a condition and I will help you solve him. What conditions? What do you want to do? Diana yelled at Sheng, barely resisting. You just say yes or not, Sheng said. You promise to restore my mother and the other people on Paradise Island to their original state, and I will promise you. Sheng laughed blankly. You have changed, what a pure child you are. Now you have learned to take the opportunity to increase the price. Agree or not? Diana turned her head and shouted at Sheng with her fist thrown down by newborn with both hands. Okay, I promised you. Sheng chuckled lightly. HMPH overwhelmingly. A sneer of disdain came from the side and Cassandra sneered. Who do you think you are? No one and no god can stop newborn. Before Sheng could speak, Layli, who was next to her, stunned and went back. Who do you think you are? No one and no god dare to talk to my master like this. When the voice fell, Lily waved his hand as a flame struck Cassandra. Although Cassandra is a demigod, her ability is a word and has been abandoned. Even if she is not abolished, she is just a squad player facing Firestorm's attack. She can only evade in embarrassment. Lily took advantage to catch up. In midair, she was seen waving her hands and throwing flames to attack Cassandra. Cassandra fled in embarrassment. Quick. Come and help me. Diana didn't have time to see Layli's situation. Her newborn strength was getting stronger and stronger. She was almost unable to support it. Boom. A loud noise that seemed to shatter the world suddenly came. Sheng stood at the position where the newborn was standing and slowly retracted his fists. He looked at the newborn who was glide on the ground and asked Diana with a chuckle. What did you say? So fast. Diana didn't even see Sheng's movements clearly. She just felt that her pressure was suddenly lightened and she was beaten out after the newborn. You are getting stronger and stronger. Diana said with a complicated expression. No, I was so strong. Sheng chuckled and shook his head. It's just that I have never met an opponent who needs me such a strong. Are the previous enemies too weak? Diana thought that whether it was the goddess of dispute Eris or the god of war Ares, he could easily crush him. He simply couldn't see how strong his full strength was and where his limits were. The strong wind blew his face, and the newborn in the distance instantly rushed towards Susang with his fist. Susang thumped his fist. The force of the collision of the two fists instantly shook the nearby Diana back a few steps, and the seawater next to it was hanging as high as a waterfall. The ground centered on Susang and newborn was instantly dented, and the two of them fisted to each other, and the time and space seemed to be still the same. It seemed just a moment, and it seemed a long time past. You are about to lose. Susang smiled brightly. Newborn snorted coldly. Almost at the same time the two shot again. Newborn's fighting skills are not strong, very primitive, very savage, but power and recovery ability are extremely strong. His divine power carries a very special power, hate, that is hate, the power of hate. This hatred is full of violent, cruel thoughts, as if to punish the gods, as if to destroy the world. War everything in front of him. Kill everything in front of him. This hatred, this tyrannical aura made Diana look solemn and worried about Susang, making Hera, the queen of heaven, sit on the ground with limp legs, and the girl in the shirt wanted to turn around and ran. Diana's strength is really inferior to you, even if it is only the power of the demigod period, but it is 5 times less than you, but you are still a scum. Susang's breath changed suddenly after Susang said it, and it was more than the first birth. Strong hatred must roar out. This hatred seemed to be turned into an entity, and Diana couldn't help but knelt on the ground and shivered. This hatred changed the colors of the world and the gods on Mount Olympus. Newborn's complexion changed. Why is this power so familiar? This is my power. Unlimited stacking twice. Susang seldom yells like this because she is the second in high school. But now he feels extremely cheerful. His eyes flashed with excitement and he directly punched him. Boom! Newborn shook his fist to resist, but the huge amounts of power made him retreat sharply, 1 step, 2 steps, and 3 steps before Susang shook his fist again. The fist slammed into the face of Newborn, causing him to lean to the other side, but before he fell, he was beaten back by another fist by Susang. Boom, boom, boom. Newborn was hit by Susang with double fists like a tumbler. He hit more than 10 punches. His face was completely unrecognizable. Although the facial features were still there, the skin on his face was completely gone, and the bright red flesh and blood were directly exposed outside. Susang suddenly jumped up, raised his fist, and smashed it down. Boom! Newborn fell to the ground instantly. The ground was sunken, and his body bounced a few times before falling back down again, not moving at all. Just now, after killing Lennox with a single sword, Diana, who was unable to fight back, was knocked down by Susang. What a great strength this is, really resistant to beating. Susang lowered his head and looked at his injured fist. The injury was quickly repairing at the speed of naked eyes. Susang turned and looked at Diana, who subconsciously lowered her head to avoid his eyes. Are you hiding from me? Susang put away his supernatural power, and the monstrous hatred and pressure disappeared instantly. Diana breathed a sigh of relief and looked over again. The look in your eyes just now was terrible. I won't eat you again. Are you afraid of a hammer? Wait, I really seem to be able to eat people. In the newborn ability, there seems to be an ability that acquires language and memory through swallowing. He crawls from the depths of the earth. When he came out, he swallowed a scientist who discovered him because of language barriers and then mastered English. When you live in the eyes of others, you are lost in your own heart. So Susang doesn't mind what others think of him. Even if he is a lunatic, he admits it when he is happy and frustrates it when he is unhappy. He only does what he wants to do. But cannibalism. There is absolutely no such thing on the list of things he will do. Just like a woman, he can't accept that he is tired of being used by others. Otherwise, why should he take pains to form a raptor team who has no scruples and do whatever he wants? Why remind Laura to leave? Although this process is quite interesting, even if you can eat people, remember that you promised me. Susang stretched out his hand to help Diana up and glanced at the slightly convulsive newborn. Zhen Nima resisted the beating. He didn't even kill him with twice the strength. Diana didn't go to see the newborn but looked at Lennox with only his head left and whispered his name in a sad voice. Don't be too sad. Susang faintly comforted him and gently put her on her shoulders and embraced her. Diana didn't refuse. After separating from Susang, a lot of things happened that made her always strong and she almost couldn't bear it. Life is like this, there are joys and tears. Susang patted Diana on the back and said in a deep tone, some people are mainly responsible for joy and another part are mainly responsible for tears. You be *****D. Diana, who was immersed in comfort, instantly realized that this was wrong and angrily pushed Susang away. Susang shrugged and pointed to newborn. What about this guy? Is it going to be killed? Diana had some hesitation. It is reasonable to kill the firstborn to completely solve the crisis of the gods, but after all, give him to me. A voice rang suddenly nearby, and then I saw a man with a purple skin in a suit and an eggplant smile coming over. He is Apollo, the sun god, and he has become the new king of gods. Diana explained in a low voice to Susang, ignoring her anger. It might be a good idea to hand over the newborn to him. Are you sure you want? Susang asked Apollo, narrowing his eyes. I am the Lord of Olympus now, and I think I have the right to deal with him. I definitely don't want to be an enemy of you, so maybe you can make a request. Apollo smiled. Send you off. Susang waved his hand and emphasized. But remember, this is what you want. Definitely. The smile on Apollo's purple eggplant-like face became brighter, and he nodded in gratitude towards Susang and Diana, turned and carried newborn and disappeared. If you die by yourself, no one can save it. Susang chuckled lightly just to see Firestorm flying back in the distance. Landing, the Firestorm state was lifted and instantly became Lily and Valentina. The two looked at each other and snorted with dissatisfaction. I don't agree with each other, so people ran away, Susang asked with a smile. Yes, Lily replied in a low voice. Okay, let's get out of here first. After Susang finished speaking, he jumped back to the disciple. Although Lily and Valentina were both upset, they could only transform and fly over. Diana turned around and handed Lennox's head to Hera, holding her and the girl in the shirt in both hands and preparing to pass. Wait, shall we go with him? And is it safe? The girl in the shirt hurriedly asked. If he wants to, there should be no safer place than his side. Diana finished speaking and led them directly to jump over, in the disciple number. The girl in the shirt held the child and looked at the environment on the boat in a novel way. Hera was more calm. Somehow she was also a queen. Lily and Diana chatted with each other about what happened after they separated. Valentina and Laura stood silently, one because of anger and unwillingness and the other because of shock and confusion. Susang is playing the disciple number. At this time, the benefits of learning are reflected. The application range of electronic engineering is still very wide. Although you may not be able to repair everything, you can at least understand the basic operating principles. After checking, Susang activated the disciple. Back slowly, enter the stealth mode, and then rise into the air. Good luck, except for the slight loss of the defensive barrier and the outer fuselage. There is nothing serious about it. Susang turned his head relaxedly and asked, Do you have a place to stay? Yes, the girl in the shirt hurriedly said in a dress. After a while, the disciple landed slowly next to a farm in the suburbs. This is my home, no. I lived here before the accident. I don't think anyone will find here for the time being. The girl in the shirt explained, and everyone got off the spaceship and entered the farm. The farm is not very large and the environment is quite quiet. Susang turned around and returned to the dining room of the disciples after losing interest. Susang picked up a bottle of wine and drank, his thoughts gradually diverging. In all likelihood, the people who attacked the disciple were sent by the Lord of Time Council. First, the way to save the legendary squad by themselves was a change in history. Secondly, the Lord of Time Council and Vandal Savage were stunned by themselves. After playing, I must retaliate. It's a pity that these guys are targeting the disciples instead of themselves. It's a pity that they haven't been able to copy ability. The next time the goal is to find the Flash. Anyway, you can travel through time without waiting. Go directly to the era when he became the Flash and copy the superpower, so that in the future, if the disciple is attacked and cannot travel through time, you don't have to worry about overturning. NS. So you can copy someone else's ability, including divine power. Diana's voice sounded at the door. Susang looked up and smiled. Why are you here? Come and talk to you about the future. Diana walked to Susang and wanted to sit down, but Susang grabbed her wrist and took it directly into her arms. After 3-2 struggling for a few times, she gave up without breaking free. What are the conditions you said before? Taking pictures. Susang smiled. Taking pictures? What kind of pictures? You, Susang smiled lightly. The ones who wear clothes and those who don't, you. Diana already knew what the camera meant to take pictures. She subconsciously wanted to refuse under such shameless conditions, but she couldn't say what she had agreed to before. Come with me. Susang smiled and got up and took Diana to his collection room. The collection room was empty, with only a few books lying alone on the shelves. As soon as Diana followed Susang in, she saw a picture of Layli and Laura. She was wearing a uniform and holding a handcard. The name code and other detailed information were also recorded on the handcard. She reacted instantly and said annoyedly, You let me take this, I won't take it. Why can't you try to respect others, especially women? Trust me, it's the best respect to hang the photo here. Susang walked to the shooting spot with a chuckle, wrote his hand and handed it to Diana. Take it, ready to shoot. Name, Diana. Code name, Wonder Woman. Number 3 from the era, 1917. Location, Paradise Island. Diana looked at the contents of the cards in her hand and shook her head at Susang. I won't shoot this for you to hang on the wall and become your show-off collection. Susang stood in front of Diana and shook his head slightly and said with a chuckle 10. Actually, I have many ways to force you to shoot, but I don't want to do this, so I negotiated with you. I helped you solve the new birth and promised to restore the people on the Paradise Island to the original state, and you also agreed. You said I don't respect women, at least I respect you in this matter, right? So. Sheng walked up to Diana and dragged her hand to let her hold the card, then stepped back and raised the camera. Diana tried to avoid her, but her feet seemed to be unwilling. She thought that she had indeed promised Sheng and thought of the mothers and people on the Paradise Island waiting to be rescued. In the end, she silently cooperated with Sheng's shooting, uniformed and undressed. Sheng slowly put down the camera and came to Diana's face. Get out of the way, I want to put on clothes. Diana lowered her head and said solemnly, do you know, I almost thought I liked you. Sheng hooked Diana's chin to make her raise her head. Later I learned that you are not my flower, I just happened to get your bloom. What do you want to say? Diana was a little flustered inexplicably. Sheng chuckled and didn't speak but slowly kissed her. Obviously his movements are very slow and he can easily avoid it, but Diana can't move as if her body has been enchanted. She can only watch him approaching her gently as if tasting blooming flowers. Gentle. Diana had an incredible feeling subconsciously he would be gentle with himself. If he still forced herself as before, Diana would not resist hesitation. Even if the final result could not be changed, she would still do so. But now, under Sheng's gentle offensive, she lost the ability to resist, and she could only slowly fall. In a trance, I don't know how long it took, and Diana felt as if she had a dream. The eyes are facing each other. Diana silently picked up the armor and put it on and left without saying a word. She didn't know what to say. In the past, she could confidently say that she was forced by Sheng, but just now. 10 minutes later, the well-dressed Sheng hung Diana's photo in front of Layli and stopped to admire it for a moment before turning around. Go out from the disciple and sit on the stairs of the cabin door. In the dim sky, Firestorm is arrogantly flying. The girl in the shirt is not far away holding the child, and Diana is watching Firestorm in the sky. The silent Laura chatting seems to want to inquire about her own news, but Laura already knows very little, not to mention that she can't figure out what she is playing silently now. It's not bad to enjoy this peaceful feeling occasionally. Sheng mumbled lightly and looked at the firestorm in the night sky. At the moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared from the night sky and galloped in the direction here. What is that? The girl in the shirt pointed at Guang Guang and said in surprise. Diana was ready for battle with a solemn expression, and Firestorm flew back from a distance. This is my supernatural power. Just when the others were ready to fight, the Queen Hera suddenly yelled in excitement, your divine power. Isn't your divine power taken away by the sun god Apollo? Why? Diana subconsciously looked at Hera and reacted instantly. He has an accident, he is a newborn. Only if something happened to the sun god Apollo, he would return the divine power to Hera. Hera opened her arms excitedly. She was fed up with the feeling of being a fragile human being. I am the queen. I am Hera, the queen of heaven. She closed her eyes and waited excitedly for the return of the divine power, but after waiting for a few minutes, there was no response. This made Hera subconsciously want to see what happened, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Sheng standing in front of her, holding a ball of light that symbolized her supernatural power in her hand. Give me back. Hera stretched out her hand excitedly but was easily avoided by Sheng. Instead, she fell to the ground by herself. She ignored her embarrassment and raised her head and shouted at Sheng. This is my supernatural power. What do you want to do in 357? Sheng ignored her but studied this supernatural power. Divine power can be tangible. For example, Diana's divine power is golden energy, Eris's divine power is thunder, and the firstborn divine power. It's not easy to say that powerful hatred can also be turned into an entity and exposed to the body. But this group of divine power is somewhat different. It is similar to the source but different. Sheng walked to Laura and threw the divine power at her. Laura subconsciously wanted to escape, but found that this divine power floated through her body. Can't it? Sheng thought for a while and grabbed it back and walked towards Diana. Hera jumped over again, but Sheng pinched her neck with one hand and couldn't get close for an instant. He pinched Hera with one hand, and Sheng pushed the divine power towards Diana with the other hand. Mine, that's mine, Hera yelled vigorously. Diana entered Diana's body and Diana closed her eyes subconsciously. Is there a show? Sheng asked curiously, his eyes lit up. How are you a diva now? After a while, Diana shook her head. No, I don't have this priesthood. Kill her. Sheng raised Hera. According to previous experience, you can get her priesthood by killing her, right? Get her source. Hera's expression suddenly became frightened. She was demoted to a mortal by the sun god Apollo, who was sitting on the throne of the king of gods. And she did not panic because she was the queen. Hera and her high status for a long time made her not think that humans could harm her. But Sheng was different. When she was still the queen of heaven, she had seen how Sheng killed Eris in seconds and crushed Eris. Just before, she had seen the unmatched firstborn being beaten by him without any power to fight back. He wants to kill himself. Hera is really scared. Because he was unscrupulous and didn't take God seriously. Didn't I promise you to help the people on Paradise Island restore to their original state? As long as you become a queen, you can do what she can do, and you can still do what she can't. Not only can you save the Paradise Island, maybe it can defeat the firstborn and save the gods. Sheng smiled lightly at Diana. Apollo, the sun god, did his own death. He brought the newborn to Olympus. There are many gods waiting for him to kill so that he can become stronger. Kill Hera and become a queen, you have a chance to defeat newborn. Do not, Diana simply refused. Why? Sacrificing one person to save more people, I can't do this kind of thing. Diana said solemnly. What's more, I think your purpose of encouraging me to become a queen is not simple. He is indeed a little careful. If Diana becomes a queen, it means that the value of his collection has risen. Sheng smiled. You know me well now, you are almost catching up with Lily. Often the only people who know you best are the enemies. Diana snorted towards Hera. I will let him let you go and return the divine power to you, but you must promise me to restore the Paradise Island to its original state. I promise you, Hera hurriedly said. Do you know why others dare to offend you? Sheng looked at Diana and said slowly. Because it is simple, innocent, low-minded, low-handed, not bad and righteous, there is no burden to offend someone like you. After speaking, Sheng let go of Hera. Hera sat slumped on the ground, and then saw the divine power float out of Diana's body and penetrate into Hera's body. In an instant, the thunder flickered. Several waves of thunder fell from the sky to illuminate the night sky. Hera slowly got up in the light, and a breath that surpassed the sky and the earth exploded. The skirt on her body disappeared, and she was replaced by a peacock cloak with a simple green cloth under the cloak. Strips conceal characteristic parts. The gods on Mount Olympus are either PR*Int**** Utes or B***. Sheng curled his lips and turned and prepared to return to the disciple. Where are you going? The thunder flickered, and Hera asked Sheng in a deep voice. Sheng stopped walking and turned his head and cast a glance, slowly raising his fist. You might die if I punch you. This glance made Hera honest, and the thunder disappeared. Psst, the girl in the shirt couldn't help laughing. Bai Kai is bit Kai, so you dare not avenge you when you are scared? What are you talking about? You little B****ch. Hera instantly angrily went back. Enough, Diana yelled. Hera, let's go to Paradise Island first and then. She looked up at the sky. If things are as Sheng said, then it will be really troublesome. The people who were going to rest one after another boarded the disciple, and the disciple was activated and went straight to Paradise Island. Coming to Paradise Island again, the disciple slowly landed from the sky. When everyone came down, they saw the stone statue kneeling in the center of the square. Hippollet, she was surrounded by dense snakes and she looked very excited. These snakes are Amazon warriors. Hera. Diana looked at Hera in a deep voice. Hera was a little reluctant, but she still used her magical power to cast her magic. A flash of light flashed, and all her shots turned back to the original Amazon warrior. Diana greeted her sister excitedly. Queen, why didn't the queen recover? Suddenly someone shouted in surprise, and Diana realized that her mother was still in the form of a statue. Hera, Diana looked at Hera angrily. Hera said with a stunned look, It's none of my business, I used to release magic like this. It's really none of your business, Diana said suspiciously. Hera glanced at Sheng next to her and said, I don't have to lie to you. Then what's going on? Diana was at a loss. She thought that Hera's regaining power would restore her mother and the others, but now even Hera can't do it. She didn't know what to do and subconsciously looked at Sheng. Owner. The Amazon warriors suddenly knelt down towards them all together. Hera proudly said, A smart choice, but it still can't save your queen. It is indeed not my job. There was silence, no one responded. Hera was about to continue speaking when she heard a lazy voice next to her. Get up. Ha ha. The Amazon warrior stood up. Hera looked at Sheng awkwardly and almost forgot that Sheng had enslaved the Paradise Island. It was not her who was kneeling at all. She is now a little scared and angry with Sheng. What should I do now? Diana asked Sheng without any idea. Have you not found that there is one missing person? Sheng looked around and said casually. Donna, Diana reacted instantly. Donna separated from her and returned to Paradise Island. When she came back, she found that everyone had become snakes and thought that Donna was too, but now there is no Donna. It seems that besides Hera, Paradise Island has other enemies. Sheng said lightly, newborns are likely to attack Paradise Island. Hippollet hasn't recovered you. The princess is now the queen. Let's do a good job of protection first. In addition, tell me the address of Hephaestus, the god of fire. What are you going to do? Look for him to help my disciple number upgrade. Sheng said casually. After all, the disciple is only the standard spaceship of the Lord of Time. The attack also exposed some problems. Hephaestus is the god of fire and forging. Many of the god's equipment was created by him, and it should be able to upgrade the disciple. Upgrade. Diana told Sheng the address. Hesitation said, go and come back. Paradise Island needs you. Mount Etna, where the god Hephaestus lives. As one of the 12 gods of Olympus, Vulcan was also born of Zeus and Hera and was the half-brother of Diana. When Diana was born, he helped Diana build several kinds of equipment, including the sword of Godkiller. In terms of forging equipment, Vulcan is indeed second to none. However, he is really long and cannot be described by his ugly appearance. It is simply ugly, a bit like the dwarf in many stories, and has no sense of God at all. When Sheng saw him, he was wearing an apron, and his hands were red B*******G on certain equipment. Are you Sheng? Vulcan looked at the disciple number that came directly from the top of his head and then looked at Sheng coming down from the disciple number and asked calmly, can you get this time ship? Sheng asked straightforwardly. There is chaos on Mount Olympus. Vulcan said slowly, there is no difference between God and man, and even God is worse than man. Although I have never participated in these power struggles, I hope to end this as soon as possible and restore peace. I can help you rebuild your spaceship, but you have to help end this. It's chaotic, I know you can do it, and I know you can kill me easily. His tone was indifferent but determined. Okay, Sheng said indifferently, you can go around. After Vulcan finished speaking, he called 333 roar and moved the disciple over to prepare for repair and transformation. Sheng originally wanted to see how he did it, but couldn't understand it. His operation has no technical content at all, and it is more like using the ability of the priest to achieve an unscientific transformation. So Sheng simply looked around. There are many kinds of finished equipment, most of which are cold weapons. Although the materials are general, the quality of Vulcan is much higher after all. Look at the east, look at the west, it will only take more than an hour to touch it, and the fire god called Sheng over. Try a punch. The appearance of the disciple did not seem to have changed in any way except that the damaged place had been repaired. What strength? Sheng asked. Anything, Vulcan said confidently. Diana demigod. Sheng raised his fist and hit it directly. Boom. The power shook, Vulcan's men staggered back, and the disciple was unscathed. Awesome. Sheng exclaimed, this time directly superimposing the power of the demigod to 4 times and hitting it again. This time it was only slightly sunken. Cattle. Sheng stretched out his thumb, and without seeing what he did, he raised the defensive ability of the disciple by so much. The punch just now was equivalent to the full attack of Diana in the 4 demigods, and the result was only a little dent. If it is a newborn power, it should be able to withstand multiple attacks. If you are attacked like the last time, even if the defense barrier is broken, the hull will not be affected. This is for Diana. Vulcan was a little tired and let out a sword. Vulcan's sword, Sheng smiled and took it. Can you cut off my spaceship? Vulcan did not speak. That's okay, it's really a different treatment, but you are a family, and also said in the past. So far, the gods of Olympus, I have a good impression of you, keep it. If you encounter trouble, you can find me, although I can't give you contact information. Sheng got on the disciple with a chuckle and prepared to leave. The ship of the disciple was upgraded by Vulcan, and I went back to get artificial intelligence. And by the way, I went to Atom to research and study nano-shrinking technology. Perfect. Boom. The disciple took off in an instant and rushed out directly, several times faster than before. Watching the disciple leave, Vulcan sat weakly and paralyzed on the ground, but he didn't cut corners at all to upgrade the disciple. Especially the internal structure of the disciple was intricate and complicated, which really consumed a lot of his energy and divine power. When Sheng drove the disciple back to Paradise Island, the time it took was more than twice as short as when it came out. Defense, speed, and greatly improved, Sheng was satisfied and couldn't be more satisfied. Seeing Diana coming from a distance, Sheng smiled and rushed forward and hugged her and kissed her. This caught Diana by surprise and subconsciously responded slightly. After a while, Sheng let go of Diana and said with a smile, "You brother is not bad. It's not easy for you to say something good." Diana paused and laughed. "It seems that his transformed disciple number makes you very satisfied." "Yes." Sheng handed over the Vulcan sword casually. "He gave this from him." Diana happily took it, and she could feel the power contained in this sword. "Where is my mantra lasso?" she asked, turning her head. "Well," Sheng thought for a while and shook his head. "This stuff is easy to use, so, humph." Diana snorted in dissatisfaction. The slightly arrogant expression made Sheng reach out and hug her and whispered in her ear, "Go to the boat or your room." It wasn't just before returning to Paradise Island. "Why?" Diana said subconsciously in a daze. Sheng smiled. "I'm the old thief who learned from Zeus, and I should leave after solving the Olympus matter. You will have to wait at least decades or even hundreds of years to meet again." "What are you looking for the Flash?" Diana asked. "Yes." Sheng smiled brilliantly and pulled Diana onto the disciple. After walking a few steps, Diana slowly broke away. I am now the only pillar of the sisters, and I have to deploy defense, and don't forget that we are still enemies. I will definitely defeat you next time, even if you are stronger than God." Sheng paused and pointed at the starry sky above his head. "Do you want the stars in the sky? I can steal them for you." "What?" Diana looked up at the stars. "Stealing stars for me? What are you doing?" Diana is very weak. Sometimes she really doesn't know what Sheng is thinking and what to do. "I want to secretly change the day." Sheng looked at Diana with a bright smile. "Stealing the sky and changing the day? Is this a Huxia idiom? It means secretly changing the sky, metaphorically changing the truth of things in order to achieve the purpose of deceiving and deceiving. What are you going to do?" Diana looked at Sheng inexplicably. Sheng smiled and waved his hand and turned back to the disciple, leaving Diana confused to guess the purpose of his words. Looking at the unclosed hatch, Diana simply didn't want to. If he could be understood and guessed so easily, he would not be Sheng. Diana turned around and went to Antiope to ask about the defense situation. After a few steps, she suddenly heard a scream in the distance. Tilda. Something went wrong. Diana screamed and rushed in the direction of Sheng Yin. The screams made the others wake up. Hera, the girl in shirt, Laura, Riley, and Valentina ran out one after another. As soon as they came out, they saw the flames in the distance like a wall of fire illuminating the whole island. "What happened?" Lily asked the Amazon warrior who ran out. "That's our alarm, someone has invaded," the Amazon soldier said quickly and ran out. Lily looked at Valentina, and the two instantly turned into firestorm and flew into the air. The dense crowds of enemies rushed here like a tide. These enemies have long beast heads and human bodies like demons crawling out of hell. The warriors of the Amazon bravely resisted the enemy, but they were outnumbered. They could only gradually retreat. The blood splattered the earth, and the pools of blood seemed to be surging, unexpectedly drilled out from the inside. This is the ability of the ocean. The ocean took refuge in the firstborn. No, the firstborn killed the ocean. Hera's face changed slightly. The ocean in her mouth refers to the sea god Poseidon. The king of gods Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon belong to the same generation. Zeus drove the newborn into the depths of the earth, allowing Poseidon, the sea god, to guard the newborn's equipment and Hades to guard the exit. As a result, the newborn not only crawled out, but also took back his own equipment and began to punish the gods. Looking at these beast heads and human monsters, watching them use blood as a channel to drill out, it is obvious that Hades and Poseidon are already. Even they are not spared. Maybe the gods of Olympus are already dead, right? Who can stop the powerful newborn now? Sheng, go and inform Sheng. Hera yelled at Laura. Laura paused and ran to the disciple. As soon as I ran over, I saw Sheng coming out of it. Looking at the chaos outside, I couldn't help frowning and said, "It really doesn't make people stop. Look good on the disciple number." Sheng confessed to Laura that the incarnation firestorm flew out. In the darkness, two firestorms swiftly shuttled through the air, and flames exploded and burned in the monsters. The flames seemed to have turned into long ropes to tie these monsters together, unable to break free. Sheng flew into the air, and the whole body began to flash with thunder, as if a god came and smashed it suddenly. Boom, 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 thunder strikes these monsters with incomparable precision without hurting the Amazon warriors. Diana raised her head to look into the air, and the corners of Sheng's mouth slightly raised, and the wristbands of both hands collided and slammed forward. In an instant, the golden divine power was like a sea wave swept out, and the monster in front instantly turned to ashes. The Vulcan sword was out of its sheath, and Diana leaped high and landed into the distant battlefield. Amazon hail, Amazon hail. The Amazon warriors bravely raised roar. No one backed down even if someone fell down beside him. "Aren't you helping?" The girl in the shirt asked Hera, who was indifferent to recovering her supernatural power while holding her baby. Hera shook her head and said nothing. "Do you want them to kill all the people in Amazon? Don't forget, the firstborn won't let you go and Sheng won't let you go." The shirt girl shouted angrily. Hera remained silent. Suddenly, a monstrous hatred that made the world change its color suddenly appeared. In the blood, a tall monster slowly emerged. The body is more than 2 meters tall and the dark red body has no skin at all. It seems that there is only flesh and blood. On the back of his hand, 2 long horns like dragon teeth protrude, and there is a faint cloak-like thing behind it, but it seems to be connected to the body. There are even a few black lines that seem to be tentacles floating around. It's hard to tell what his face looks like, and there are things like horns on his head. "Chew, newborn," Diana looked at him in shock. "Isn't this less than a day?" "When I saw him last time, although he was crazy, but at least he was still a person. But now he has completely turned into a monster. Within one day he killed Apollo, the god king, the gods on Mount Olympus, and possibly the sea god Poseidon and Hades. How strong is he now?" Taking a deep breath, Diana yelled and swung her sword towards the newborn. The black tentacles behind the newborn suddenly stretched out and instantly shot Diana to the ground and then entangled her. This is not a mantra lasso, but it makes Diana feel that her power and life seem to be passing fast. Psst, psst, psst. The tentacles of the newborn opened instantly, and the surrounding Amazon warriors were pierced one by one, and the body quickly dried up and only the skeleton fell to the ground slowly, being crushed by the newborn without hesitation. Diana struggled and brandished the Vulcan sword to cut off her tentacles and fell to the ground, but was instantly overwhelmed by the monster. When Diana repelled these monsters and then caught up, Newborn had already arrived on the square and put her hand on Hippolyte's head. "Open." Diana shouted anxiously and hurried over. The newborn crimson eyes looked at Athena, who rushed over and said coldly and cruelly, "I want to die. I don't want to be the king of gods. I want to kill all of you and become the only existence." As he said, the newborn's fingers squeezed vigorously. "Do not," Diana shouted in despair. A flame came to the newborn in an instant. "She still owes me a horse, but you can't just crush it to pieces like this." Sheng punched out the newborn in an instant. Diana sighed in a long sigh of relief and hurried over. Fortunately, the mother didn't. Her thoughts hadn't fallen, but she suddenly realized that Hippolyte, who had turned into a stone statue, stood up with blue light in her eyes. "What's going on, Diana?" The stone statue of Hippolyte looked at Diana with a vivid and kind expression. "Mother, I don't know." Hippolyte knew what she was asking and shook his head slightly and reached out to pick up the spear on the ground. "I know Paradise Island is inviolable." The atmosphere of resolute expression instantly permeated. Diana's expression was sober and the surrounding Amazons were also inspired. I violated it." Sheng seemed to have a natural ability to destroy the atmosphere. Originally, everyone's fighting spirit was provoked by Hippolyte, but he was instantly discouraged by a word. Hippolyte was silent. Diana glared at Sheng as she was about to speak, when suddenly she saw a few black tentacles attack instantly. The sword of Vulcan was cut out. Swish, the tentacles fell. "I have to say that this Vulcan sword is indeed a divine weapon, and Vulcan's name can't be a parallel import. It is a sharp sword that can be cut at the subatomic level." The tentacles on this side had just been cut off, and the newborn on the other side had already rushed towards Sheng. For 7,000 years, Newborn climbed up from the depths of the earth with monstrous hatred. Originally, he only wanted to get back what belonged to him, such as ascending to the throne, but now his thinking has changed. He wants to destroy everything, whether it is a god or a man. Originally, no one or god was his opponent, but Sheng appeared. Obviously, he is not a god, but he can have the power of God, even his own power to kill God. He was defeated. It was a complete failure, but he won again because he was taken back to Olympus by Apollo. When Apollo's stupid abused him to make him surrender, Newborn killed him and killed the gods on Olympus. He became stronger. Even he killed Poseidon, Hades, the god of the sea, and even Cassandra, who followed him to help himself. He felt that he was strong enough, so he came, with vengeful anger. His current power is countless times stronger than before. Even if you can have the same power as me, it is only me at that time. Go to hell. The newborn snorted, his fist roaring away like a missile that can destroy everything. Boom. The two punches faced each other, and the huge amounts of power made Sheng retreat instantly. 2 long traces were drawn on the hard ground, and they slid more than 10 meters away before they could stop. Diana, Firestorm, Hera, everyone's eyes widened, especially Diana. This was the first time she saw Susang in the competition lost. How can this be? As everyone watched in astonishment, Susang shook his broken arm slightly and the injury would heal completely in a few seconds. So, 5 times. Susang didn't seem to be affected at all, but looked at the newborn with interest. Your power has increased 5 times compared to the last time. Is this because you swallowed the flesh and blood of the gods and gained power, or because you absorbed their sources? The latter is unlikely, although one person can have many sources. But now that the new gods are rising, the old gods can hardly do this, so it's your own ability. A special case in an old god like you, I doubt if the Wall of Origin deliberately wants to use your hand to destroy the old god. No one can use me. Although Newborn didn't understand what he meant, he denied it. You won't know even if you're used. Susang smiled and raised his eyebrows. So, the second round, the newborn drank again and rushed over. Susang didn't move or even the slightest sense of tension and seriousness. He slowly raised his arm as if he was stretching his waist and hit the newborn's fist. Unlimited stacking 10 times. Boom, the impact of a stronger force than before oscillated instantly, as if a hurricane passed by and blew everything around it instantly. In the strong wind, the newborn body was seen flying upside down and directly penetrated the distant mountain. The mountain collapsed and buried it. You. Diana pierced the Vulcan's sword into the ground to stabilize her body and looked at Susang in a daze. You don't think I will really lose, do you? This joke is not funny, Susang said with a chuckle. If it weren't for calculating how many times his power was increased and he was crushing back exponentially, do you think I would be shaken back by him? I was already stronger than a tiger, so why play a pig? Play pig eat tiger. Susang didn't have that interest. If you want to pretend to be forced, you have to be in front of someone you don't know. Looking at anyone who doesn't know his strength in this circle, pretending to be forced is boring. The last time Susang crushed him with twice the strength of the firstborn, this time the firstborn was improved by 5 times. Susang crushed him with 10 times the strength. Too much, I'm afraid he is desperate, rumbling. A loud noise came from the other side of the mountain, the rubble was shaken away and the newborn came out of it embarrassedly, grinning glaringly at Susang. In a short moment he came to Susang again. Boom, punch, newborn retreat, angrily shot again. Boom. It was another punch, newborn back again. Susang stood on the spot like a hitter in baseball, hitting the ball easily again and again, boom. Susang once again knocked the newborn out and said to the dazed Diana, "If I were you, then I will solve those monsters first." What? Diana realized that the opponents on Paradise Island were not only newborn and immediately turned to join the battle. The morale is stronger and the fighting spirit is stronger. If Hippollet's words just made them rather die than surrender and kill the enemy bravely, then Susang's act of crushing the newborn has greatly increased their confidence and has a psychological advantage that has already defeated the enemy. In this case, every Amazon warrior has the advantage. It has become more brave and stronger than before. Being beaten again and again, the newborn who was as helpless as last time became more and more angry. His hatred, his power became stronger and stronger. The anger seemed to make him forget to think. A stronger force burst out in his body, and the tentacles behind him gradually turned into a pair of demonic wings and began to frantically absorb the vitality and energy around him. The world behind him seemed to be it all began to become dark and nothingness. Is this a popped bean? I'll bother you guys and just hang up. Looking at the changes in the firstborn, Saint Su 4. 2 vomited. I said, buddy, you must think that you are awesome now. Maybe you are still thinking about how you can destroy the world, right? It's useless, the reality is cruel. Accompanied by the voice, Susang already raised his fist and rushed towards the newborn. The initial strength skyrocketed and he fisted fiercely to resist. Unlimited stacking 50 times. I is the reality, boom. With fists and fists facing each other, Susang's fist quickly crushed the newborn's fist and arm like a bulldozer with a bang at the end. Newborn exploded. Newborn exploded. Flesh and flesh spurted around, a powerful force radiating black light took advantage of the flow, roar whistled out and instantly penetrated into the cloud and disappeared. Sure enough, it's a horror. Susang curled his lips. What flew away just now should be the source of the new birth, right? Regardless of the nameless god or the destroyer of the soul, the firstborn is a real deal even if there is no source of priesthood. According to the past situation, killing the firstborn by himself can get his source to take over his priesthood. But other people's sources either drifted away like Eris or directly specified like Eris, but they didn't fly away like the firstborn. It's clear that I don't want people to inherit the origin of the newborn. Am I right? Is it true that the Wall of Origins used the first birth to destroy the old gods? After all, there are not many old gods left after the first birth. Sheng muttered and followed the monsters who discovered the attack on Paradise Island. This suddenly deflated like a leaking balloon and gradually penetrated into the ground and disappeared. The big BO-10 SS will automatically disappear after hanging up with the little brother. It's so old-fashioned. Sheng turned around while complaining. As soon as he turned around, he saw a pair of eyes that turned golden light like Hawkeye. Women in shirts, her hand seemed to become like a bird's claw, and the baby in her arms flew up instantly. Fly. Fly up, her sudden change caused Hera next to her to be caught off guard. Seeing that the girl in the shirt was about to fly away, Sheng waved a fire and hit her back. The girl in the shirt fell directly from the air with a grunt, and she was seen turning her body back and hitting the ground heavily in midair. Boom! The girl in the shirt hit the ground directly. Diana and others did not react to her changes for a while. Holding the baby with her hands, she slowly got up and looked unscathed. "What are you doing?" Hawkeye, who was in the shirt, looked at Sheng and made a very different voice from before. "Yeah, Athena." Diana looked at the shirt girl in surprise. This voice was exactly the same as the voice she had heard in her mind before. It was Athena's voice. "She is Athena." Sheng looked at the shirt girl unexpectedly. "Okay, it's a little bit, it's hidden deep. Thank you, Diana, you helped my father return." Athena said towards Diana, "Father, Zeus." Diana looked at the baby Zeus in her arms in surprise and said angrily, "You lied to me." "No, Diana, I was born in this human body a long time ago and my divinity slept in her body until she was born." Athena looked down at Zeus. "Since Zeus once gave birth to me and I gave birth to him, let him return to the throne and my mission will be completed." "So, don't stop me," Diana said, raising her head to look at Sheng who came by. "What if I stop it? Can you stop me or this little kid can stop me?" Sheng stood in front of Athena and stretched out his hand to stun the seemingly ignorant baby. "Hippollet suddenly wakes up from the statue state is your ghost. Then you should be sure to change her back. I promised Diana to restore everyone in Paradise Island to their original state. So if you change Hippollet back, I will let Athena take you back to Mount Olympus and sit on the throne again. How about?" Wow. The little baby didn't seem to understand and started crying. "Let your daughter become immortal, sleep with her and then give birth to yourself. You have such an open mind. Do you think it is useful to pretend to be stupid? Hurry up and don't waste my time. If you don't agree, I will abolish your crime. Tools you won't be able to wave after you grow up." Sheng said with a smile. His cry stopped abruptly and his eyes lit up with a blue light like thunder. The next moment Hippollet recovered from the state of the statue. "Really an old thief?" Sheng laughed dumbly, looking at the innocent baby with big eyes. "Good luck, don't meet me in the future." Athena stepped back and flew again with the baby in her arms. This time Sheng did not stop her. Everyone silently watched them disappear into the night sky, not knowing what to say for a while. The shirt girl is Athena and Zeus is Zeus. So what are all these things they experienced? A soft drink came and the thunder was shining with electric lights and Hera followed back to Mount Olympus. "It seems it's all over." Sheng chuckled lightly and thought it was funny. These gods are very interesting. The Queen Hera is jealous. Whether it is sitting idly by and allowing the death of the Amazon warrior or Hippollet's failure to return, she may have done it deliberately. Athena slept with her father and then gave birth to her own father. This kind of operation is suffocating. There is also Zeus, who said that his old thief really didn't bury him. He would obediently submit as soon as he threatened him as a criminal tool. Olympus gods, haha, Sheng said to Diana with a chuckle. "Since things are resolved, then I'm leaving." "So fast," Diana said subconsciously. "Why don't you leave tomorrow?" Hippollet also followed. "Yes, this time you saved the Paradise Island again and also ended all this chaos. Stay and let us express our gratitude." "Forget it, although the matter is over, you still have a lot of mess 940 to deal with. I'm not interested in staying." Diana responded softly. "Gone." Sheng waved his hand to beckon roar as Layli and Valentina, who had already lifted the firestorm transformation, were about to return to the disciple. Laura had been obediently guarding the disciple, and many more. Seeing that Sheng was about to board the disciple, Diana suddenly yelled and chased him up. Sheng turned around, Diana kissed her. Diana's behavior was a little unexpected. After a while the two separated. Diana looked at Sheng. "Wait for me decades or 100 years, I will find you and then challenge you." "Challenge me? Is this a pun after all?" Looking at Diana, who just turned back after speaking, Sheng touched the corner of his mouth and chuckled and turned to the disciple. "The next stop is the Central City after the birth of the Flash." Central City, 9 months ago, Dr. Risen Wells, a cutting-edge laboratory, launched the particle accelerator under the expectation. It was a stormy evening. The success of the particle accelerator only lasted for a short time because the electron volts could not be measured. The plug suddenly exploded. When it could not be cooled off, the energy could only be rushed into the air from the blasting site. The energy of the particle accelerator forms shockwave and spreads to the entire central city in an instant. The particle accelerator exploded and the cutting-edge laboratory was forced to close. Countless people have had an impact because of this explosion. The most influential one is naturally the Flash, Barry Allen. The Flash has many generations. The most famous is Barry Allen. It can be said that he created the Speed Force, or he is the Speed Force, and the Speed Force is the origin of all speed people. When Barry Allen was a child, he witnessed the speed killer killing her mother, and his father was convicted as a murderer and sentenced to jail. Barry Allen was adopted by Canterlot police officer Joe West since she was a child. After he grew up, she became a Canterlot's material evidence technologist, desperate to find the murderer of his mother. 9 months ago, the particle accelerator exploded and Barry Allen was struck by lightning and fell into a coma. 9 months later, Barry Allen woke up. Susang also drove the disciple to the central city. This era is absolutely ahead of Lily, Valentina, and Laura. Watching the busy cars on the street, watching people show off in modern clothes, especially all kinds of modern buildings and electronic equipment, makes them need time to digest and assimilate. Master, how long will we stay this time? The disciple landed on a clearing and entered invisible mode. After coming down, Lily couldn't help but ask Susang. Susang thought for a while. It should stay for a while. Then shall we find a place to stay? Lily asked again. Susang looked around and happened to see a canned beverage bottle not far away. He picked it up and held it in his hand. The Firestorm's ability was instantly activated. In an instant, the palm of his hand radiated hot flames, and you could clearly see the beverage bottle in the flame. Changes. The flame disappeared, and Susang threw the drink bottle to Lily. Find a place to sell you a change of clothes, stroll around, and find a suitable place to stay by the way. Well, this has become golden. Lily held the drink bottle in surprise. How did you do it? Firestorm has the ability to rearrange subatomic particles to change the atomic composition of different substances. You will not be short of money after practicing when you have time. Susang said casually, it can still be like this. Wouldn't it turn stones into gold? Lily exclaimed. Valentina pouted her lips and said nothing. You go shopping, I'll meet a friend. Shopping is a woman's nature, and even Laura, who is reluctant to leave the Soviet Union or follows in a daze, doesn't mean to resist. Although the three of them dressed in retro styles, they are still not fancy outfits. What's more, the tolerance of this era is still very strong. Walking on the street did not cause any sensation. What I really want to say is that the rate of turning back is relatively high. After all, it is normal for a beautiful and tall beauty to be eye-catching on the street. The only minor trouble is that when they were selling gold drink cans, the owner of the gold shop was also dumbfounded. The first time I saw people using gold to make drink cans, I can only say that they are wealthy and self-willed. When they were shopping, Susang also went to the cutting-edge laboratory. The last time I came here was when I helped Laurel to get sonic equipment. At that time, the cutting-edge laboratory looked very high-end atmosphere, but now it is not only locked by the iron door, but also hung up with a sign that prohibits approaching. I don't know if Caitlin is inside. Susang just wanted to jump in when he heard a creaking brake sound behind him, and when he turned his head, he saw a red car parked on the side of the road behind him. The door opens. A woman walked quickly around the car. Susang. Is it really you? Speaking of Cao will be there. It was Caitlin Snow who came here. I'm planning to go in and find you. Susang pointed to the cutting-edge laboratory and said with a smile. I just came out from the inside, the parking lot is behind, and I saw you standing at the door thinking that you were mistaken. I didn't expect it to be you. You came to see me? Why didn't you call me in advance? Where have you been for a long time? Do you know how much trouble it caused me? Caitlin Snow couldn't help complaining after the excitement. What's the trouble? Susang asked in amazement. I was kidnapped because of you. Caitlin Snow thought about it for a moment and still felt lingering in her heart. So miserable? Susang asked unexpectedly. Because I was kidnapped, who kidnapped you? A woman, wearing a uniform like Robinson and using crossbow arrows, asked me if the sonic equipment was made by a cutting-edge laboratory and asked if I knew you. I was really hurt by you. Caitlin Snow snorted. Huntress Helena. Susang smiled and asked, then what? Are you embarrassed to laugh? Caitlin Snow said angrily. Then I was rescued by another person who claimed that Black Canary used the original sonic equipment. Later, I quietly investigated and found out that they were all from Starling, and Black Canary is even more of a hero in Starling. It sounds like I was involved or not. I invite you to dinner, Sheng said with a smile. You definitely want to apologize and make up for me, but first you say what is wrong with me suddenly after missing for so long. I'm considering whether to help you avoid getting into trouble again. Caitlin Snow said angrily. It should be the thing you were looking forward to. Sheng smiled. Caitlin Snow's eyes lit up. Do you check your body? Yes, Miss Nurse, Sheng said seriously. Then, you come with me first. Caitlin Snow thought for a while and wanted to invite Sheng into the car. After getting in the car did not drive back to the cutting-edge laboratory. Where to go? My home. Your home? Is this too fast? Sheng said jokingly. Ignoring Sheng's joke, Caitlin Snow said while driving. The cutting-edge laboratory is not very convenient now, so I will take you to my home to do some routine checks. By the way, if someone is struck by lightning but does not die but falls into a coma, it lasts for 9 months. When he was in a coma, his body functions were normal and there was no sign of degeneration and atrophy. Do you think it is possible? Caitlin also glanced at Sheng with some hesitation. You mean Barry Allen? Sheng said casually. Crack, the car stopped suddenly and Caitlin Snow looked at Sheng in surprise. How did you know? I know a lot. I drove, Sheng urged. Caitlin Snow started the car again with doubts and curiosity. Is he awake? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Caitlin Snow nodded. Woke up, I wanted to do a more detailed examination for him. After all, he was struck by lightning and was in a coma for 9 months. Some changes must have taken place in his body, but unfortunately he left. Don't worry, he will be back soon. Sheng's purpose this time is to replicate the superb power of the Flash. The superfast force is simply a bug. The super-fast speed can not only travel through time and space, but also extend a series of abilities. The members of the Flash family use their swift power to engage in other things, and Barry Allen created a Flashpoint event because of saving his mother and restarted the timeline many times. Ability to make trouble, but who made him the pro-son of the Speed Force? At the moment when he possessed the Speed Force to become the Flash, the Speed Force extended to different time and space, creating a series of speed people. Only using the Speed Force to start running, Speed Force produces energy. For example, Dr. Harrison Wells, the head of the current cutting-edge laboratory, his true identity is the reverse lightning coming from the future. He wanted to kill the Flash but killed the Flash's mother. As a result, a series of changes caused him to lose his speed and energy and had to stay in this era. He had to find a way to turn Barry Allen into the Flash again, and he had to be a mentor. The identity of Barry Allen taught Barry Allen to run faster. Only in this way can the superpower generate more energy to let him go home through time. So Sheng suddenly thought of a question. If copying Barry Allen's ability to obtain super fast power, will he be subject to Barry Allen's super fast power like reverse lightning? Or will he have his own independent super fast power? Although he said that his purpose of wanting superpower is to facilitate waves, he still hates being subject to people. Don't wave waves and be trapped in a certain era like reverse lightning. Isn't it boring to die? If it's an independent Speed Force, it's fine. If not, then throw him into the Speed Force as a battery. After all, it's better than being beaten up. At the beginning of each episode, Barry Allen didn't force his face to say that he was the present. The fastest in the world, but actually the fastest being beaten in the face. It's just slower than the other speeders. Sometimes even the car can't catch up. The villains who encounter non-speeders will have to be abused first and then burst into the small universe. You think you are Saint Seiya. It's not the speed that you get the fastest, but the slap in the face, right? Ring, ring. The phone rang suddenly and Caitlin Snow's phone rang. Slowly stopping the car, Caitlin Snow turned around and picked up her bag from the back to find out the call was connected. Cisco, is something wrong? Caitlin Snow asked and looked at Sheng somewhat unexpectedly. I see, I will go back now. Putting away the phone, Caitlin Snow looked at Sheng with a weird look. Barry is back to the lab, I need to go back right away. I guess it's not convenient to take me with me, right? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Caitlin Snow smiled apologetically. Just send me back to the vicinity of the laboratory and then tell me the address of your home and I will look for you at night. Sheng said indifferently. Caitlin Snow talked about her address and turned back to the laboratory. After getting off at the place where he had just boarded, Sheng watched Caitlin Snow return to the laboratory but did not leave. If you guessed it correctly, Barry Allen should have found out that he has acquired ability, and there is nothing to do anyway. Sheng intends to wait for him to come out to replicate his superpower. For about an hour or so, a thin, tall, gentle, and seemingly innocent man walked out of the road on the other side of the cutting-edge laboratory. Barry Allen. Being beaten by the Face King, I gave it to me the first time I slapped him. Sheng raised his mouth corners and followed. Seeing Barry Allen's dazed expression, Sheng quickly took his shoulders forward and pushed him into the alley next to him. Barry Allen nearly fell by surprise and turned around angrily after standing firm. "Hey, what are you doing?" Barry Allen asked displeasedly. "Robbery," Sheng said solemnly. "Robbery? Wait. You said you want to rob me." Barry Allen was first dumbfounded and then pointed at himself as if he had won 5 million. "Are you sure you are going to rob me? Oh God, so many people. I mean, you didn't choose so many people, but you chose me. Are you happy?" Sheng asked, narrowing his eyes. "Definitely, I mean that your choice to rob me really makes me happy. This is incredible. What about your weapon, knife or gun? What do you use to rob me?" Barry Allen looked expectantly at Sheng. "How about the fist?" Sheng raised his hand. "Fist? Hey, do you know how to martial arts? Come on, hit me. Barry Allen pointed at himself happily. Just having super speed, he encountered a robbery which made Barry Allen seem extremely excited, his eyes fixed on Sheng's fist. He moved. The world seemed to stand still at this moment, and the movement of his fist seemed to have been slowed down hundreds of times. Seeing Sheng's eyes focus on where he was standing, watching his arms stretch out slowly, the fist thrown by Barry Allen has reached Sheng's face. The next moment he will be beaten out by himself. Barry Allen, who has always been thin, couldn't help but start to imagine the scene where the opponent punched him and hit him with super speed. Maybe he could be sent to the police station after that. The fantasy Barry Allen was expecting things to happen but suddenly realized that Sheng's eyes moved. She squinted to look at herself and there was a weird smile on her mouth. How can this be? Barry Allen subconsciously opened his mouth with a shocked expression and then saw that the originally slowly stretched arm suddenly accelerated towards him. Snapped. There was a crisp face slap, and the almost static world returned to normal. Barry Allen flew out and hit the wall next to him heavily. The original delicate face was swollen like a pig's head. Dizzy, tinnitus and dizziness, Barry Allen's face bursts with tingling eyes and he looked at Sheng, who was flashing red electric lights in shock. "It's you." Barry Allen, the electric light of this color can be said to be unforgettable. It was like this the night his mother was killed. "You killed my mother." Barry Allen rushed to Sheng angrily. The surrounding world seemed to be still and slowed down again. The speed of the force was launched, and Barry Allen's body was shining with yellow light. "How do you get the same color as the flashback?" Sheng looked at the red electric light he produced and slightly curled his lips, waving his hand to knock Barry Allen out again. Boom! The extremely fast Barry Allen slammed into the wall again and was struck by 2 rapid forces that made him faint with a sigh. Sheng also copied Barry Allen's experience of the Speed Force when he copied the Speed Force. It can be said that he has no experience. So Sheng didn't superimpose speed at all, lest he slapped Barry Allen out because the speed was too fast, but he didn't arrive yet. That would be embarrassing. But even at the same speed, Barry Allen is not Sheng's opponent at all. Looking at Barry Allen, who passed out, Sheng turned into a red lightning and disappeared instantly. Boom, 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 the strong wind swept across the street quickly and the corners of the skirts were blown into flight. After a long while, the sound of roar was shocked. Red lightning ran arbitrarily through the streets. Sheng sat on the chair in the disciple's chair and exhaled slightly. So fast, Sheng chuckled in a happy mood. At first, his speed was only about 370 kilometers per hour. Later, he tried to double the speed. There was no problem with the speed, but because he had no experience in speeding up suddenly, he quickly cancelled it. Barry Allen, who had just gained superb power, was at this speed and basically disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, this speed is still far from the speed of light. After all, the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. In the comics, the Lightning Boy Wally West broke out at a speed of 13 trillion times the speed of light. It is basically difficult to reach this level. To describe how fast it is, Sheng doesn't care about the speed. As long as the experience and proficiency can keep up, it can be stacked infinitely. It must be the fastest in the DC universe, but what he is curious about is the color of his superpower. Under normal circumstances, he copied Barry Allen's Speed Force and the color should be the same yellow as him, but it turned into the same red as the Reverse Lightning. Is it possible that Barry Allen is pretending to be Reverse Lightning? So, why is this? Sheng frowned and recalled. His memory became better after gaining superb power, and many memories that had been vague before became clear again. He remembers that in the comics, it seems that the speed is graded according to the color of the speed force. The slowest is red, then yellow, blue, black, or white, and finally gold. But this can't explain his problem. The different colors of the speed force is a problem. Whether oneself will be subject to the connection between Barry Allen and the speed force is another question. However, this problem is relatively easy to identify. When he uses the speed force, he can feel the existence of the speed force, which increases while consuming it. So he only needs to watch Barry Allen use the speed force, and he does not use it. And the energy change of the speed force can confirm whether there is a relationship. If the supernatural powers that I copied were separate, it would be equivalent to the existence of two supernatural powers in this world, which should be very interesting. It is troublesome to copy inexperienced ability. Sheng got up and released the superpower again to become familiar. Cutting-edge laboratory. After Barry Allen left, Caitlin Snow also planned to leave. After all, she had an appointment with Sheng to meet at her home at night. But as soon as she packed her things, she felt a gust of wind passing by her, and then she saw Barry Allen's nose and face swollen and bloodied in the laboratory. "Barry Allen, what did you do?" Caitlin Snow asked in surprise. Cisco Raymond and Harrison Wells also looked over in surprise. I found the murder of my mother. I just met him. The red is the red light," Barry Allen said excitedly. "He has super speed like me and he seems to be faster than me. It's impossible." As soon as Barry Allen's voice fell, Harrison Wells rejected it excitedly. Seeing other people looking at him, Harrison Wells also knew that he was too excited just now and paused to explain. "Barry, it's not so coincidental that there is someone who has the same ability as you and is faster than you, at least not now. But I did," Barry Allen explained. "Not long after I left here, an Asian robbed me. I didn't care at first, but he quickly showed the same speed as me, two times faster than me, and then I fainted. I can see very clearly it is a red light, exactly the same as the light when I killed my mother. Asian." Caitlin Snow thought of Sheng subconsciously, but it shouldn't be so coincidental. Harrison Wells pushed his glasses and said seriously to Barry Allen, "I still don't think there is such a coincidence, but if there is such a person, Barry, I will help you find him." Harrison Wells did not believe that Barry Allen had just met the murderer who killed his mother, because he was the murderer. But he believes that Barry Allen may have met the speed player, and this is what makes Harrison Wells want to find this person. Who is this speed person? Is it the same superb power that Barry Allen gained because of the particle explosion? Does his presence help me? Is it good? Harrison Wells asked Barry Allen in detail about the contact with the speed man and even retrieved the surveillance video of the location at the time. "Unfortunately, I didn't know if the other party knew it or was lucky. The surveillance video just happened to be broken, so I can only give it up temporarily. Without clues for the time being, Barry Allen could only leave the cutting-edge laboratory." Caitlin Snow followed shortly after. After Barry Allen's description, she felt that this person is Sheng. Although Sheng has not shown the ability of super speed, it is really a coincidence. He just appeared and this person also appeared, and he also knows about Barry Allen. Although Sheng had pitted her, whether it was for sonic equipment or because he was implicated in kidnapping, Caitlin Snow felt that Sheng should not look like that kind of bad guy, and Barry's mother had been dead for more than 10 years. At that time, how old is Sheng, arrive home. Caitlin Snow looked at the door from time to time, waiting for Sheng to come over. The night is getting deeper. Unknowingly, it was past 9 o'clock. Although Caitlin Snow turned on the TV but turned off the sound, the time seemed to be very long. Bang, 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 the knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Caitlin Snow hurriedly got up and ran to the door. "You finally came." Caitlin Snow looked at Sheng at the door with a sigh of relief. Sheng smiled and gathered the red wine in his hands. "It took some time for it. Check your body and you can't drink," Caitlin Snow said in a daze. "You can drink after checking." Sheng smiled and looked around. "The layout is very special. It seems that there is only one bedroom, but the living room is very large. There is an experiment table in the corner and several machines, which fits the identity of Caitlin Snow." "Do you live by yourself?" Sheng asked casually. "Didn't you say that I am suitable for being single?" Caitlin Snow murmured. Sheng chuckled lightly, and when she saw her, she found that she didn't have the emotion of a dead boyfriend. "Is there a person named Ronnie Raymond in the advanced lab? Why do you know so much about cutting-edge laboratories?" Caitlin Snow asked again in confusion and then said, "Ronnie does work for a cutting-edge laboratory, but on the night of the particle explosion, he ventured to rescue him in order to prevent the explosion from destroying the entire laboratory. As a result, he is a hero," Caitlin Snow exclaimed. So you didn't have anything to do with him? Sheng asked curiously. After all, in the TV series, Ronnie Raymond was the fiancé of Caitlin Snow besides being the first Firestorm to be combined with Martin Stein. Our character is not suitable. Caitlin Snow shook his head. Oh, Sheng said with a smile without further questioning. Should I start checking now? Do I need to take it off? No, you just need to wear shorts. Caitlin Snow said, good. Sheng also wanted to know his own situation. Sheng took off until only shorts were left and began to do routine tests under the command of the blushing Caitlin Snow, and it took more than an hour to finish. From the current routine tests, your body is very healthy and there is no problem, but the DNA test results will not come out after a while. Sheng nodded and took off his equipment and walked to the sofa to wait for the result. Don't you put your clothes on first? Caitlin Snow asked hesitation. Don't take advantage of it and behave well. For a figure like me, there are not many sizes like this. Sheng said with a smile. Caitlin Snow couldn't help but blush and sipped before asking. I ask you something, do you have super speed? I saw Barry Allen in the afternoon. Yes, Sheng answered casually. Caitlin Snow said in surprise, really? Don't believe it. Sheng suddenly smirked and the power was activated instantly and red lightning surrounded Caitlin Snow. Before she could react, Sheng had returned to her original position and at the same time she had an extra one in her hand. Clothing. Is this clothes a bit familiar? Seeing Sheng shaking his clothes with a smirk, Caitlin Snow looked down and subconsciously blocked herself. Isn't this the clothes I wore just now? How did you do it? Caitlin Snow didn't notice it at all. What are you blocking? Don't you still wear underwear? What's more, I really want to see if you can block it. You can't feel it even if you don't. Sheng said with a smile. Who said it? Don't I know if it hurts or not? Caitlin Snow retorted subconsciously. It hurts. Sheng looked at Caitlin Snow with a smile. Caitlin Snow shouted angrily. You are bored, use ability to do this kind of thing. Ability is for use or as a decoration, Sheng said casually. How did you get super speed and you? Caitlin Snow had some hesitation and shouldn't ask. Did you kill Barry Allen's mother? Because my super strength color is red, Sheng asked rhetorically. Yes, Caitlin Snow nodded embarrassedly. Don't worry, it's not me, Sheng smiled lightly. That's good. Caitlin Snow let out a sigh. Sheng casually put Caitlin Snow's clothes aside and started the wine road. Why didn't I ask if I was true? You seem to have more confidence in killing Barry's mother than I have superpower. Diddy. Caitlin Snow was about to speak, but news came from the instrument. There is a result. Caitlin Snow turned to look at the test results on the computer, frowning slightly. 3-7 strange, how could this be? Is there any problem? Sheng came to the computer with a whistle. No, your physical condition and DNA condition are exactly the same as those of ordinary people. But this is weird. You can discharge before and there is also super speed. Under normal circumstances, your genes should change. Caitlin Snow frowned, said puzzled. Although there is no special collection, Sheng has more than these two abilities. Aside from the two mentioned by Caitlin Snow and the fighting skills, he copied the divine power of Diana in the demigod period and the power of Donna Troy. I have copied the ability of the female version of Firestorm. I have copied the ability of Element Woman, and the supernatural power that I don't know if it is hatred or destruction. All kinds of ability have not changed their own Dan, either because of the ability of the disciple or because of the reason of crossing. Their Dan will never change because of copying ability, or the ability copied by yourself is more than the body, Dan, etc. The high-level state is generated, so it will not affect the structure of your own DNA. No matter which type it is, you don't have to worry about copying too much and affecting your body. So now Sheng's mentality is very relaxed. Seeing Caitlin Snow, who was bent over to face him, Sheng chuckled. Don't think about it, come over and have a drink at the bar. Well, 10, this is a very serious scientific research. How can you give up just because you haven't figured out the reason for the time being? What's more, who can guarantee that you won't cause trouble in the future? Caitlin Snow said seriously. I will stay in Central City for a while, so as long as you keep a secret, you want to study my body as much as possible at any time and you can be more detailed. It's another thing. Sheng paused. Caitlin Snow turned around curiously and asked, What's up? Sheng came to Caitlin Snow in an instant and the close distance made her subconsciously want to retreat, but Sheng grabbed her arm. Eyes facing each other, especially when the two of them were wearing cooler clothes, Caitlin Snow felt that her heartbeat instantly accelerated and thumped as if she was about to jump out. She wanted to lower her head to avoid his sight, but as soon as she lowered her head. Seeing Sheng's shorts, he immediately raised his head again. Caitlin Snow, can I believe you? Yes, definitely, I'll keep it secret for you, Caitlin Snow whispered. Okay, then I believe you. Sheng let go of her with a chuckle and followed. Barry Allen and the super speed possessed by the murderer who killed his mother are actually derived from super speed. The energy of super speed will be consumed or replenished by the user, so I want you to help me determine Barry Allen's super speed. Is the force the same as mine? Well, how is this sure? Caitlin Snow asked in a daze. It's very simple. As long as he informs me when he is about to use the speed force, then I can judge this based on the change of my own speed force. Sheng said with a smile. You asked me to monitor Barry for you. That's okay. This isn't it good? Caitlin Snow hesitation said. He is not my opponent. If I want to be disadvantageous to him, I don't need to monitor his actions so troublesome. If you don't help me, I can only change to a more direct way, such as looking for his adoptive father Kyo Wei or Iris West. I'll help you, Caitlin Snow said immediately. Tell me your phone number. I'll call you tomorrow, Sheng said. Then come over and drink at the bar. I only bought this bottle of wine after traveling several cities. Sheng took Caitlin Snow to the sofa and sat down to help her pour a glass of wine. Caitlin Snow was still a little confused and drank with him. After a few drinks, the two of them chatted more relaxedly. At that time, Caitlin Snow asked Sheng curiously about super ability and sometimes said about what happened in the cutting-edge laboratory during this period. When I think of the last time I was kidnapped by a huntress, I even said a few words about Sheng. Unknowingly, her white cheeks gradually became rosy. It's almost 12 o'clock, I should leave. Sheng glanced at the time and smiled at Caitlin Snow. Caitlin Snow was stunned. Is it so late? Sometimes time passes so fast. Caitlin Snow saw Sheng shook slightly and put on her clothes. She realized that she had been talking with him for so long in underwear and she naturally felt very natural. See you tomorrow. Ah, see you tomorrow. Caitlin Snow responded and saw Sheng politely bowed her head and kissed her cheek. She didn't even choose to avoid it. Good night. Sheng waved his hand and the red lightning burst out instantly and disappeared. It took Caitlin Snow for a long time to realize that he was gone. When Sheng stopped, he had appeared in the master bedroom of a certain villa. Layli and Valentina were talking about something wrapped in bath towels, and they were shocked to see Sheng suddenly appear. Master, when did you come in? Lily asked in surprise. Before you ask me, Sheng said with a smile. This villa was the place they were looking for. All the furniture and facilities were readily available. At first, they rented it out because they didn't have enough money. However, when they returned to the disciple account, Sheng bought a few gold drink bottles. Enough for them to buy here. I'm back to the room, Valentina said, getting up and going out. Wait, 483. Sheng pulled Valentina into his arms casually and Valentina snorted. What are you doing? You are Lily's master, not mine. Is there a difference? Sheng smiled lightly. Valentina sneered. Why, thinking of two together, I'm afraid you will be too busy. It's not a coincidence. I am full of speed now, let alone two. Even if there are two more, I won't let you have time to rest. The red lightning flashed and Valentina and Lily hadn't reacted yet. It was put together neatly by Sheng and then they understood what Sheng meant. It's really a time for no rest at all and the whole process seems to have never left. If only one person is enough, it would be incredible for both of them to be like this. It is equivalent to Sheng doing the same thing to both of them at the same time. How is this possible after the end? Valentina turned tiredly and turned her back to Sheng, who was obviously dissatisfied while Layli lay on Sheng and asked her curiously how she did it. The weather is fine and sunny. Sheng ran and drove the disciple number back to the villa and got a few phone calls back, and simply taught Riley and the others how to use it before calling Caitlin Snow. Caitlin Snow was driving to the laboratory and hung up after a few small conversations. Putting down the phone, Sheng continued to study the superpower. The application of superpower is not only a single player, but also a series of ability. Some ability is easy to master, such as the high-speed hand knife against lightning, the rapid vibration of the face to hide the identity, and the lightning flashing through high-speed running, etc. And some are more high-end, such as time shuttle through the wall and so on. These require a certain degree of mastery of the power of supernatural speed ability. Sheng is still familiar with the speed control. This control is not only the speed that others see him, but also his own speed and perception of the outside world when he is using superb power. The morning passed without knowing it. After taking a shower and coming to the living room, Sheng turned on the TV and said to Laura, "Where are they?" "Go out," Laura said. "Have you gone shopping? Why didn't you go?" Sheng picked up the decorations on the table and turned the structure into gold and threw it to Laura. Enough for you to buy a car and go out when you are okay. Laura stopped talking, but Sheng had already turned his head and watched the TV. News is being broadcast on the TV. It seems that the bank has been robbed. In the interview clip, the bank staff card described the situation at the time, saying that there was a sudden fog in the bank. Fog, weather necromancer. The explosion of the particle accelerator not only created the flash but also produced a large number of transforming people. The weather necromancer is one of them. No, it should be the second. They were originally a pair of robber brothers. When they were captured by Joe West, they fled in a small plane, but they just caught up with the particle explosion and the plane crashed. The police thought they were dead, but the two actually got the ability to control the weather. Among them, the elder brother was slightly injured and didn't show up immediately. Then, this bank robbery should be the younger brother, right? It is also Barry Allen's first enemy after becoming the Flash. Sheng can't remember his name, ability is still fun. Sheng turned into a red electric light and disappeared instantly. Unlimited stacking, double, remember which farm he was hiding in the TV series. Sheng secretly searched all the farms in the central city. From farm to farm, red lightning shuttled quickly. Creak, Sheng suddenly stopped in a certain farm and in front of him stood a somewhat surprised man. You. Clydemark looked at Sheng blankly. How could this person appear in front of him in the blink of an eye? He also has super ability. No, only one god is enough. Although I don't know who this person is, what's his intention? But Clyde Marden made a decision in an instant. Clyde Ma Dong's arm violently waved towards Sheng, and a mist of mist surrounded the whirlwind and hit Sheng in an instant. Boom! The whirlwind of mist smashed out and directly smashed the walls of the farm. Clyde Ma Dongzhang wanted to see the result, but suddenly felt that someone had slapped his shoulder. He suddenly turned his head and saw Sheng said with a slow smile on his face. It's so easy to do it, yes, it seems that your deep humorous villain died of a lot of talk, but too slow. You, Clyde Marden instantly backed away and pulled away, and his expression was forced to open his arms. In an instant, a gust of wind surrounded him and gradually became stronger and stronger. Boom, the roof of the farm was lifted in an instant and everything nearby was blown out. You are dead. In the whirlwind, Clyde Ma Dong stared at Sheng and said solemnly. You won't die, at least I won't kill you, Sheng said with a chuckle. I don't need your ability to defeat you lest I accidentally kill you, so. Red lightning flashed. Sheng came directly to Clyde Ma Dong. You, how do you? Why ignore the cutting force generated by this wind? I don't want to ask so much. Sheng chuckled and raised his hand directly to pinch Clyde Ma Dong's neck. A sense of suffocation came in an instant, and the whirlwind generated around gradually dissipated. Sheng pinched Clyde Ma Dong's neck with one hand and shook the other hand quickly. The hand, as if turned into an afterimage, was so close that only a fuzzy ball could be seen. You have a choice. Either you attack the cutting-edge laboratory or I will kill you now. You know the cutting-edge laboratory. The night the particle accelerator exploded, you gained ability because of it. They already knew the existence of transforming people, so whether it was for themselves, my safety is still my threat. I think you should choose to destroy the cutting-edge laboratory. Sheng looked at Clyde Ma Dong. What do you mean? I'll go. Clyde Ma Dong said with difficulty. Snapped, Sheng let go and Clyde Ma Dong landed instantly. Don't even think about running, you know, I am fast. Sheng said to Clyde Ma Dong. Clyde Martin was about to speak but found that the person had disappeared. Cutting-edge laboratory. It was the place where Caitlin Snow was kidnapped last time, on that roof. Sheng sat on the edge of the roof and took out the phone to call Caitlin Snow. Is Barry Allen in the lab? Sheng asked directly after the call was connected. No, then you can notify him to return to the laboratory. Sheng smiled. Why? Caitlin Snow was puzzled, because soon there will be a transformer who will attack the cutting-edge laboratory, the guy who robbed the bank in the news. How did you know? Then come and help. Caitlin Snow said eagerly. Help. No, I won't go because I forced him to attack the cutting-edge laboratory for this transformation, man. How could I still help? Sheng chuckled and hung up the phone and turned it off. Did you force him to come? Caitlin Snow asked in a daze, only to find that the phone was hung up, call again and shut down. In desperation, she could only contact Barry Allen. Sheng forcing the weather necromancer Clyde Ma Dong's purpose in attacking the cutting-edge laboratory is simple. Just to know if Barry Allen is the same speed force as himself. Although it can be consumed and replenished when using superpower, it seems that the result should be average. But the fluctuations when consuming and replenishing can still be felt, but it needs to be very focused. So it's not ideal to do it yourself or wait for Caitlin Snow to notify him. It's better to decide the time and place for Caitlin Snow to notify Barry Allen. What's more, it should be quite interesting to see a person being slapped in the face. Huh. The yellow lightning quickly entered the sophisticated laboratory from a distance. Coming. Is it because the consumption or the supplement is too little to produce fluctuations? Sheng carefully sensed the changes in the superpower energy and analyzed it softly. He doesn't know the situation in the cutting-edge laboratory, and Caitlin Snow should tell them what happened. Sheng waited quietly for about half an hour when the weather necromancer Clyde Madong finally came. Clyde Madong stood in front of the cutting-edge laboratory with his arms raised, and the wind quickly rotated around him. After a while, a huge amount of storm gradually formed. Clyde Madong. Barry Allen appeared in front of him in a red The Flash uniform, and he couldn't help but change his color when he watched the storm that formed in front of him. I have to say that Clyde Madong is quite a bit ruthless, and when he sees Barry Allen appearing as quickly as the person just now, he was first stunned and waved his hand, and then a storm struck him. There is no need to be polite, whether it is for the sake of venting bad air or for your own sake. Boom, Barry Allen, who had no experience with the enemy, was instantly knocked into the air. Everyone, what do you do now? Barry Allen, who flew out and rolled aside, hurriedly asked the others in the laboratory for help. If you let him go on, it may cause a tornado that destroys the city, Barry. You must stop him. Cisco Ramon's voice sounded in the earphones. Stop, how can I stop? Can you succeed if you run in the opposite direction to generate force? Barry Allen asked suddenly. Yes, but your body may not be able to bear it. Caitlin Snow's voice just fell. Barry Allen has already ran around the storm in the opposite direction. Huh. Ha, he ran faster and faster, as if turning into yellow lightning tangled in the storm. The rising and expanding momentum of the storm slowly weakened, and Clyde Madong glared at the running The Flash and controlled the storm to hit him. One lap, and on the third lap, Barry Allen groaned and rolled out. It was so close that I could only see the afterimage of lightning, and even Clyde Martin could see the trajectory of his actions clearly. It can only be said that the king who was beaten in the face was well-deserved. As Barry Allen groaned and rolled out, the momentum of the storm rose again. Still no change, not fast enough, not enough consumption. No, this kind of extreme speed is enough to produce fluctuations, so what I copied is a single speed force. Sheng's mouth on the roof in the distance raised up and laughed. The superpower alone. Isn't this just like Bart Allen in the Lightning family in the comics? It has become the superb power of life form. I remember that in the comics, it seems that Bart Allen has absorbed all the speed power of the Lightning family and merged with the speed power originally to become the White Lightning life form speed power. My lightning ray hasn't changed because I still have room for improvement. My supernatural power is not strong enough. After all, the speed force created by Barry Allen wraps the multi-universe in the form of a wall of speed force, which affects the time and space of the entire multi-universe. The more speed people use the speed force, the stronger the speed force will be originally. Although it's not certain whether other speed players except Barry Allen will use the speed force to initially charge the speed force, but these speed people will become part of the speed force after death. Perhaps it is due to the influence of the will of the universe, such as the wall of origin, or it is the change after copying it. My supernatural power exists alone, and the scope of influence is definitely not as wide as Barry Allen's. But it means where I am going. The speed force is there. Don't worry about the waves being too violent, and you can't use the speed force if you leave the DC universe. After all, in the comics, Voluist lost his speed force after crossing the Marvel world. Later, he came back and got a speed force battery. The problem was solved, but because of this detail, it couldn't be connected with the speed force, so it finally lost to Quicksilver. However, Quicksilver did not seem to have the speed force after arriving in the DC world, although he ran very fast. If this is the case, I should be able to create my own Speedy, right? I have the opportunity to try and see if the created Speedy can recharge my speed. Sheng's thinking is divergent, thinking about things, and the storm of Clyde Madong has gradually taken shape. If this storm is released, the cutting-edge laboratory is estimated to be destroyed in an instant. The Flash Barry Allen, although he has risen, the whole person seems to have completely lost his confidence, looking at the storm in despair. In the cutting-edge laboratory, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow, who were in charge of the command, had no idea for a while. Even if it's just superhero's assistant, it's not so good. Barry. Harrison Wells stepped forward at the critical moment and couldn't let Barry Allen drop the chain. How would he travel through time and return to the future if he hangs up here? So he started to encourage Barry Allen as a spiritual mentor. After all, Barry Allen has just changed from an ordinary person to the Flash, does not understand ability, lacks confidence, and has no combat experience, so although Harrison Wells's words are not much, he regains his confidence. Run, Barry, run. With these words, Barry Allen ran with the eruption universe again. Quick, 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 his speed is getting faster and faster, quickly catching up with the fastest speed just now and even surpassing it and becoming faster. The momentum of the storm was blocked and gradually began to shrink. Finally, there was a bang. The storm cleared. Barry Allen panted tiredly and showed the joy of success, but this joy did not last long before being extinguished by the black muzzle in Clyde Marden's hand. You are the Flash, don't you understand the Flash? It's almost a flash of lightning, are you afraid of guns? Sheng couldn't help seeing this scene, the Flash was frightened by guns. Are you teasing me?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.